そけない君の笑顔が恋しくて星に願うのまた会えるよね What brings you to the lost and found, dear? Won't you pull up a seat? Everybody got a prize round here to play. Make me an offer, what will it be? Oh, what will it be? Welcome to the playground, follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Welcome to the playground. Follow me. Tell me your nightmares and fantasies. Sink into the wasteland underneath. Stay for the night, I'll sell you a dream.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Catch the fire. and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood. To ashes and blood.
Hey, what? Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. We become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. As alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. We become the light. Against the lies, we'll stand and play in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form. we shine. You radiate with light. Our hearts dancing time. You're one of a kind. Stars shining with us. Your fire is contagious. I feel the moon on our skin. Love glows out, love streams in. Your eyes shining through me. Light the way so that we can see. I feel the warmth of my love. Shine on and feel we're rise. Even when I'm gone, let's circle high from near and far above the flower bed as we watch the stars. And we'll never be apart. Bye.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League
Are
of
you
Legends.
seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Red Bull gives you wings.
No, on to 5! What an ulti!
What an incredible play there from...
Oh, that was incredible! You love to see it.
Right, yeah, let's really
What
get into...
a move! He's just so good. I mean, the persistence, the patience to find the angle. You just don't see that from rookies. He's got it all. He's got the bad.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Ooh, that looks good. Do you want to maybe share a little bit? Yeah.
What a move!
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time?
chess, just as our two gentlemen are later on the Rift? We certainly hope so. The golden ticket is also back. What is happening here? Absolute shenanigans. Lore, no, go easy on him. Maybe this is what we'll see in the bot lane between Stupa and Kalist later, or maybe it's Mirwin with his Nidalee. Who knows? But the golden ticket is at play here again, because today it is for all the marbles. If you win your best of 5 today, you find yourself in the grand final tomorrow, and you book your ticket to MSI. And I think we cannot overstate how important that is for any team that bout at the international stage, as I'm joined here with my analysts, GB, Finn, and Jack Spectra.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. For KC, it's about going back to an international and actually try and see if you can win one of those finals, not just make it there, but also continue the journey you let yourself out on. And for MKOI, bit of legacy going to internationals, hopefully something that they can change along the way if they're to win today.
They've been there a lot.
Yeah, MKOI at internationals aware. No, I think it's a great chance for them to see and prove that this roster that they've built in the 2025 season actually is an improvement from last season, because all eyes were on them last year and they kind of didn't really step up to the plate in the nationals. But I think this year the roster is way more complete and they have a chance to really do something.
Yeah, and I think the format just means this match means so much. I spoke with Mayado and he told me, like, if you get 3rd place, it's the same as being last place because you're not going anywhere. And it's top 2 for all the marbles, for MSI, and a chance to represent Europe.
I love that you said that. It is that sense of urgency of being off for the next month and a half, or getting to go to MSI and getting a chance of winning that LEC trophy tomorrow. There are also implications in terms of our format, because you all know that in summer, or you don't know, I honestly forgot, that things are in 2 groups. So the teams get seeded into 2 groups, and the number 1 and number 2 will head one of those groups. But then if you're team 3, you get to pick first which group you want to be in, and then 4, 5, etc. And let's say they all pick Group A, then anyone else is going in Group B.
And that does make 3rd place a bit better than 10th place, I will say, in regards to picking a group for next place. But you are right in regards to MSI. But that also just means there's so much in stake, not just for here, but also for the tournament that's essentially going to qualify you for the World Championship.
It's all connected, Jack Spectra. You know that and Finn as well, as a recently... Well, you're not retired, right? We shouldn't say that.
It's up
in the air. It's complicated. I get it. Yeah. It's complicated. I love that. But you both know how urgent this feels, right? When you have that one match that stands between you and the thing you fight for most.
Yeah, for sure. I think if you go out here, you're just filled with regret. I can't imagine how like the Fnatic players feel, especially to go out in that manner. I think both teams, they really want to put up a fight. So at least if they end up losing, they can say it was close.
Yeah, we'll see. For everyone here in the studio, we've been seeing the awesome fan signs that you've been making. It's been incredible. I want to specifically call out some of the Movistar KOI fans because they always turn it up. And so we wanted to add a little bit of ante, and we have a little bit of a surprise, perhaps, for a supporter from each team this weekend based on the fan signs. So I hope that can motivate you even more, but I know you do it anyway. So let's get into it then. Movistar KOI versus KC. Last time they met, it was in the upper bracket, round 1, and it was a banger.
It was a banger, and it was surprisingly MKOI who came out ahead. KC was just the favorite going into that series, and the fact that MKOI managed to take it in a nail-biter in that game 5 with KC with honestly a subpar draft where they faltered at the last hurdle, that's gonna sting, and I think that has really fueled their motivation coming back in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and me watching this series as an analyst, I'm excited, but also watching it as a fan, I think you can't really wish for a better series. I think these two teams are as close. I think they're both reaching their peak kind of at the same time right now. At least MKOI, I think, is reaching the best performance yet this year. And I feel like we have this clash in the lower bracket final as we have right now, and it's just such a banger to watch.
It's so cool. Of course, MKOI, they couldn't parlay it into a victory versus G2 the day after. KC fell all the way down and had to jump through the hurdles, let's say. But if you don't remember what happened last time, here's a great video to catch you up.
Finally, at 19.5 minutes, it's a dive where Jojo can't move. He flashes away. Spirit Rush followed up, though, by Blighty. First one goes over because Yoya takes down 1, not 2, a third! The dive going wrong!
Look me. I charm. I charm.
Damn.
We go Nash, okay? Go Nash, guys, go Nash.
Nice.
Guys, I just want to say it. Look how they celebrated game 1. They don't believe themselves that they can win against us, you know?
Control of that bot side because of Mirman's trading patterns. Oh, hang on, Jojo.
Hopefully, yeah. Jojo gonna get hit. That's the power of shield bash, baby! Down into the ground, the Sundan slam!
Yeah.
Nice, good job. Nice,
good. You guys are fine?
Yeah, we kill.
Okay, we kill plant 2.
Yeah. Guys are one.
Yes, I will.
Guys are no flash, go top.
Yes.
You know what Targama said? How we celebrate game 1, that he thinks that we cannot win into them.
Who, Targama?
Yes. Probably the only comment he said in like 2 hours.
Double turret shot matters not as Jojo looks for the last embrace. Flash to match. Targmas bops him away, but you know an auto will all in take. 2 kills for Koi. Trenchline flash to match it as well. A one-man Nara ulti just won't cut it. A double shot back. A double kill for the Canadian mid.
Good job. Good job.
Aurora.
Going to you? Let's get into W with them.
Yes.
Aurora.
Look for Dragon, okay?
Come on.
I'm looking. Big.
No flash.
I go back to Drake, okay?
Yeah, take it. Can we win it?
Yeah, Aurora behind.
Aurora behind. I'm fine.
Lucian. Wait.
Aurora too. Look at Aurora.
Yeah, kill.
More. Yeah, keep going.
Go. More.
What are they doing?
Guys, we are winning game 5 and this game. They are boosted.
I miss Zoe hitting from like half a screen away from a bubble. Flatty really nicely done. It's bedtime to Elyoya with the bone skewer as well, and Halo played a free kill over to Yike.
Nice.
I come to W. I can R. I take it.
Soy no Babel. Están.
Nice.
Guys, get vision. Look who's going. What the fuck?
It's up in the game.
No flash on the guy yet, guys, just hit.
Yeah. Nice. Good job.
Job's not finished. We have tomorrow, and then we go on the side. We go on the side tomorrow.
Yeah, they were so excited for tomorrow. We're going to cut that out. It's fine. They can bring it again today because it was super hype. Now, as we get into this matchup, we of course have every lane is important, but we have a couple that we want to focus on specifically. And for the top lane, we have prepared secret PowerPoints because each of our analysts, or 2 of our analysts rather, will try to defend their top laner of the respective team with the surprise PowerPoint. So who wants to go first, and who are you presenting?
I want to go first. I want to talk to you about my boy, Mirwin.
Okay.
Mirwin and I, we go way back. We've practiced against each other. We Fear Crest together, our little champions. And now I'm going to tell you why Mirwin will lead MKOI to victory. Very simple. Lower bracket, who cares? Tokka lower bracket run. When things get hard, Mirwin gets harder. He really steps up to the point, or to the PowerPoint in the finals here. He has a lot of champions in his little ocean. The Gnarly, he completely gapped Kana in the upper bracket final with the Nidalee against the Gnar, and the Vex. We don't talk about it, but he has that prepared into the Ambessa. As we know, you can't blind pick against Mirwin. He has an answer for anything you're going to throw his way. And that is not all it. For the third time, we want to talk about Mirwin's Gnar, because range champions, he is adept at. But Gnar, he has great ults, great rage management, and just look, take a little swim in his champion pool. That's what I have here. From the Camille, to the Smolder, to the Fiddlesticks. What will he bring out? No one knows. I bet you're sure Canada doesn't know. He's going to run into the draft, blind pick something, and he's going to run into a wall. And he has El Matadoro Mirvito here with the paella, the seafood, and all the flavors that come with it. The draft is flavorful, the gameplay is flavorful, and you will not be left hungry.
And this one?
Let's talk about this. He's still going. He's strong but vulnerable. He's very vulnerable right now if any people want to take advantage of him. He's a very soft guy at heart. He has a lot of emotions, and he cares a lot about a lot of things. Will they make it to MSI? That's a good Mirror's team history. First, Origin Astralis represented from the Bisons. That's when it started.
That was
going.
me.
Heretics?
It's not about you. Shut up.
Finish talking right now, man. It's a Bison from Canada. What? What is going on there? Oh, the Buffalo in Canada. Bisons exist in Canada. He played in Bisons. That's why he's going to make it to MSI. You see, that's so smart. They see everything here. Everything is laid out. Thank you for listening to my Mirvito Varosito podcast.
Yay! Amazing. I don't know how you're going to top that one, GB, but
I'm going to do my very best. I want that.
You want my stick?
I do want your stick, yes. Anyways, you were talking about Mirren. I want to take us through dramatic timing. Carry for the Germans. Kana das, yep. So let's talk about Kana. First, let's talk about his one weakness. What does this say? Waxen Gibu's moon phase. Yes, so that is, of course, when the moon is in that position. Even Finn has a better win rate. What? I'm talking about him winning. Even Finn has a better win rate than Kana doing Waxen Gibu's moon phase. As you can look at the win rate right now, Finn is looking at 64, 60 for Kana. Of course, Oruamne is sitting at a measly 48%, but that's not what this is about. But I want to know what you guys are thinking.
You know what you're...
Kana is more handsome than Finn, which is really proven. Some even say he's better than the Shy. They really do say that. Do you say it? Finn said it to me before we went live today. As you can see, Kana won LCK or LEC. He's won both, right? The Shy, neither. Beaten Faker in a best of 3 at least once. The Shy, don't know about that one. Swept by Zeus in an international final. Never. Yup. Lost on Fiora. Nope. Many times. Flashed into a wall as Gragas, potentially. And he absolutely did it as the Shy, right?
Yeah.
So, obviously, you feel like Kana is in a prime position. Let's talk about the MVP ranking. Who did you vote on, Finn?
Vladdy.
Vladdy, okay, but you should have voted on the top laner instead, because this is rigged. This is the guy who's still here. He got second MVP voting. That means he's at least getting second place in the standings as well. His reactions, though?
Upset didn't get first, though.
That's fine. We don't. It only matters in this perspective, right? His reactions focus on the present, Jack Spectra.
Yeah.
It's not about the past.
Okay.
Upset is no longer. You know who's here? Kana. So how do they make it to MSI? The answer is in his name, Canada. Yes, I knew this was coming. Was it Kana? No, Kana can go to NA. I like mine one better.
It is yours.
Yeah. Is it? There we go, Canada. That's what I said. That's what I said, Canada. There we have it. This is Jack Spectra.
Amazing.
Thanks for listening.
I like it. No lies told, rather. I like the creative approach of whoever made that PowerPoint. Shout out to you. But how important is it going to be in this matchup? In every single special segment that we have in this Ready Check, we're going to highlight a lane or a player. How impactful is this one going to be, Jack Spectra? Top.
I mean, I think KC, when Kana is ahead, they just look unstoppable, right? He kind of leads the map, he pressures so much on the side lane, and he gets so much done. But when he falls behind, KC just collapses. And I think for MKOI, it's Mirwin as well that has brought out these spicy picks, that has done so much for the team in the draft. So if he's shut down, they lose so much power.
For me, I think Kana's strong laning is a crutch for KC, because I think they rely on him a little bit too much. They're so used to Kana having an individual lead that when it doesn't have that, they kind of fall apart, as Jack Spectra rightfully highlighted, and they don't seem to know how to really progress the game. So I think if you shut down Kana, you shut down KC's entire engine.
I mean, it's something we saw from MKOI before, right? As we go into this matchup, I'd love to know how our refs are preparing for this match.
We're here at the Match Operations Center with League official Malu. Thank you so much for joining me. It's been a while since Worlds. How are you?
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm good. Better now in my safe environment instead of on stage.
Yeah, we don't often see this place, actually. This is where all the referees and league officials watch the game. So how do you guys get ready for a game like today?
That's right. This is where we watch the game from, and we do a lot of technical preparations and play testing. We make sure that our servers are in the right temperature, that the machines have been thoroughly tested. But we also cover for the things that are a bit LEC exclusive and that actually, in fact, cause pauses for our games.
Yeah, I actually want to talk about this. So what would be the main pauses, excuses, or reasons for all the players?
I mean, I thought I would involve you in this as well.
All right.
And have you take a look at a couple of items that we brought and tell me
absolutely.
Which of these random items, beautifully collected here,
so I'm guessing not this one. This one stops draw shows. This one doesn't stop, actually.
Not that one.
All
Not
right.
that one. Moving on from that one. We are going for this beautiful pile. We have here a Secret Labs pillow. We have a box of gloves. And we have a couple of tools to get away, to help us get rid of mosquitoes, flies. Any of these?
All right, so this one seems likely. I could see a player like pause the game because there's a fly or a mosquito in front of their screen.
Absolutely correct. Has happened before.
I think I know a backstory about this one, maybe about one of the teams we have on stage today.
I can't really reveal any names for you, but Johnny, if you could please take this to the stage after this. Thank you very much.
Okay, I don't see the use of this one. Why would you guys need gloves for pauses?
Have you taken a closer look at the peripherals that sometimes players bring in? I mean, this is more for safety reasons.
We're gonna talk. Yeah, we're gonna leave this one. What do you think about today's game? Are players disruptive usually, or do we have a lot of players who will usually pause the game between MKOI and?
Look, as long as we don't have any explosive water bottles on stage, we should be just safe.
Safe and ready. Malu, thank you so much.
Thank
Johnny,
you.
Thank you for keeping us safe. And Shox, back to you.
Thank you so much, and thank you to Malu and the team as well. As we find ourselves here near the trophy, you're going to see it in a second, because I want to talk about mid lane a little bit. And I also want to talk about everything that happened on X. Now, yesterday and the day before was a pretty crazy day on X. This was crazier. You know, it was insane. All the NA people had time to wake up by the time that Movistar Koi beat KC, and they did not hold back.
But it's also just a history, right? You're talking about the moment that NA got to see it with Jojo finally prevailing, but it was also clapback from the initial one that Vladdy had put out with him being Jojo's father. And I feel like majority of playoffs between KC and MKOI has just been a paternity test to see who's actually the father between them. We'll get our answer today, but even moving on, Daddy's coming. Vladdy 1v9, Jojo, he's hungry for this one.
Yo, we are saying some things today on Ready Check. Let's see who is I'm not even going to say it. But between Jojo and Vladdy, let's talk about this story a little bit, because I do feel like, for me, Jojo is one of the most improved players since the beginning of the year.
I mean, you guys had a tier list in the beginning,
yes.
So let's talk about Jojo, Finn. What we got through for the redemption act here?
I mean, I will say, Jojo coming into spring, I wasn't that impressed, but the glow up he has shown, the way he has improved week to week to week, constantly beating people in lane. This is an American mid laner that has come to Europe. Canadian mid laner that has come to Europe, North American, has come to Europe and is beating our mid laners in lane. I think Jojo right now is the best laner in the league.
Whoa.
And we saw it in the series against Vladdy, where he actually consistently accumulated advantages every single game.
Just to check, laner or mid laner?
Laner.
Laner?
Yeah.
Whoa, what do you think,
his stats speak for himself. He was second in stats compared to Caps, so I think there's still that one to wait for.
But do stats matter when everything's on the line?
When we're just talking, well, everything's on the line. Hell no, of course not. It's what you put out on the day. But last time they played, it was Jojo who continuously was one of the main reasons that they won those games.
It is, but Vladdy, he is the reigning king, and as long as he doesn't fall or get kicked off or that trophy gets clawed out of his hands, he's still the best, right?
Yeah, but even look, so he's actually adapted a lot, because coming into this split, he put heavy emphasis on all the Seka champions, right? But in the series against Fnatic, guess what? Didn't play this at all. He was playing on the range champion. He went back to what we know Vladdy is so, well, dangerous on in general, and I think that's going to be a crucial adaptation we'll see from KC again. They're not going to fall into a trap where they're going to heavily emphasize melees. They're going to beat Jojo on the ranged.
Yeah, I mean, the really cool thing is when you look at these champion pools, it's all the same champions. The only slight little difference is that Jojo has a tendency to go towards the Ahri, and Vladdy really likes the Wei. Other than that, they all play the exact same champions, so coming into a Fearless series, it's going to be so crazy when you go into those later games and all these champions are out, who can really dig the deepest.
Yeah, Vladdy was like, all right, I'll play Zoe then, whatever you say. When it comes to kind of the priorities and how much this particular matchup is going to influence the best of 5, we answered it for top. What's the answer for mid lane?
Well, it's going to influence it heavily, especially because you look at the champions that has impact. It's a lot of these, well, not really counter, but champions that move, right? The Talia, I think, is a huge one in terms of influence in the map. The top lane, the bot lane, whatever you want to get up. But also the Aries, because the mid-jungle 2v2, I think that's going to be pivotal in terms of gaining a lead in today's series.
Yeah, not only the 2v2, but including the support in that as well. I think the mid-jungle support is just where the game is played around. And I think the way that MKOI has used Elyoy Alvaro and the way that Casey has used Targamas and Yike are all shifting every single series more and more towards that mid lane, because that is the center of the map and the most crucial position.
And also where there's a lot to win or to gain for either. I mean, Vladdy doesn't want to get embarrassed like he did that time, because why would you? Definitely not from someone from North America. Let's see how it plays out. But of course, we need to start talking about the bot lane. And Laura's now standing by with Supa and Kalist in the Marriott Bonvoy check-in.
Thank you so much, Shox, and merci beaucoup, Kalist. Thank you so much for joining me ahead of this really important series rematch against MKOI. Didn't go well last time.
No, last time it didn't go well. I think it was just a bad day. We were not really well prepared, and I think Koi was in a good shape. They were playing good and had, I think, good option in drafts. But this time it's really different. I think everyone could see that against MKOI the first time and against Heretics, we were like a bit down. We were not in the best form. I think now it's slowly coming back. We showed it against Fnatic, and I'm not sure if we're like at 100%, but I think we're like strong enough to just beat MKOI because most of the time we are beating them. It's not really close, but I think it was just a bad day last time.
What is so special about MKOI? And you guys, outside of the French-Spanish rivalry that we know about, what do you care about these matchups?
I mean, it's pretty funny because I think they have like a bit the same playstyle as Fnatic. Basically, if their bot lane is not ahead, I feel like they just can't win the game. So it will be a bit exciting today to see if we have good matchups and we can abuse them.
Do you have any message for Supa? Waiting for you at the other side of the tunnel. I'm going to get to him in a sec.
I mean, I just want to say good luck, and I hope there will be a lot of 2v2 fighting, and I hope that there will be also like not really hard matchups, like both ways, so both bot lane can fight and then just have a good match.
Well, I wish you a very good game, Caliste, and bonne chance for today.
Merci.
And now we're going to head to Supa, because of course, one side of the rivalry is here, the other side is there. And Supa, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's game. You keep on talking about the rivalry between MKOI and KC, but especially on the bot lane against Caliste. What is special about this one for you?
I mean, I think we make it special in the EU Master. It was the first time Spain versus France. I think people love it, fans love it, so we need to keep doing it.
You kind of made their game really hard last time, making fun of them on the Rift. But from what Caliste was saying here, it was a one-time thing. They know they're going to be ready today. What do you think of this?
I mean, I think everyone creates their own history, because if you come to the official thinking, we're going to lose again, they need to lie themselves. I think we are gonna win again because I think this year we come really prepared.
Do you have a message for either the KC fans or your position on the bot lane?
I mean, I just want to give a message to all KC fans. I think you love me because I have you 24/7 in my Twitter. So today you will get vacation.
Keep the haters loud. Supa, thank you so much for this interview. Best of luck today on the Rift. And Jack Spectra, over to you for more on this beautiful history between the two of them.
Caliste versus Supa. It's been a rivalry that's often felt unrequited. It's felt one-sided. It was Caliste having his number every single time, but a spark was lit this playoffs as Supa finally struck back. But to understand why this rivalry is so meaningful for both of these players and why it's so damn exciting, we need to go back to the beginning. It was 2023 EMEA Masters Summer Finals where KC versus Movistar fought it out. It was an incredible 5-game series that went the distance, but it was Caliste dominating and taking all the highlight. And it was actually Supa then that ended up promoting because Caliste was too young. But, even though Supa was the one who went to LEC, he had a great first year, he went to Worlds and he grew so much as a player. It was Caliste that everybody was talking about. Supa hidden in Caliste's shadow as Caliste won Winter in 2025, went to first stand, performed admirably. He was the talent that everybody was looking for. But now, Supa taking down Caliste once, he has the chance to do it again, to take his spot at MSI and to cement himself as the winner of this rivalry as one of the best ADCs in EU. And more than that, it's France versus Spain. There's so much at stake between these two teams. There's their own personal pride, their regional pride, and the two fan bases clashing it out.
Wow, great job, Jack. That was amazing, and I think you put it all into words how much. I think this rivalry means so much, and I cannot overstate how impressive that is, because we live in a league where it was G2, where it was Fnatic, where it was then the Mad Lions, and now it's all Movistar KOI KC. That is, I think, even for neutrals who are not part of KC of Movistar KOI, is the most exciting match to watch right now.
I mean, everyone feels the tension. Everyone feels the tension, and it's like you can cut it with a knife. It's just so exciting, and no one wants to lose.
No, for me, it's also just the fact that these teams have just rallied with fan bases bigger than almost the esports itself. Like, I think it's the fact that you have two teams here that can both fill out stadiums, who both deserve with this kind of fan base to go to an international stage, to bring the fandom to these places, but only one of them can go, and that's what's so ridiculous between the rivalry between these two teams.
I mean, all the parallels being drawn, they're both having road shows, they're big fan bases, France versus Spain being caught up in the middle of it. It's an incredible rivalry, and I'm so excited for this match.
It's so cool. I love the way you put that, Goldberg. They they are owed more than just playing in this studio.
Absolutely.
They are owed arenas in the way they get their fans going and they play themselves. But I wonder, when you look at, for instance, Supa versus Kalista in that last best of 5, when you look at how Movistar KOI really rose above, how much do we feel like that was a one day where they could play at the top of their game for 5 games? And can they do that again?
I mean, it was the best I ever saw Supa this year, for sure. Like, he was just so calm and collected, and I think in those late game team fights, that was what made the difference between him and Kalist. Kalist was continuously making mistakes. Supa, on the other hand, barely made any, and that's what some of that series came down to.
I mean, to me, the impressive thing about that series was the fact that MKOI adapted to the new patch way better than any other team at that day. And I feel like they just was so ahead of the meta. They realized the Senna, they realized all these situations where you can put your AD carry on an island alone. And I think Supa did that so flawlessly. And now I really wonder, has Casey caught up? Has Casey finally realized that this is what's up? And they're gonna match MKOI in their own game?
Yeah, when you look at it from KC's angle, also, they came here and they won in winter. They firmly set their feet at the top of the mountain in EU. It's all about that feeling of this one best of 5 now. We lost to them before, and if we lose today, we're not going to MSI. We have to be in a timeout until summer, and that is just not the way we're built.
I think they got a little bit cocky in their last BO5. It was not the Kalist we were used to. It was not the Vlad we were used to. We've seen them dominate team fights. We've seen them create so much pressure, so much space, and be the difference maker. And that wasn't what we saw. I agree. MKOI, they had a fantastic series. But KC, they're looking so much better now. Against their series against Fnatic, sure, Fnatic looked shaky, but that was some of the best League of Legends I've seen from KC all this split.
And I agree with that. I think it's one of those things where they barely made any mistakes in that series. They barely had to drop the ball in terms of any map movements. They were always matching Fnatic. They were always ahead of the play. But I also think MKOI has had time. And it's not like their weaknesses weren't exposed. They still lost 2 games to KC, right? They still lost to G2, which is a lot of lessons learned. And they had an entire week as well to figure out what was that went wrong. And I think they can apply that to today.
Yeah, Finn, what we heard after that match versus G2 was we put so much into getting ready for that best of 5 versus KC that we ran out of steam, quite literally. Now they've had a lot of time to prepare for this one.
I mean, last weekend really came down to, I think, MKOI's masterfully crafted preparation coming into that series. And as you highlighted, they've had so much time to once again go into that chamber and really dig deep into the weaknesses of KC. So I expect an MKOI that is well prepared, and I expect an MKOI that is ready to pounce on the cracks in the surface of the KC war machine.
Oh, preparation can only get you so far, my friend. If a team is better, they're just better. I think KC's gonna win, and I don't think it's gonna be close.
Okay, do you want to do predictions?
I said the Fnatic KC series would be close. It would be back and forth, would be 5 games. KC blew it out of the water. They're gonna do it again today. KC 3-0.
Whoa!
I disagree so heavily. I think it will be close. I think it's gonna be a close series, but I think MKOI showed, as they did last time, that they can beat KC. I'm gonna say 3-2 MKOI.
And I have so much faith in the preparation of MKOI, of learning of their own mistakes, of fine-tuning some of the issues that they had going up against KC, that I'm saying 3-1 today to MKOI.
I love it. The panel is divided. A strong prediction from Jack Spectra, and it also shows what KC wants to do here today, because they don't just want to win, they want to embarrass them going into tomorrow. But Movistar KOI, they did it once. Supa gave a superhuman performance. Who's to say he cannot do it again? Let's go. KC versus Movistar KOI in our spring finals weekend.
Last time I was very cocky playing against MKOI, and this time I'm gonna be more humble. We always managed to stomp them.
Eliza slows down Supa, perfectly timed ulti with the feathers out in a double root. Supa's made fun of them!
Look how they celebrated game 1. They don't believe themselves that they can win against us, you know?
The first seed chooses, forever they will regret the day that they crossed the mighty MKOI.
I think our biggest improvement was mentally. We now come really prepared into the matches, which is a big improvement from last split.
Looking at both teams, I will say KC is a lot better. I think MKOI is more of they peak very high, but they also have very low lows. So that's why I think KC is a much tougher opponent.
Connor will fall. No healing, so damn much!
God. Cloudy, the pushback knocks him into the team, but again, it does not matter. The Azir is just ready to style. Upset, running for his life to the final moments of Fnatic in spring. KC, complete dominance.
I think MKOI is going to be harder than Fnatic. We really have to prepare a lot and be very decisive against them. This split, we've worked more than any other team. I think we deserve it just more than any other team.
Kana flashes away, the engage is there before he turns into a big bad beastie boy. Mewen, he's going to grasp him for the kill. The sidestep backwards was so clean.
Mervin has this, oh, he might counterpick you to Oblivion and you can't play the game because you just find something very weird. But definitely for me, the most challenging player to play against is Kana.
Oh, hang on, Jojo.
Oh, yeah. Jojo going to get hit. That's the power of shield bash, baby! Down into the ground, the Sundered Slam!
I think we will easily go to finals, and I think we will also beat G2.
Mickey will fall to Vladdy, but now KC want more. Kana is out for blood. He took an objective. He wants to take their lives. Knocked back with a Thundering Blow. Montage does not stop. Kalist with a double in mid.
MSI is at stake, our egos are at stake, fanbase is at stake.
Elioya goes to the engage, and it's Alvaro who turns it back. A shot down onto Gliss. KC's turn is going devilly wrong!
Now we finally get our second chance against them, so if they beat us this time, then for sure they really deserve it, but I don't believe it's going to happen. We are better than them.
Kana can't do much else, and a triple over to Super, but Koi bring back the beast.
I would prefer to face KC in the finals because I want my revenge. They beat us last time very convincingly. We are very, very upset about that, and we don't want to let anyone else but us win the trophy.
Finals weekend begins now, and with a rivalry to kick us off, you know it's going to be good eats. KC and Koi will be accompanied by myself, by Dagda, and by Vetis, in which we hope is another great best of 5 like we got at the start of playoffs.
We heard nothing but confidence from these players, and I'm excited to see what they deliver on the Rift today.
You know they're going to be going at each other's throats. This means so much for either side, for the players, and not only that, with finals on the line, with MSI on the line, you have to leave everything on the Rift today.
Both would be good representatives, but there can only be one, and in a best of 5 fearless, we know all guns will be blazing. When last time around, it got pushed to the wire, a 5-game series. A lot of people saying that Koi should have 3-1'd it, but KC were resilient, and in a big surprise, the underdogs that Koi were managed to push through.
I really felt that Koi could have won in fewer games, given how they were playing. I like that Yike opened up the video by saying that they came in overconfident in that series, and I think it was evident in the gameplay. We turn our attention to the Fnatic series, though, and KC just made fun of them, picking them apart, a quick 3-0 stomp. This is a different KC going up against this Koi today.
And Redhead talks about on Euphoria, saying, look, we needed to go back to playing our game. Focus on Dragons, focus on playing our style, focusing on our team fights, and that's kind of what we got to see against Fnatic. It was clean, it was calculated, they knew where they needed to be on the Rift, but have they learned from the drafts that they had last time around against MKOI? Picks like Trundle, picks like the Galio from MKOI, kind of catching KC off. We'll have to see if they're going to be more prepared this time around.
What's open for first, gentlemen, in our Game 1 draft?
Senna. It's something that the last time these teams faced, we saw Jace permanently banned away from the side of Koi. They didn't want to hand that over to Kana, and Koi put a very high priority on trying to take Senna out of the pool. Now they see themselves as wanting to get it very early on in this series. The likely response from Kalista is going to be something like the Varus or potentially the Ezreal, 2 of his most played from this split.
Yeah, we have seen teams starting to pick up things like the Smolder to try and match that scaling from the Senna, but we'll have to see if that is going to be the same, because it looks like they're going to try and take that firepower into the bottom lane, but Pantheon already taken off the board. I thought they might actually go for something like the Xin Zhao, because I feel like that's where Elioya will try and take a lot of his aggression. Yeah. Something like a Senna to pair alongside this incredibly strong early game skirmishing jungler always works great.
Yike is definitely known for playing the Pantheon, but so far in playoffs he hasn't been bringing it out, which means that coming into this best of 5, I think it's both a denial, taking away some of that early global side lane pressure that MKOI love to try and leverage, but also giving them a little bit more early game options, because by locking in the Kalista, KC is already setting up the game plan that we want to attack bot lane.
Now we just have to see. You're going to go for the Xin Zhao. I imagine the Nautilus will be next to follow. That's kind of been the pairing that we've seen alongside the Senna.
Also, if they pick
yet to be
we can
revealed.
drop as well.
As you could also try and leave it. Like, there are plenty of things that we could pair with the Senna on the bottom side. You've seen like Alistair, you've seen Gragas, we've seen plenty of other stuff. But I think that would be the priority here for me.
Ooh, the RE5 might very well be the direction from MKOI. It's something that we did see early on in the series, the last time that they played up against each other. With Talia taking away that Pantheon-Talia combo, something that they're not as scared of. So getting yourself the RE not only gives a comfort pick for Jojo, but also sets you up nicely with a large plethora of junglers. Prioritizing the Gwen, definitely surprising me here from Koi.
So I think the call is saying, look, you could potentially go for the Rumble here as KC on red side.
Yeah.
So MKOI trying to preemptively say, hey, we're going to take the Gwen, deny you going for the Rumble, and then being able to ban away the Gwen and the Galio, which MKOI did bring out the last time around. So we'll have to see if it is just going to be mid or top.
Because last time we had a big discussion that, like, Kana doesn't really play that defensive. We had a Cassante game, but, you know, I think we also had a Song game, if I'm not mistaken. That's about it. So Mirwin really throwing the odds in the pool.
What I think is really interesting about this Gwen is because, as you highlight, Dagda, it's very much about forcing KC into a choice. Do you want to lock in your support here to get a good matchup with the Kalista? Do you want to try and respond to our mid lane pick or our top lane pick? Because now we get the pick of the litter of what we can take away from you. So by removing the Renata, it means that if they had picked Nautilus themselves, the likelihood of a Renata coming through with the Kalista would have been a not very favorable bot lane. But now they get a lot of comfort in both top, mid, and bot, and there's still a very deep jungle pool for them to play with.
I still don't think Kana has good options here. Like, you can go for the Jax, especially since we're not getting banned towards that top lane, more of a focus on towards the support pool. So could end up taking the Jax, could even end up taking something like the Mbess if you really want to, and Kana had that pop-off performance on it the other day. But also Kana quite comfortable on the Gnar, which can work in there. But even banning the Rumble here from MKOI, even with a matchup that is decent, they just don't want to give that over towards Kana.
So, boys, I'm a bit distracted. It is like a nightclub in here. And they're finally shown up. I know it was a little bit quiet last time we saw KC. That should get them riled, though, because I'm seeing either an Akali top or a Ryze top for game one.
Yeah, I think that might be an Akali top as an answer into the Gwen. It gives you a bit of early trading power. But I don't know how much I really believe in the matchup. I mean, this is the thing you've always got to... I'm excited to see what Kana can bring. Usually we think of Mirwin as the counter-pick guy, but Kana, we know how well he plays on the carries. Let's see what ends up being top lane.
The surprising thing to me is that they're showing it this early. I would have assumed that, hey, you were going to try and take something a little bit, like, even if you want to take support here, take the Rel, say you're totally happy in that bottom side, but kind of showing themselves, or at least keeping a target as the counter-pick. But again, it kind of leaves you going, hey, well, where do we want to try and fill out the rest of the draft? It could easily be the Ryze top, though. Like, push into the Gwen. The only thing is it's hard to land your EW, the root, into the Shroud. So, yeah, I'm curious exactly what the game plan is here.
Good answer. We've got strong AD threats, strong AP threats. Where's he engaged, though, so far outside of the Pantheon, Jensen, outside of Callisterol?
I think you just take the Alistar here. I think that's how you round it out. It's good into the Rel on the bottom side. You've got the option then to go for the engage. Kalista can set you up as well, but is it the Rakan instead, holding off?
They're thinking about faster engage, it seems. The ability to snap engage, paired alongside the Pantheon and the Ryze. I mean, this KC composition, I would say it's volatile in the sense that very squishy. The first thing I notice is when you think if you're second onto an objective and you have to face check, who's that champion that's going to be the first to walk in? Pantheon, maybe because he has the E, the ability to block things, but like it's very squishy team. But on side lanes, it's terrifying. Your ability to skirmish, duel is very threatening, but at the same time, Koi have really good scaling thanks to the center. They've got good pick potential. They have solid teamfight options thanks to both the Gwen, the Wukong, and the Rel. I feel like on paper, Koi's composition is just very well-rounded.
And I think this is something that KC did to a good extent in Game 2 versus MKOI, where they end up like bypassing things like the Azir, which was left open. They first pick the Yone and they say, hey, we want to try and play for side lanes and play through that strength. They get these early leads and then they start to rotate around the map well, and that was kind of what we saw from KC against Fnatic too. So looks like that's what KC are saying, this is the winning formula. Let's just try and continue it here.
All we request in this best of 5 is a game of brilliance. And what we got in our first series, our round 1 where KC picked up Koi and chose them to battle it out, was exactly that. The fans are out from Spain, from France alike. They have filled up our stadium, our studio, 200 plus people rearing to go. Remember, the trophies and opportunities are taken, they're not given. Between Koi and KC, between France and Spain, this is war in this best of 5.
And it's a bit of a role reversal from what we saw in Winter. In Winter, it was MKOI who were knocked down to the lower bracket by KC, where they have to face off against the 6th place team, beat Fnatic, face off against them again in this third place match. This time around, it's actually KC who have to do that same route through that lower bracket, but can things be different now for MKOI? Can they take down KC a second time and put themselves towards MSI in finals? Or can KC find that rematch of the winter finals against G2?
And then the desk was talking a lot about it as we get a small invade here from Targamas, but Super and Alvaro felt like they're on a different page, or at least insane page versus the KC bot lane last time. I think you guys, were we casting that together? Was it the three of us doing that?
It was Nightmare.
Oh, it was. But we were here.
You use it the same though, right?
Yeah, right, it's true.
Oh, that's why it's the accent.
It's true. But it's the last time that they played up against each other, honestly, it really did feel like KOI were in the driver's seat for the majority of that series. Game 2, KC did get an early lead. They then made a massive throw into the Baron play, and then there was a counter throw from KOI. It was a bloody back and forth, which is a really good description of the series. I feel like that Elyoya, we were talking about it earlier, Dagda, he was the big player in the early game that was building these leads for KOI and how he controlled Yike. But also as a philosophy, KOI did a very good job of limiting Kana's impact on the game. And like you see it in the stats as well. When Kana was ahead, when Kana was having impact in the game, that is when we saw KC be a menace to deal with.
Yeah, and that's where I think a lot of that focus from Elyoya was shut down Yike in the mid lane, but also towards that top side, and see if you can just take him out of the equation. Especially on the Rumble, it was like, hey, we're just not going to fight, we're going to try and control things, and a huge amount of it, Super actually has to flash away in the bottom side already.
Big summoner.
Yeah, but it was KC saying, hey, we want to try and fight towards things like Dragon, but burning key ultimates before that objective, and that's what made it very difficult for them in those later portions. So I think that's what I'll be keeping my eyes out today, is to see, have KC learn from overextending pre-objective fights, or can MKOI continue to punish through that?
Well, so far, KC are playing with the push in bot lane. They also have the push in top. Of course, Kana picking this Akali into the Gwen. One of my concerns about that matchup is that it's possible to dodge the E from Akali depending on how far away she is from the Gwen. Sure. But Kana very confident in the matchup given that he is picking into it, and the fact that they're both running Ignite, it's a very volatile top lane. You've got to be very conscious about how you use your mobility skills because the presence of a jungler can very quickly swing that matchup.
I think it also means that it's going to be difficult in the later portion of the game for MKOI to really utilize their... Oh, actually, hang on a second. Super no flash.
Engage, but Super is blocked for the time being. Kalist steps up to the plate, but Alvaro's in the way.
But sorry, I was going to say, for MKOI to really use their engage tools, right? Everyone in MKOI wants to go forward. Alvaro jumps in, Elyoya follows, Jojo Pion trying to snipe with a charm. But if you've suddenly got an Akali who's dishing out damage onto your Sen in the back line, it's full retreat mode for MKOI. So trying to manage this Akali in the later portion of the game can be tough if Kana's in a good spot.
And you can see in this early skirmish, it's very easy for the Akali to bully out the Gwen. You just have that slight range advantage thanks to your Q. You don't run out of mana like the Gwen does, which means that in the wars of attrition, you do just end up winning, especially if Bwin can't get those grass procs off. But in terms of farm, they're both doing very, very well. Oh, I do notice Bwin is very low on the top side of the map.
He senses that. Despite he senses walking in, yet top just solo killed. We'll pause for now because KC, this is their invade. KOI want to ward them off and get Yike out, but the level 4 Pantheon will not cede to anyone. Smite down from Yike, full health bar. Elyoya pays respect and pays the price.
I mean, while this skirmish is happening on the bot side of the map, I really hope we get a replay because Kana just straight up solo kills Bwin on the top side of the map. We were talking about how the matchup is favorable, especially in the early game, and then Kana just finds, I guess, a dive underneath the tower.
I mean, he was called the solo kill king in 2020 LCK, and we get to see it here as well. Bwin just not respected it yet underneath the tower. Great combo from Kana, and walks out scot-free.
He doesn't have flash, of course, so both summoners now burned as he teleports back. But that's a big kill, and Vetti, I was going to come in and chime in with the mana you were talking about. Bwin had none of it. Kana had all of it. And now with that solo kill, Kana once again in a good place in another matchup.
But also just connecting that E in the 1v1 matchups, it's so much damage. Not only because it procs the passive, but also just the raw damage of it is so high. Yeah. So by connecting that and with the Ignite, just a great solo kill from Kana. And we talked about how Elyoya did a good job of mitigating his impact in the previous series. Well, he's already off to the races here in game 1.
Look where the wave's at. Oh, that's rough for Bwin.
Yeah, the fact you get to hold it here, but also the fact that Bwin doesn't know where Yike is. He did just reset to go back to base, but he has a fairly decent idea that Yike is probably on this top side of the map, so you can see how much respect he has to give, and Kana is just bluffing that the jungler is here at any point in time, so Miran has to fall back.
Also, Vladdy is doing a nice thing. If you keep your eyes on the minimap, every now and then he's just walking into Fog of War. That threat, that presence of a potential roam forces both the top and bot side to play a little bit more defensively, especially when we turn our attention back to bot lane and look at the state of the wave. Super stuck underneath this tower. The push continues to come through from Kalista and Targamas, getting that early summoner spell from Super. Right now, Yike doesn't need to do anything because his laners are just popping off.
And I think that's the big difference here that we saw this game so far versus the last series. It's KC burning summoner spells on bottom, being able to punish now for Dragon. Kana being able to get that solo win as well on that top side. This is KC, at least 6 minutes in, having a very strong start to this series.
Now, the swap that we would typically expect, you've got to be very careful if you're KC because you want to keep these matchups if you can. It's not ideal for you to have Akali playing in the 2 versus 1, even if she has this kill. And you also don't want to alleviate the pressure that's coming down onto Super and Alvaro. So while you might turn your attention to the grubs, ideally you just want to play into where KOI send their laners.
They even look for a play on the bottom side as well. Yike hovering here, and Supa's flash is just not quite off cooldown.
True.
Push is coming. Ryze is moving. I think this is a dive.
As you said, full mana bar on Vladdy as well, so he's got a lot to play with in resources. Yike is probably getting sniffed out here by Super and Alvaro. Alvaro walking up to the wave. Super so cautious, stacked a really good call out on the summoner spell, because it's up in about 5 seconds, and now Yoya's now here to Shadow to help out as those plates start falling down.
Yeah, the thing is, though, you can see on the mini-map that basically Ryze had moved down here, as Betty was saying, just hovering the river, but it meant that Jojo had to go the whole way down here. You've now also called the jungler into position as well to try and protect this, but the wave just died underneath the tower, and that's all that KC really needed. They just play patient and get the win.
And that's the beauty of it. The threat of the dive was enough to get them what they want. The CS discrepancy, there's a 25 CS gap already between the 280 carries. Yeah. Kalista's built himself up a 600 gold lead. The boots have now been upgraded with the recurve bow as he makes his way back to bot lane. And just, again, the KC side lanes right now going super well. And even if Vladdy's a little bit behind, he's doing what he needs to because he's just using the threat of Fog of War. And while KOI are doing what they can to cover for vision, the reality is that even if they spot him, the fact that he can just ulti into a spot means that they can't.
Well, then we go back to something that KOI might have to start leaning on again like they did in the last series, which is this man right here, who once again got one of his best champions, his most comfortable champions as well. Jojo, this split has been pretty good. He's getting ganked. He's also healed up by Targamas, or rather, the movement's been given over. Good charm in the end. Jojo not able to dodge up. I hope I didn't curse him under turret. Vladdy going to chunk him, but this is the overload. But Jojo now low with teleport on a bit of a cooldown.
Yeah, Jojo had a fantastic time in the Ahri last time around. It was a case of, hey, we're going to try and put pressure in towards this mid lane with Ayoya playing towards mid, putting pressure onto Vladdy and opening up him to go for some of these dives and plays and even turn around that fantastic dive in the top lane where KC tried to take him with 3 members. But here, hasn't found that same success. The Elyoya just not quite as strong in the early games as this Pantheon, and KC starting to run away with it.
And notice again, KC bringing their bot lane to where KOI's bot lane is. They're keeping them matched. They're keeping the top lane matchup matched as well. Now KC in a position to secure these grubs, but KOI...
engaged turn, great by Alvaro again on Rally, gets it back to Storm and Vladdy. He's kaput. Over to Jojo to start the fight off as Cyclone into a Yike who decided to be here. His ulti's already down. Yike has no escape, and now Yoya knows it. What a punish and what a charm again! This is what you don't give Jojo, this sexy little fox.
Alvaro was huge on that engage. The flash, 3-man, sets up for the stun on Vladdy. Ryze is rinsed, and MKOI stand tall.
I mean, KOI just got tired of being pushed around. A fantastic engage from Alvaro as he connects onto 2. The Ryze is chain CC'd and has nowhere to go. Kalista's trying his damnedest to get the damage out. He doesn't quite have enough to get the kill onto Alvaro. And then Elyoya knows, with his level 6 still up, with a dash on the ulti from Jojo as well. Kana joins the fight, but there's little that he can do. And they get 3 kills for nothing.
Huge fight there as well. I'm going to give you a grub count in a second where 2 taken by KC, 1 denied by KOI, and a 1k or rather 500 gold lead that's come out of thin air when those side lanes were getting bullied bruised, battered so damn hard in this early game. Now mitigated, and let's not forget, guys, Jojo came out of that lane with a bit of a gold lead. He now surmounts a kill with Lost Chapter in his pocket as well.
I also think just Supa getting the early kill as well helps out, because he was starting to fall very far behind. You can see about 25, 26 CS difference there for Kliss. So if you can actually get him to a static shift, he can now contest in the wave. He's in just a better position overall. And as you say, side lane's now a little bit nicer for them. And even Mirren in that fight as well, doing a good job of just keeping Kana out. You end up using that ultimate to just keep Kana at arm's reach and deny him access to the fight, because you can see if he could actually get on towards Supa or anyone there, it could have been a very different story.
Ultimately, though, when we look at the game state as a whole, it's not the end of the world for KC. What that play did was kind of close the gap that had been built. So now KC's laners that were being bullied on side, as Dagda was saying, they're just not as far behind as they were. The static shift now being completed on Supa provides him with a lot more wave clear. But KC, they still have 2 grubs to 1. They still have the first dragon. The next dragon is spawning now. And I feel like KOI, their priority should not be trying to fight, force the fights here, especially when, like,
ooh, big execution. Starts us off, doesn't it? Ignites down. Mirren not tagged because outside the W, I believe. Kana doesn't get the damage off, but it's turning into a dive. Dagda is Mirren dead.
I think he is. Yike.
It's quickness. The meter work's going to help out, isn't it? But for how long? Close with an easy kill and an easy dive.
Yeah, I think this is actually huge for KC, because if you end up going for some kind of fight here, Yike's ultimate isn't quite off cooldown. Vladdy just used his in the top side, so they kind of wanted that pick to cement something here. And now you end up leaning over towards the Dragon. Vladdy playing very safe under the mid lane tower, denying MKOI any sort of answer.
Also just a smooth rotation. The push in mid, into the rotation, through to the bot side jungle. They drop some wards, they make the dive happen. All set up initially by Kana's play. Just, again, you can see this coordination from KC in the early game looks very good. But KOI, I feel like that one of their biggest strengths is their ability to find team fights, the way in which they snap engage on the team fights. And again, keep track of LEC. He's just continuing to farm up. He has a small gold lead for now, but crucially, completing that Trinity Force, a very expensive item in the early game, kind of covered for thanks to the fact that he got that early kill. And now, like, KOI is sparking very nicely on these first items.
Yeah, I think this is, though, when you come to side lanes, MKOI have to be a little careful, because Yike has that ultimate up and available, and we've seen how well Kana's been training against Mirren on the side lane. So if you end up going low as Mirren against Kana, it's very easy for Yike to try and ult in there. You can see Mirren kind of giving that respect as the wave is pushing away from him, which is going to continue to open up the CLS lead for Kana bit by bit. But looks like MKOI moving bot side, they want to try and break that.
There we go, he's spot on a ward for now. There's no objective down here. It's simply as well just giving a bit of coverage as the wave pushes up. Alvaro to do the same thing. Kana's very slippery. His ulti's almost back up and available, if not now, actually. As you see in the top right-hand corner. I guess we'll just wait till the Herald comes through, and I'm glad. I'm glad that already we've had a lot of deep thinking coming through from KC, a lot of adaptation, it seems, from the last series, as MKOI doing the same.
Look at the difference on the map, though. We've got MKOI all hovering bot side, and we got Yike and Targwist now who are looking across map, get the vision down. You've even got Kliss moving up. They want to make a play towards Jojo, I think, but he realizes it. No wave there, so he's just going to try and back away. Maybe even full reset so they can't look for anything.
The vision control from KC is good. They're keeping track of what LEC is up to as he continues to farm through his jungle. Yike, though, yet to have a hugely impactful ultimate. He does have it available. I mean, in an ideal world, I think he wants to try and play with Kalista and Targamas. I think they have some of the best setup, potentially alongside the Rise as well, if you can get in range. But trying to gank an Ahri is very difficult just because she has both the flash and the ultimate available to her. This mid lane, though, being as short as it is, and Supa playing incredibly safe, Yike doesn't have a huge amount of options, so I imagine the Rift Herald will be the next big point of contention. I think it's important for both sides. KC with their composition is very skirmish-heavy, side lane dominant. Ideally want to use it to break open this mid lane tower because of how difficult it can be to siege with this composition of KC. But KOI, they can use it to slow the game down. They can deny that ability of KC to siege and also just have a bit of threat on the side lane towers as well.
I think MKOI would really like Mirren to be able to finish his first item before that next objective, because TP is basically going to be up across the board for that Rift Herald fight, but not having that Rift Maker, looks like it's about to reset maybe for now, does make things tough, but that bottom tower, very low, so if Mirren ends up resetting for that item, I think it makes it a little tough then, for you contest both Rift Herald and bottom tower, so I think that's where KC trying to put that pinch on them to make that tough call.
And since the Gwen change, these items feel so much more impactful. Her mid-game, as we know, has been strengthened so heartily by Riot. So that item call out dagger is really, really important, considering that now Herald spawns in a second, Alvaro's getting pushed out, KC have priority over the river, with Yike already showing up in the back of it.
Kana doing a really good job of keeping the pressure up, as Dacta was saying. He just wants to keep Mewin underneath the tower, doesn't want to allow him the opportunity to base. Looks like he's going to push in this last wave, though. Has the TP available, and he's going to go back and spend some gold. It looks like the Herald going to be started off. I'm expecting our next battle to happen around here.
But seeing Alvaro with Flash with Magnustorm available, like last fight in this same spot, is a danger I need to watch against KC.
I think wards like this, though, are going to be dangerous for the Akali, because she can always TP in behind MKOI as they try and contest. So you can kind of see, okay, it's going to be the gate out, but Kana always has these options to go for it as Alvaro.
Engages onto Alvaro. It's a quickness in response. Targma starts it off. Crashdown is disengaged. TP comes first out of Mirwin. On the other side, I see Jojo teleporting to another angle in front of a ward because it picked off Yike, who ran in charm. Went astray. It's not the same as last fight. It's Cyclone as well in the back. Kana rinsing them. He's going to die. That's the trade-off, though. With the pressure he's provided, he's made it a 4 for 4. Rather, excuse me, it's Koi with numbers down.
Kana taking down Jojo and Alvaro. Looked a little dicey as he went into the backline, but here we go.
This is a semi-global that adds even more. Mirwin's caught out. This is like a fridge without a freezer. What's the point? Kalis is going to take him down, and another bite the dust.
The snap engage from KC is very difficult for Koi to deal with. When it's KC that decide the terms of the fight, is Kalist getting very low.
It is a center with one item.
TP will come in to keep Kalist healthy. The dragon is spawning, and I think everyone's taken too much damage, so now KC needs to get back out onto the map. No objective going to be gained, even though they found a number of kills.
And still, though, everyone in KC moving down towards Dragon, that's going to be the focus. Alvaro stepping forward, but no room prison to keep him in place just yet.
Alvaro doesn't have his Magnet Storm, though. If this turns into a fight, the big engage that we've relied on, which we didn't see last fight, is not there. Crash down regardless. Targetmas caught out. His Celestial Blessing buying time, and Kalist comes in to save the play. And front to back now with the Fates call as well, and Kana finding the cutoff angle. The top laner, Korean, is doing it again with a Shuriken Flip land in place. Elyoya will drop where he stands. KC are winning fights back to back.
KC have come to play. They want to right the wrongs that MKOI had the last time they faced off. But every fight, KC are turning back against MKOI.
KC are keeping it very simple. They're just picking a target and killing them, then turning their attention onto the next target. There is no coordinated front-to-back play coming out from Koi. They are disconnected in how they approach these fights, and KC individually are just outplaying them.
Yeah, you can see it here as you start to step forward. Targamas is fine to go forward. He always has the Fates call to keep himself safe, and as Alvaro engages on him, he's got no way to get out. Room prison, CC down. Targamas next to follow, and Kana was in the top half of the map, so he just walks down to cut off the escape, set up for the play. His ultimate's about to come off cooldown as well, but doesn't even need it. It's just KC, as Vedi was saying, take your pick, finish them off, and just continue rolling through them.
And they find themselves already at Soul Point, 18 minutes into the game, 3 dragons secured.
Jojo, he was in the middle of the way, but now he's in trouble. Yikes, getting the stun down, last of the Spirit Rush, but he's not getting out. Jojo down for Floody, and this Ari game will not be the same as his last.
It's just a skirmish composition. This is exactly what KC want, to find lots of little fights and turn them in their favor.
They still have the ult from Yike as well if they really want to contest on towards this. Realm Warp from Vladdy almost off cooldown. MKOI, they have to abandon ship. They know they don't have the numbers advantage they need to get the cross map.
The fish struggling to breathe in water here. KC will readily take over this big bite pond as Koi still have 10 seconds. Jojo not up and available, and no TP to join in. At least for now, Alvaro's presence delays the play. KC going to reset here, but on a ward, stopping the back. Won't come in as they see Kalist return.
KC just want to get back, spend their gold. You can already see 2 items now completed for Kalist. Should be second item completed for Vladdy on this reset as well. And now you can just brute force your way into a ton of these objectives. It's just been really good from KC, utilizing all these globals to keep pressure up continuously on the map.
So we find ourselves now approaching the 20-minute mark. Do a quick Senna stacks check-in. 60 is normally about the average, and it looks like Super's about on pace. But Koi find themselves with the game slowly slipping away from them as KC continue to find picks and skirmishes that go in their favor. Targamas continues to take control over the space, and Kalist is right there behind him. Has the ultimate to take him to safety should they need. You can see how the momentum is very much shifted in favor of KC.
It does feel like a great lane for Kalist, and Targamas has shifted from what we saw last time. when Super and Alvaro are able to outplay. Kana doing the same. Mewen brings out the needlework, but he's going to need it against different members. KC flanked from the foreground, but in front, Kana stands his ground. Teleport to send him away with Herald to block and take the turret. KC have top open as well, while Jojo's trying to get bot.
I was going to say, honestly, nicely done by Mewen. TP out, so he doesn't end up dying. You end up using Rift Herald for a trade of towers, so KC kind of need to get a little bit more, but they're not really going to be able to. So even though KC have the lead, at least that's MKOI kind of evening the play for Rift Herald, but Elyoya maybe fishing for more.
Mewen going to catch this top wave, so he will at the very least get something back. Jojo kind of draws our attention once again. The last time we saw him on the champion against KC, he had some incredible charm plays, and I think he's going to have to find some picks for his team if they want to start swinging these fights in their favor. But crucially, I think it's a matter of Alvaro being the one to initiate the fights for KOI. Right now, we're seeing KC basically decide how a lot of these fights are happening, and it's also important that KOI coordinate together as a 5-man unit around how they want to approach on these fights. Because you've got to remember that KC have multiple damage threats. Even if you manage to catch out Kalist, that might not be enough, as Kana will have free reign on your backline that you really can't do much to stop.
Yeah, and I think you kind of said it earlier already, it's just how safe both AD carries are playing in the midway. It means it's really difficult to try and catch Kalist. But if you try and play for sides, you've always got Yike who can show up with the ultimate, you've got Vladdy who can try and realm warp in. This is where a game like this becomes suffocating for MKOI, and you kind of just have to take your chance. Like, pick one, try and snipe them off, and hope that you won't get the counter punch coming through from KC.
May I just say, Super's position in this game, not only is he going to take so much damage from Kalista's Accelerator, but how hard is it as a center to itemize against AP burst mages, things like Ryze, things like Akali? When all that's diving on his head, Super has to be in the perfect place at the perfect time, and in 45 seconds you're going to find out if KOI are in time to stop this soul that KC have been mounting slowly but surely.
Yeah, the wave is pushed in on bot side though, and I saw a lot of pings going on, but Mervin doesn't have TP to try and answer, so kind of just going to try and push out that wave and then give them a ton of opportunities to try and get into positions here. There's just very little vision for MKOI as to what KC are up to in this river.
I love Dagda, you know, you don't have to, I don't know what you apologize there for, but that's just the nice guy in you showing up. You're getting us ready in a very nice, soothing way for 15 seconds of the fight. KOI, maybe the same flash, engage the all-in. It works! Kalist is down! He's caught out! This is giving me deja vu, but Parkman recovers the fight, puts him up against the wall, and Kana slides us right through! Mewen sidestep, but Kana shuriken flip, he's landed that, he's on no HP, he goes back in! Super flashes away! Dies to a spear! But the center of game one warms your heart!
How the hell did KC just win that? The AD carry is picked off. Vladdy looks next on the chopping block, but somehow they burst through everyone.
It's Kalist that falls first. The engage from KOI looks clean, but the arrival of Kana changes everything. A beautiful charm comes through from Targamas to set up for the execution from Kana. A fantastic fight gives space for Vladdy to then work with Yike to clean things up. And then Kana thinks to himself, oh, you know what, maybe I can actually do enough damage to kill him. But then Super gets the better of it.
Man, having a rise with that engaged Targamas, big props, and Dagda said it best. How the hell did KC win that fight?
Look at that damage!
There's the Akali top damage at 23 minutes into the game. Let's also add in Ryze early. Let's add in a Pantheon because Kalist wasn't in that fight. That was a superb effort from the French.
I mean, it's really understandable why so many considered Kana MVP material of the split, and it's because he's just, his impact in games where he even has a slight lead is always so noticeable.
Yeah.
2K with the Akali as the lead, they secured the soul, they've set their sights now on the Arakan, which they're likely going to get completely uncontested. KC in firm control of game one.
Yeah, and especially as Jake was already highlighting there, the fact you've got Hex Tech Soul now for KC off the back of it, yeah, it was a phenomenal circle, great circle usage. But yeah, I think it's just, this is so difficult, and for MKOI, it's got to be a little disheartening. Like, you're coming off the back of having that big win, but this is a different level from KC, and I think MKOI going to be going back and kind of re-looking at things, saying, how do we again try and go back to containing KC and getting that win?
I mean, KOI showed the formula for what a good fight can look for them. A really nice engage comes through from Elyoya, the immediate shutdown onto Kalist. The problem is, Elyoya used his ulti pretty much on one, maybe two targets. Alvaro used his ultimate onto a single target, and we've realized that that's not enough. You need to have those ultimate hitting onto multiple people and getting a lot of initial damage down at the start of the fight if you want to turn this game in your favor. Or you find a way to stall this game out long enough that Super in isolation becomes a win condition and Senna's range and damage becomes too monstrous for KC to deal with.
I feel like that's up Koi's wheelhouse. Super is the monster of the league that, like Kalist, right, can carry over these fights, but
you got to get there.
You got to get there. That's, I was going to say, it's a very different state because I feel like what we've seen of Super is we've seen him on carries like the Kai'Sa, like the Xayah, you know, the Lucian game I remember as well when he got a big early lead. It wasn't a win, but still the lead came. Koi can't lean on that just yet. Now, push here from KC towards mid.
Kana's behind though.
Top wave getting done as well. Quickness onto Alvaro. He runs away. Realm Warp to catch him as well. And the support engages down. KC have got numbers again as they open up mid alongside.
KC are just collapsing so fantastically on the map. Kana pushes in bot, you get the push in top, and everyone just jumps onto the mid lane tower. Catches out Alvaro and might catch themselves a Baron.
Kana fancies Jojo right now. Shuriken flip. The fan of knives are out. It's a great charm. The binding comes through, they know exactly where he is. Kana gets tagged, but at the edge, he'll still take it. Jumps in, Shuriken flip. He has to ulti out. Doesn't want to go back in. The Dawning Shadow will not catch his life. Kana played with them, toyed with them while Baron went down at the cost of no lives.
They need to try and get out of here though. Vladdy's walked away. No Realm Warp available, but they're going.
Stuns up. Mewin wanted the kill, but now he's going to severely regret the day he walked into KC. Koi are going to stun him up, try and get their way out. He knows, Elyoya, that there's only one way out, and that's in a coffin. As Koi are getting picked apart, this game no longer close.
KC are just tearing Koi asunder. Every single pick, every single skirmish, Koi, they're just getting caught out everywhere. And Kana drawing so many tools in the mid lane as well to then get away to safety just adds insult to injury. Vladdy, he's getting dangerously low.
He is. Alvaro will get the engage, but it's about the follow-up here. Super autos him down. Shutdown goes to Alvaro, unfortunately, but it's a kill. The turnabout play, Flash calls down, and Alvaro has to escape once again as Super's just trying to use his range, but with Hextech Soul, there will be no more chase while another turret just goes down for the cost of that kill.
Definitely a whoopsie from Vladdy, but it does mean that Kana's able to get that bot lane turret, and KC continue to push MKOI back further and further into their base. Zanya's Hourglass from Vladdy means it's less likely to happen a second time, but
true.
At least it's a little bit of go for MKOI, but still map control for KC.
Bloodletter's Curse coming through from Jojo to add a little bit more magic shreds, hoping for Mewin to do more damage, but the problem is, I keep looking at that top lane matchup. Kana with a 2-level lead, a 3.4k gold lead, 3 fully completed items with the upgraded boots as well. I mean, Kana has just had a monster performance in this game one, and don't let the scoreline deceive you. His impact in these fights has been absolutely crazy.
Found out as well, thank you to our production team, he's 2-6 on Akali in his career. It feels like that score's just about to jump up, and you couldn't tell by this performance. Outside of the insanity there, I mean, Tarkman's his engage have been fantastic. He shows it once more to Alvaro, who's slowed down and will not be moving from that piece of ground. Collects with another, and the Realm Warp bringing in KC with Baron to try and end game one right in its track. Super, he's caught out as Vladdy looks for the stun. He'll flash in under turret, but Benny says he has a secret tool in the arsenal. He's not going to use it yet because he just gets his movement speed, gets on out charm. Okay, Sonya's beat damned. KC dropped their mid laner again.
Look, I said it was less likely he'd die, not unlike, you know. But here, a nice turnaround from MKOI and KC biting off more than they could chew. They could have just turned for the mid lane tower, could have opened up the structure, but this is kind of where we have seen KC at times fumble, is this excitement that comes into the game.
I'm not going to lie, Vladdy, he's just playing way too cocky. He is playing way too arrogantly. The game is not over yet, and honestly, he's wasting a lot of time. The Elder is now alive, and with him still dead for 20 seconds, this is a huge window for Koi. If they can steal the Elder, that's all they need to turn the whole game around.
KC have to look for some kind of pick before they get here, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Kana, seeing if he can get Mirror.
Oh, he got him with the Shuriken flip, and that damage puts him to half HP. Before the fight even begins, that guy is stressing right now because the whole of Koi have to walk into a pit where Vladdy might not be there, but 4 Fed members are.
But they're just trying to keep them away from the pit. It's Kalist just doing his damnedest, but here we go.
Onto Kana, but he's in the shroud. He Shuriken flips out. He's stunned up. He's Sonya's now. But look at the Elder. It's going to drop. Kana will die, but for the Dovahkiin to fall in response is going to be called worth.
All right, so Kana kind of pays for Vladdy's sins there.
Yeah, big
Makes
time.
sure that Koi cannot get into the pit. He draws all 5 members' attention, keeps them in the jungle, and this buys the space for Kalista and Yike to secure the Elder Dragon. So that potential turnaround win condition now denied from Koi.
Yeah, that was a big save from Kana and Co, because if MKOI had gotten towards the pit at all, they could look for that fight with Vladdy down, but for KC fans, very happy that they were able to keep them at bay. Does mean that KC probably won't get a lot of time to get value from this Elder Dragon, because you're still waiting on Kana to come back up and to get space in the map. You can see MKOI, while you have to deal with that, are able to push out these waves, but still might get a wave to play on, but it's more about denying MKOI from getting it in such a dire situation.
With 9.5 in your pocket, with so much control around the map, as you said earlier, Koi just have to kind of think about what they do for the next couple of games. Now, of course, Super is still scaling in this game, and we've seen crazy things in the LEC. This split, this year, that nothing is over. Nothing is done. Not until the Nexus falls at the very least.
Yeah, I do think for MKOI, it's going to come down to this Baron fight in a minute 20, though. They will have to try and wait out Elder before that. So they have to try and take space, but not cede complete control of KC to the Baron area, which is a very difficult dance to try and make when KC, at the moment, you can already see full control over that map as soon as MKOI leave their base.
The game feels slow right now, but basically, KC are just biding their time, waiting for the right wave. They still have the Elder for about 45 seconds. If they can get a fight, that would be ideal, but without the Baron empowered minions, the wave clear from Koi is enough to hold them back. Maybe they'll force a dive. Pantheon ult is coming through.
Yeah, they want to take it with Elder. They force it, no problem. Jojo's out. Stun's going to miss, but it opens access to the tier 3 turret. KC have now opened an inhibitor alongside it. Kana moves towards mid. One brick falls, the whole wall goes with it.
Another inhibitor going to be secured. Respect still being shown by Koi as the Elder, 10 seconds left. And now the Baron could be the focus for KC. So the momentum was riding high. Vladdy made 2 mistakes, I will say, which slowed the game down a little bit. But now KC back in the driver's seat. They picked apart the base. And now they're lying in wait for a pick, hoping that Koi face check in what is the darkness and full of terror.
I love Kana's positioning, though. MKOI need to go forward, which means that Super will be available on that back line, and that's all they're looking for, is Kana to get access to Super in a fight. And MKOI have no idea. They're going in dark.
One ward to be cleared out, none left remaining. Alvaro's been the engage, he needs a miracle, but KC surely won't let that happen. Kana sits over the wall, Alvaro a great engagement, they need follow-up with the Dawning Darkness following in. Koi hope, they wish for a prayer, but already the engage is down. Super's about to burn too, and KC just running forward. There was no dream, no way for Koi back in this game, and KC have made sure those underdogs stay dead.
Targamas with the fantastic counter-engage, phenomenal denial of the follow-up, means that KC clean sweep the fight, and they set their sights on the Nexus.
Great stuff from KC, a commanding game number 1 to start off the series.
This is what you expect. This is our first seed. This is our first stand representative. It's only game 1, and you don't want to be an Andy, but as Andrew Vedier would say, it's only just begun for the French.
Is that what I would say?
I've heard you say that 3 times today.
If you've been called a game 1 Andy, that's exactly what you would say.
Fantastic performance. I was a little bit scared about the comp from KC, but the way they skirmished, the way they found picks, very clean across the board.
Well, let's hope there's more, but for Koi, they have to step up to the plate as we're about to go to a short break, and these gentlemen look lovely because we came to watch a blessing for a team to go to MSI and go to the grand finals. Who will it be? Well, we'll find out more after this.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objectives.
have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Now approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been.
A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer. What a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're about
fit.
to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
You walk along the edge of danger, and it will change you. Why would you let this voice set in your head? It is meant to destroy you. You summon storms, you play with nature. Now watch it hurt you. Why would you want to shape the world in your hands? You will never make it through. Your life to gain power. You shift to gain rules. How does it feel to reach the line that no one ever got to cross? Does it make you a god now? Every sin will be forgiven if you lay down your weapons to the ground.
Guys, we will lose game 1, but it's okay. It just that gap happens.
Know it already?
Yeah. I've seen the future.
Yike has no escape. Knows it. What a punish it, what a charm again. This is what you would give Jojo, this sexy little fox.
Go Wukong.
No flash Wukong. There's no W as well.
Go.
Yeah, AQ, thank you. Nice, good eye.
Works. Collect this down. He's caught out. This is giving me deja vu. But Parkman recovers the fight, puts him up against the wall. And Kana slices right through.
Kana indeed. Oh my my God, what a game he had. And there was a super fiery discussion right here on the desk. And if you missed it in Ready Check, we kind of have allegiances, whereas Finn declared himself as a part of, for the Movistar KOI victory, I should say. And Jack Spectra said 3-0 KC.
Yeah.
So one of you is smiling.
I mean, I'm very happy with this one. Kana had an insane performance, gapping Mirwin in the laning phase, in the mid game, and even the late game team fights. He was just on fire this game.
Yeah, without
unreal.
looking at the... Well, we can look at the fights, but I want to paint a picture for the people at home as to what transpired here, right? Because one person uttered the phrase, "This is his best champion." Who was it and how was it said?
So, I was critical towards the Gwen pick. And look, I get it. It is one of Mirwin's comfort champions, and it is one of Kana's comfort champions. You take it away game one, won't be up and available for the rest of the series. But I've constantly seen Mirwin, when he plays Gwen, struggle in laning phase. And I think, coming into series, coming into the game against Kana, I want them to give Mirwin a good laning phase. I think that is crucial for MKOI to be able to compete with KC, because if Mirwin loses in laning phase, Kana gets the lead, and he runs away with the game, like what just happened.
But should he get stomped in lane?
I want to paint a different picture.
Okay.
Right? Mirwin would most likely lose lane to Kana anyways.
That's
Gwen
true.
is his best champion. Speaking to someone who played with him on a team, I played with him in Heretics. Was very good. We had a lot of fun. We won. It was good. And he was a great Gwen in that time frame, and he was also a great Gwen in ERLs, and he's been a great Gwen in LECs. Yes, he's had some tough laning phases, but when you're going up against Kana, I will tell him, brother, pick your best champ, scale, you got it. Of course, he didn't have it, but that's a good game plan.
Let's talk about this best champ stuff. Let's pull up the win rate in the LEC, for instance, or how he's been doing, because the stats tell a different story.
Yeah, I mean, you said that he was a great Gwen in the ERL, and I agree with that. But then you said it was a good Gwen in the LEC, so I went and looked at the stats. This is all-time record. It's a negative winner. It's 4 wins and 5 losses. And I'm sure if you go and look at most of those games,
it's 4-6 now, by the way.
4-6 now. He, in general, struggles in the laning phase. I think Mirwin has a great understanding of how to pilot the champion in team fights, but he constantly falls behind the laning phase, and I don't like it. I don't like when you pick a champion, you will struggle in the laning phase against Kana. I really see the vision. Trust me, I do see the vision, and I really believe MKOI can put up a better fight against KC, because what I saw this game is a top lane that was on fire, and a Kana that absolutely took over the game.
He dumpstered them, and I think I can see where he's going, because I've seen these games also with Mirwin where, yeah, the laning phase is great, but as Gwen does, she can be pretty damn strong as the game goes on. The thing is, this time you have Kana on the other side, Jack Spectra. And I think there lies the crux of the issue. Talk to me how he parlayed this laning phase into a win for KC.
I mean, I think just Kana is a monster right now. He's playing so well. He's abusing all these leads. And the thing is, you talk about champion picks, but I don't really see that Mirwin could pick something that would completely shut down Kana. They could try to go for the tank route and try to shut him down that way, but then you're just saying, Mirwin, we don't really have faith in you actually winning against Kana. You're just going to have to weak side, do your best.
I'll fight you in that, because last series against KC, the Nidalee game against Gnar, Kana went 1-8. He was dumpstering Kana that game.
Yeah.
The Sion game that he played, he had a great laning phase and completely contained Kana, up until he kind of ulted him, which we don't talk about. That's a different story. But in general, I've seen Mirwin be able to deal with Kana when he has a good matchup. I think Mirwin, as a player, I would say laning phase-wise, he's a bit weaker than Kana. But if, as we know Mirwin does, he loves playing these cheesy champions. Cheesy, I'm not going to call them cheesy, like counter picks.
Yeah, it's also when we look at the last best of 5, Jack, we saw where we thought the top lane would have had a bigger influence, but bot lane actually took over, in part because Alvaro and Supa had a fantastic number of games. This was neutered, I feel like, in this game.
Yeah, I was really surprised. I thought with the Senna pick that Supa was on, they would be able to kind of just stabilize the spot lane, but it was a pretty big disaster for MKOI. They lost their flash level 2, they were completely zoned out, Supa had to base, and everything kind of started falling apart, and that was the fact that both bot lane and top lane are losing at the same time just makes it so hard for MKOI to have anywhere where they can put any sort of pressure.
There was a lot of fires to put out this game for MKOI, and as you say, I think you can't really afford to lose bot lane this hard. We were critical towards the Kalista pick because we haven't really seen Kalista be able to snowball lane leads that well, but I think this game he played a masterful game of Kalista. A little bit, a few oopses here and there,
Yeah.
but in general, I think it was a really good game by the KC bot lane, and they really come out swinging game 1, and I really wonder if we can see this keep up.
Yeah, I was really impressed and really happy with it, and it just further reinforces my belief of a 3-0, because if KC can win with this draft, they can win on anything.
Okay.
What can you say?
Okay.
What can you say?
What can I say?
Well,
I disagree.
You can talk about the draft. Also, this is a nice stat, by the way. 12-1 to Drakes for KC in that series versus Fnatic.
And they got 4-0.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. It's versus Fnatic. So
But they got like 4
But they got
now.
4-0 Drakes in this game. So.
Jack Spectre had really good laning phases in ARL. Like, we look at the competition we play against here.
Yeah, okay, I love it. Yeah, he's agitated.
4-0 Drakes
agitated.
in this game. That's what
So, MKOI select blue side, so they will stay on that blue side going into game 2. We're going to cover the draft on the desk. Surprise. I know you love to do that. So there's my little gift from me to you. So let's start with the losing side so far. Finn, what changes do we need to make? If I summarize it, get a better lane matchup for Mirwin.
Yeah. So 2 things. Gwen is out, which is good, because that means Kana can't pick it.
Okay.
No, I was going to say Kana can't pick it,
Okay.
because I think Kana is really good on Gwen. I imagine the Jace will stay banned, so my eyes go to the 2 champions that are still up and available in the top side. That is the Mbessa and the Rumble. And I think at this stage, you take the trade. You take the trade and you say, Mirwin, you got this. You play both of the champions somewhat well, you can deal with this. And I still want to see them put emphasis on Jojopyun. I would love to see Jojopyun pick something where he can actually play his laning phase and then impact the map. The Talia being taken out is a good idea by KC, because I think that is his most powerful champion. But something like an Azir or a Victor is something that I would see him lean towards.
Where you have so little confidence in Mirwin. You said somewhat well on the Mbessa Rumble.
Okay, I think his Mbessa is really good. I think his Rumble sometimes leaves something to be desired. As we see the Yon pick up, and this will go into the mid lane most likely. And I really like this. You usually combine this together with a Sejuani, and what you're left with is one of the strongest mid-jungle 2v2s in the game right now.
Yeah, and I wonder what KC will look to answer with it, with Talia as well being out. I mean, the Azir, of course, is still open. I always kind of prefer the Azir side of it. I think it's just so much easier to play team fights while the Yone needs to play side. And I haven't been the biggest fan of JoJo's Yone. I feel like on the Ahri Talia, on these more roaming mages, he's been great. But
Has this been caught up, that narrative, though? Because I know which games you mean. I don't feel like that's happened that much anymore.
I mean, he's not inting, but he's not like
the bar is
insane.
high.
On it, you know?
The bar is on the floor. Wow. Lucian.
Lucian picked up by Kalista. This might be combined with a Nami, but actually these days you don't really need to pick down with Lucian anymore. You can be a little bit more fluid in your support role. I really want to see Sejuani right now. I really want to see Sejuani from Elyoya and then Mbessa from Mirwin. For me, secure your top side, get a strong top side that can fight, that can contest, and they don't listen to
It's bot lane.
I think Kai'Sa Nautilus might be as well a lock-in, or you could go Kai'Sa Sejuani here. I mean, the thing is, if you do go the Mbessa, like you said, you might fall that feel like you're lacking on the AP department, but it's actually Nico's support here.
I mean, I know what you're going to say, but I feel like whenever I see Nico and Alvaro in a game that matters,
it's a good combo.
The guy's good.
Yeah.
The guy finds the angles, and I think that's what they're banking on here, together with, of course, the side lane pressure from the
I mean, the biggest problem that when you're locking in Nico here is you really want something that's easy lockdown for Lucian. And Nico, while having a great ultimate, is very easy for both the Lucian and the Azir to avoid it.
That's what we need to solve. They need a good...
Yeah. Like, you'd really want something like a Nautilus, like a Vi, but of course, now support already locked in and Vi banned. Maybe you can get a Sejuani.
Oh my god, it is Lucian Nami!
It is Lucian Nami.
Let's go!
The 2 best friends in the bot lane since forever, it feels like.
Yes.
Trundle ban speaks to me that KC will take the Sejuani away from MKOI. They're gonna take the Sejuani on 4, so they take away Sejuani counters. And I feel like this is kind of the situation you put yourself now as MKOI, because you didn't pick the Sejuani early, now it's gonna go away from you, and because the Maokai is already banned, I think you kind of have to go into an 8B jungle kind of style, something like a Lilia, like a Syra in my mind, they come to me, but it doesn't feel as good to
No, it doesn't.
because they want to farm, and the Yone I like it when the Yone has the ability to fight, to scrap, to skirmish, to really get down and dirty in those river fights.
KC ended up banning away Sejuani, so I'm actually not sure what they want to go on
so
for
everything
here.
I said is just
Maybe they want to pick a
irrelevant.
tank top and they were worried about the Trundle blind pick.
Yeah, could also like what is on my mind is still like stuff like the Poppy, like the Skarner has been kind of having a little bit of a resurgence. Could be something like this to look for.
I think Skarner on 4 here could be definitely an option.
Yeah.
And then we got the lockdown a little bit also. Oh wait, no, on the side of KC, but we still need our element on MKOI, right? Because I feel like they're making it quite hard for themselves currently. Is that a right assessment?
They have a lot of champions that have really good kits, but they want someone else to make their kits easy to execute. Someone to set up the Ion ult, set up the Nico ult.
You really want the Sejuani. But I wonder what they're gonna go. Skarner 4, as we highlighted before. I imagine Mirwin is gonna go for Mbessa here. Because it's just the most logical. It's the most safe blind pick skirmish that's left in the game. And now is really where Elyoya has to kind of dig deep into his pool. There is stuff like the Ivern is up and available that you
don't really have the front line for it.
You can also go for the Brand. It's a little bit out there, or the Syra if you want an AP jungle.
But I think you just go an AD Bruiser, and then Kai'Sa goes Nico. I mean, you go like, I guess Neferi and Mbessa here, and then Kai'Sa goes AP, Nico is AP, and that's like, is enough. But it's a weird composition they have for sure.
It doesn't feel great.
Maybe they now pivot and put a tank top instead that provides some engage, and Ornn or Sion.
I would like a Sion here, to be honest. I think Sion does really well into Lucian.
Oh my goodness.
What?
It's Nico top, I think. I think it's a Nico top in my Mirwin. It's one of his classics.
Well, it is, but I will see offer on it.
So,
what the hell?
Nico top has a very strong laning phase. And we did highlight before that we want to see Mirwin have something with agency in lane, so we can actually kind of contain Kana. I will say, against the Mbessa, that could be really scary, because all your damage as a Nico is skill shots. Playing as a champion with
I think he goes
dashes,
AD Nico, no?
Yeah, he might go AD Nico. We're gonna see what it goes in the end.
I've seen enough. Usually, you know, when the Nidalee gets locked in or whatever, you gotta give him some trust.
Yeah.
The guy knows what he's doing.
Yeah. I mean, I really like at least the fact that there's a strong laning phase right now. As Nidalee picked by Kana.
Oh my god!
He's taking the game into Kana's court. And he's saying, you play Nidalee, I play Nidalee. And he's gonna hit him with a spear in the face.
Kana says, you can do it, I can do it better.
The
Don't
big
worry.
egos, it feels like, clashing in top airs. They both want to have their crazy picks and win this top lane matchup.
Look at it, he looks so mischievous.
I just want to highlight, I want to see Mirwin turn into a Neferi dog and run around Elyoya and pretend to be one of his dogs.
Yeah, bark at him.
Well, I think I still prefer, actually, maybe I prefer MKOI draft now. They really cooked
They
here.
got the Nautilus, man.
There's
They
a very
actually
interesting
threw you
draft
for a
to
loop.
look.
They threw us both for a loop.
I want to see an AP Nico. Please don't go AD Nico.
Oh my god, this
if
is
that's a
crazy.
pressed attack, you just know I will be screaming backstage.
I love it. Like, if we think about how much is on the line in this best of 5, the fact that the teams are doing this, right? It's crazy. Let's go. Movistar KOI with a gambit and Kana with an answer in the Nidalee. Let's go.
Finn, it's PTA! We're getting AD Nico top, brother. Finn, leave your comms on. We got a story for you. Because this game is going to deliver. And myself, Fenius, and Dagda are now going to tell you which drafts we prefer because this is a baller of a game too, and we're not even into the depths of Fearless yet.
I really liked Casey's draft until they picked Nidalee top. And then I was just like, what does Nidalee do here? And then KOI, throughout their draft, I was like, well, they have no real way to start a fight. They've got like a weird amalgamation of champions. They're going to need some sort of engaged top. And then they locked in Nautilus and like, okay, so both teams have cooked. That's what we know for sure. I think KOI's composition, I don't even know where to start. I guess they have decent dive. They've got solid side lane threats. The fact that this is on hit Nico means that they kind of want to play a 1-3-1 would be my instinct.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's kind of where my head's at, is like they almost half drafted into a dive comp with the Yone and the Kai'Sa, and then they went, oh, hang on a second, they've gone Skarner, they've gone for Azir, they've gone for even Nami, a lot of things that can bypass that engage by just buying space for the back line. And then they tried to pivot, saying, hey, let's actually go for the Nico AD top and then still have some engage. So it's a bit of a mixed bag, but it is a bit easier, I feel like, to execute on. Like, you have Nautilus presses on someone, Jojo presses on the same person, Yoya can follow up, and it's got a decent skirmishing. Whereas I feel like if I'm looking at KC's, I think the biggest issue I see for them is ease of access to engages, right? It feels like it has to be Flash Skarner ult, or Vladdy with the big swoop and boop, or Targamas with a long-range wave to try and get fights started, which I'm not always the biggest fan of. So I think, again, a lot of it going to come down to positioning, execution, and can MKOI play around some of these lockdown tools that KC have?
I do feel like, again, throwing the wrench in the draft is kind of get some range trades. It is just going to open up barrels of laughs as we go through the series. Now I'm going to bring you back. Last game, real big MVP, at least for me, gents, was this guy right here. And it needs to be mentioned coming into the second game. The Targamas is engages. Even though Alvaro was great with his Magnet Storms, they were few and far between. Targamas was consistently the one setting up the brilliant fights in that first game.
And of course, Kana really stood out in terms of his outplays, and the desk highlighted his performance. But Targamas was so instrumental in turning fights the way of KOI. We think of that river fight where Kalist died immediately to start the fight off. It was hitting his engage that connected onto 3. In the final fight, when Alvaro found a 2-3-man ulti onto the backline, there was an Ahri and a Wukong ready to follow up. Targamas quick with the engage to deny that. And he was just so aware of what he needed to be doing on the Rakan, that I think that so many of the fights went KC's way because of his impact in the game.
And even just in the laning phase alone, burning the early summoner spell from Supa, putting a ton of pressure onto him, and that pressure then lent into, hey, we can start on this early dragon track that sets us up for the Hextech Soul super early in the game. His impact was nuts, and the fact you end up with 20 assists in a 23-kill game just shows he was everywhere.
And last year, let me just say, what a roughie he had. And I thought Targamas last year was one of the worst performing supports. As Yike is going to now test the theory of how much he can do here. Story time comes later as Elyoya's hiding in the wing. Dredgeline doesn't connect, and Yike pops out just to say, hey, I am going to come in if you want to 3v3 this. So he backs away.
Yeah, as you were looking at on the graphic though, hang on, Yike, going to move away, is just that KC started off a bit rough. Everyone saw their 2024, but as they started to get the key members that they wanted in, things started to look up. But MKOI, looking to see if they can put them in their place here.
How far is this journey going? I feel like now we're outside the black gates. Yike is going to try and turn a play as Alvaro doesn't actually hit the wall, so he thinks about a re-engage. Yike spacing while Jojo wants to go in on top of Vladdy, who again spaces out. Jojo can't get too much done with that Soul Unbound, and the potential play ends there.
Early ignite from Alvaro, but hang on.
He's enhanced. Alvaro needs to get away. He flashes first, and now KC have a 2 versus 1, but Super also disengages as Alvaro's out of summoners.
Yeah, I liked the early ignite from Alvaro in that fight because you had heal on Targamas and also then the ebb and flow to heal Yike as well, which is why Yike went in. But as soon as he didn't get as much healing as he was expecting off that ebb and flow, KC kind of quickly stepped back and say, actually, maybe we need to reevaluate this. But nice job on Kalist and Targamas again to catch MKOI in rotation to burn those summoner spells.
It's an interesting early game dynamic because Kalist and Targamas should have the stronger 2 versus 2 in the early game. But Vladdy and Yike, there's very little that they can do in the skirmishing. Azir plus Skarner it's just not a strong mid-jungle duo early game. And so Jojo and Elyoya really tried to leverage that. And that's what was awkward in the river because Kalist and Targamas were like, yeah, we want to fight, we're keen to fight, we're strong enough to fight. But unfortunately, Vladdy was in a lot of danger to Jojo, so they kind of had to disengage. Regardless, no one dies. Kana's building a bit of a lead on the top side of the map. He's going to get himself his first plate of the game. In the mid lane matchup, Jojo with a slight lead as the junglers stay relatively even, same on the bot side of the map. But the push priority going the way of Kana once again.
And this is where it becomes a bit awkward for Elyoya because you would like to play for top side to help Merwin out because Kana having an absolute field day up here, but you also need to cover for your bottom side because Kalist and Targamas want to play hyper aggressive. So now the map state gets really difficult for Elyoya to try and cover all of his bases and keep MKOI safe in both side lanes.
I see the TP back, and I see that Mirwin has none because he got bullied out a little bit earlier. As he walks through, Kana's just last hitting the wave, so there's no hard push to look for an extra plate, especially since they might have thought the dog was up near top lane as Elyoya was hovering before. I just love, gents, that into this second game as Kalist, hold my thought, dude, who cares about the story when we see blood on blood trading? Alvaro down to a quarter, or rather 3, as Yike spots Elyoya there with a bit of damage onto Yike early, not too bad.
Junglers mirroring one another right now.
Clap that, I guess. Yeah, that's nice.
I mean, it's nice to see Elyoya in position every time Yike is hovering around the bot side of the map. You want to be really careful about this Lucian lane getting out of control. We've been seeing it rise up in popularity throughout the world. We've been seeing it in the LEC playoffs as well, and we know how scary the champion can be. In fact, the last time these two players, I mean, it was a reverse matchup. It was Kalist who was getting bullied by the Lucian on his MF, but then they turned that game around, and Kalist was able to bounce back in that game. Kalist now operating the Lucian. We'll see what he can do on the champ as Jungler's heading to mid lane.
Bait sealed, misses. It's a whiff. The soldier sent back. Jojo just out of turret range, though. Vladdy unlucky. If the turret helps there, maybe Jojo's dead.
Yeah, turret shot could have been it, but he's gone in, and now Skarner and Targamas here.
Lethal Tempo's only fully loaded. Targamas helps out a little bit with an ebb and float. Jojo gets out on less than 100 HP.
They're just going to try and walk away, but a turret shot could have been devastating there. Vladdy just not quite able to get Jojo underneath the tower. Still, though, KC, dragon stacking has been the name of the game for them, and they will continue with that.
I have to say, Dragons in this series, KC are going to be pretty happy with 100% hit rate so far. As we start with the Cloud, we'll see what comes up next. And we do have a bit of a lane swap, gents, with 25 seconds left to go to Grubs. I now see Mirwin playing Nico bot.
Yeah, one of the things I wanted to highlight, though, is when you see Lucian Nami, oftentimes you kind of wanted something that could enable it. This is why oftentimes you see it with Sejuani or a Vi or a MKOI, something that could play off it to set up for a strong Colleen. And this was kind of what was missing when we actually saw MKOI get that early lead on it, was something to enable it. But here we go.
Oh, Dredgeline with Ignite. Kalist, second skin to a kill. Super doesn't get it. It's Alvaro, but it opens up top just as Grubs spawn.
Alvaro continues to prove why he is a top tier support in the league. Fantastic hook comes through from him, connects it onto Kalist, and as you said, they secure first blood.
Unfortunately, though, the kill didn't go towards Supa, so Flash burnt and only assist, but still, very nice job getting that kill and netting them those Void Grubs as well.
And look at the wave he denied top as well, able to push that in. CS lead brewing between 80 characters. Yike wants the remnants of a little pickoff of a purple Krug. Two already taken down. Grubs in hand and a third easily smited. And that's Koi securing top handedly.
Especially when we're talking about MKOI kind of trying to play through side lanes as a win con, particularly with Jojo. Having these Void Grubs going to help it quite a bit, but still junglers always seem to be on the same screen.
Yeah, we've got the dogs up and ready. Level 7 just picked up off the end of the wave. Yike is disengaging though. Targamas wanted to check the fruits of the river, but he won't go any further, and Koi just stepped back as well. So small gold lead for Koi the first 9 minutes of this game, but nothing else to talk about apart from the lead between Nidalee and the lead between Super on Kai'Sa.
And that's really where my focus is starting to go, because we said, hey, Jojo's going to be in a good spot, but Mirwin does not look like he's having the best of times at all. Vladdy.
Ulti used. I mean, let's be fair, Vladdy's probably not having a good time either from what we've seen.
Yeah, not the best, but Ayoya now trying to fix this bottom side for Mirwin, but there is
Grasp. Kana turns into Cougar. Wants a range pop blossom flash and matched. Danglebarb surely to follow. Riders unleash. Kana has nowhere to go. Turns and no! 1 versus 2. Kana unleashed the bigger dog. As Jojo, there's no ulti to bring it back. He fades sealed, gets caught up by a Scorpion. A Dredgeline under turret. A stun up. An ulti. Alvaro not going to be impaled, nor is Jojo. The best engaged in the lead, almost got another.
A few very tense moments between the teams as Kana miraculously gets a kill back. Vladdy very close to finding a kill onto Jojo thanks to the help of Yike, but Jojo, he navigates it well and gets away to safety. Koi hold on to the gold lead for now, but Kana, I mean, this man, you can't, but you have to say his name every game.
Yeah, it's, you know, trying to help your mother in the kitchen when she's baking. I got this, don't worry, and you drop it all over the floor. Kana able to turn that one around. Mirwin just going too far forward.
I don't know what that reference was negative, but I'm all for it.
I try to learn from you.
I'm telling you, there's nothing to rub it off. Well, I'll tell you what, we'll be baking right now because Kana, the amount of gold he's cooking with a 20 CS lead with the Trinity Force almost picked up. And for a lot of people out there that wonder, like, man, why does this Nidalee go Grasp? When you see the demolish because of how much Grasp you got in lane, it's insane the speed you can take turrets with a Primal Surge.
It's also because it's very similar to the Jace, where you can change into melee form as your auto attack is mid-flight and still get the like melee Grasp proc. Yeah, and it works out so well. You get all that extra health, the healing, it just works out so nice.
Do you know the Primal Surge I found out today as well is based on targets missing health, 0 to 100%? So that's why her heal's also so broken as well when she's going this AD tank build.
And the thing is, the way that Kana's building, he's likely going to hit that Trinity 4 spike before Mirwin will hit the blades, which means that that side lane matchup is only going to get worse for Mirwin unless he gets some assistance from Aljoya. The rest of the map, though, going very well for KOI. It's important to recognize that they have the gold lead for now. In terms of objectives, they're not in a bad spot. They can look to contest the next dragon if they want to, given that Eclipse now secured on Aljoya, and also the first item finished for Super with the Kraken Slayer, or they can just choose to leave it be and look for a cross map elsewhere. KOI is in a perfectly fine position here in this early game.
Flash, Alvaro, Dredgeline turns into the Nami, but the ulti sends up Kalist. Instead, Targus with the rearranged target as a kill over to Super. Tagged out and a return dive. Super hit from the side. Alvaro should not be given agency on an engaged support.
Alvaro beautifully orchestrated over the wall. The Hex Splash hook ends up hook, line, and sinker for Kalist and Targamas. And Aljoya is just celebrating alongside Super.
And the follow-up was just so clean. Yeah. Aljoya and Super, quick on the trigger. They don't ulti too early. They wait until Kalist is stuck underneath the tower, and then they fully commit to the play.
And this is what I was trying to say about the Lucian. Not having a jungler that can enable you to be proactive makes it so difficult for Kalist and Targamas to get full value from this Lucian. And especially when MKOI are targeting them like that, and Alvaro has these heat-seeking hooks. It makes things very easy for MKOI to punish any, even sniff of aggression there.
Now, KC are the ones starting Dragon after the flash engage was sent up from Alvaro. And KC feeling a lot more confident to play in River. And with Kana always having push in the side lane, KC right now are relying on the strength of this solo laner to keep the game rolling in their favor.
I mean, we'll see how things transpire when we get closer to the fights. Remember that Vladdy is continuing to scale in a side lane, rather. Jojo, of course, doing the same thing. He's almost a full level up over Vladdy. He's been doing a good job in the trades, and we heard the desk talking about it. They somewhat lean more towards the KOI draft, and you can see the advantage that they're finding, and so much of it has come off the back of Alvaro. Aljoya finding some nice ganks himself, but Alvaro has just been so clean with a lot of the plays that he's been making, finding that initial pick onto Kalist, and then converting that mid play as well.
We've said it a lot, but engines be studied. And for KOI, we know who it is. Vladdy just going to walk it back as Soul Unbound. Plate given over to Jojo. We've got a competition for the fans. No wonder they're putting the effort in. And so they should. With some of the art we're getting, yeah, very well done. But with this series, I'm not surprised. It's the most exciting thing I've loved about the addition into the LEC. The KOI fans, the KC fans, the energy they bring not only to the studio, but everything around their gameplay. You can see why it's so exciting as we look at the plates.
Jojo's gone under the tower, though, to get, put some pressure on towards Vladdy on the top side. But that means Yike's on the way. He will get spotted on a ward as he comes through. So I think Jojo will just try and back off that top side.
Nice sidestep. And these grass procs are getting bigger. The more you hit, especially with Trinity Force, the harder it is. Mirwin is getting autoed now for almost 200 damage, it seems. This AD Nico down 1,100 gold and 30 CS. Kana lane gapping a second game in a row.
Kana is just playing extremely well right now, but both these teams will be starting to think, they'll
be starting to think.
Yes, yep. They will. Herald was the point now trying to make.
Good on you, Benny.
Brains, cogs, moving.
They're thinking to start Herald.
Yes, they are. Gotcha. Yes, that's the word.
Nice one. What happens after that? Where do we go?
I imagine conflict.
Ooh.
I'm hoping for a battle between the French and Spanish organization. Right now, it's KC that have control over the river. Aljoya, he may be signaling that they don't want to fight the play to the Ruin King finished on Jojo. I'd be communicating with KOI like, I think I'm strong enough on this Yone to really fight.
He thinks so. He gets a setup. Vladdy ultis.
Okay, that is the go signal to start the Herald.
Yeah, Yoya is going to take that immediately. And you can see Vladdy playing incredibly scared here, but on the bottom side, yeah. Chase down, spear misses, so you won't get the speed up on the Nidalee to try and follow underneath with on the hunt, but still, Jojo kind of having a grand old time here against Vladdy when it comes to the 1v1.
You really need to keep accelerating that. Need to keep your isolated 1v1 because there's one isolated 1v1 that's going KC's way. That's my fear. Even as Herald goes to KOI, gentlemen, I have to add the fear is this Nidalee as teleports burned to the inner turret by Mirwin just to defend that set wave.
Yeah, I think though the problem is it's how do you try and enable the Nidalee? They are going to go for a lane swap here, so Vladdy going to move bot, kind of going to go top and try and get that outer turret, but this is where trying to move Nidalee around the map is going to be a little tough, because again, you can't play hyper aggressive on mid-wave because Aljoya can always jump onto Kalist as soon as he tries to play aggressive, and unless Yike is just basically sitting on Kalist, they're always going to get value there as Aljoya. So I think MKOI, as long as they can ride this out, set up for Jojo Pyun, has just finished off his Blade of the Rune King to kind of be that carry in fights. I think they can still take that opportunity to find those successes towards the team fights.
Notice how they've moved Kana into the matchup against Jojo after securing that bot lane tower in exchange for the Heralds. Kana, especially with these armor boots, is really going to help in terms of the 1v1, but Jojo's a scary threat on a side lane right now, and I want to see Koi, I feel, direct a little bit more investment on that top side. Unlock that outer tower. It's a very easy objective to play for. Koi have already done a huge amount of damage towards it. I feel like just hovering around mid doesn't really convert them much. Instead, the game is just kind of slowing down. And I think Koi want to try and open the map up more, because the more deeper vision they have, the more options they have for looking for picks, catching people off guard. And Alvaro has already demonstrated multiple times this game how good he is at catching KC off guard.
Yeah, I think the problem is that with Mervin this far behind, it becomes really difficult for MKOI to try and play out the map, because if you end up trying to catch the wave here, as you're kind of seeing now.
Okay, bit of damage on Super. He used Barrier. Bit of a win here for the Lucian Army. I was
going to say, if you end up taking the wave here, you just shift Azir to mid, you shift your bot lane up towards that top side as well, and you're able to then go for that top lane turret and have a numbers advantage. And there's always that pressure now. Obviously, with Dragon up and available, they're going to kind of stick into this side of the map, but this is something that I think is just going to continue as we get past the Dragon setup, where pressure bot, then shift mid, shift into top, take the turret, and just make it very difficult for MKOI to try and keep themselves safe on the map.
Yeah, that's kind of my concern. I feel Koi are just playing too defensively. They're trying to keep Miowin from falling even further behind, but given that bot tower is gone, I feel like Koi can just invest further into the Jojo side of the map. Now, they don't have much vision control or really any easy way to access this river, and this is where Alvaro's role is going to be super important, because he's responsible for face checking. The Herald will definitely help, as it should do a decent amount of damage into this mid tower, but Kalist, he's managed to rotate around that tower, is definitely not going to fall. Meanwhile, top lane, Kana continues to do work.
Koi can do anything here. They have a top lane advantage. As you said, Kana will stick his ground because he's got no teleport. He'll have to walk down, but he's going for an inner turret while Koi stop the dragon stacking. Herald's taken care of. Tangle Bubs slows down the play, but again, with Grasp, with a HP Nidalee who can queue this turret, that inner is gone, and Jojo's going to get there for only the remnants.
Great trade on the map. I think KC made the right call, although Jojo will find Kana.
I wonder who wins this okay, no, we didn't.
I really think the Yone wins that one.
Yeah, but I think the way KC are playing is great. You already have the 2 Dragon advantage. You don't want to face check into MKOI, because that's where they can find massive value from something like Jojo Pyun's ultimate. So they just end up playing it back, and now Kana skedaddles out of there and doesn't get caught.
3,500 gold. Gold 3.2, but that is a monster gold lead at 19 minutes.
Yeah, that's why the gold at the top is quite deceptive, because it's basically Kana's gold lead versus the rest of Koi. So itemization is what you really need to be keeping your eyes on, and you'll notice that Vladdy in a solid position. He's gotten himself the Nash's Tooth, plus he has the Arm Guard. Meanwhile, AD Carry has 2 items completed. Kalist foregoing the boots in favor of finishing that second item. So even the gold is looking very blue favored. Itemization-wise, I don't think Casey's in a bad spot.
How did that hit? Dredge line against the corner. Somehow with a depth charge, Kalist survives thanks to Targamas helping out. Jojo also teleported for this. Artican is the only thing up, and that's down bot.
That is an ult and an ignite gone. And my question is, what is Koi really playing for here? Because again, you look at the mini-map, KC are staying mid, they're wave clearing. Vladdy is pushing out more waves in bot. And this is what I mean by, I feel like Koi aren't really getting much on the map. They have Jojo as a strength, and they're not playing through him.
Flash away from Alpha.
And that's another summoner spell gone. I feel like KC's just running circles around Koi on the map right now.
And now MKOI have all run down to this bottom side, and you're like, great, here's Kana and Kalist on mid wave. You just destroy your mid lane turret, as MKOI are now scrambling to get back up to the mid lane to try and cover. There's just, oh wait, hang on, TP in behind. Can they find something?
They need something, because again, as you said, KC running the map now. Koi want to run the fight. Kalist gets out with a disengage, but a tangle buff. Brilliant as the auto attack. Nico with Blade of the Wrong King is firing away. Yike Dredge line flashed through. Alvaro had his number, his ticket, but he will not puncture it to get aboard that ride.
Keep note rather of what's been used. The TP from Miowin, the TP from Jojo, the flash from Alvaro. Yike had to expend his flash, and Vladdy spent his TP as well. But that was basically it, which means that Koi now looking to start off the Artican by I think Casey's fine with making the trade for mid lane tower.
Yeah, the Impale is down for Yike. The wave just about to come up for Targamas, which means a lot of the twos are gone. But I don't know if they were even aware that Adacon was available. As you can see, they're trying to move down towards his bottom side, but it's gone. KC, a little late to the party.
Right, will they turn up for the second show? El Yoya's walking in blind and Alvaro is running against ground, but Yike's engage might not be perfect. The Nami ulti in, Vladdy from his side. Jojo catches him by the hair of his chinny chin chin with a culling out as well. Meerwin tries to buy time, tackle by this doesn't connect, but Kana with all the gold lead treads lined up. Poss spots him through. El Yoya follows in. Kana goes deep, but meanwhile Vladdy's ulti finally comes out. Super's ulti from the back. He's ordering 3 more members. Alvaro treads line not going to be found because he doesn't take the Hex Flash. Vladdy's targeted. Super's ulti's down. El Yoya stops there. The fight down as Kana lost some of his gold.
I have to question why KC tried to force that fight. With the Adacon already gone and no real objectives to play for, Koi is more than happy to take a fight right now, and they forced themselves into this choke point very split up as well.
And Yike has no Impale. That is all that Yike is going to contribute here. So he's just kind of a walking health bar that gets locked down. Great ultimate from Jojo Pyun. And even here, it's kind of KC scrambling to see, hey, can we make anything happen? Tango bars onto Kalist from Mira means Kana is now on his own. Great ultimate from Alvaro over the wall. They pick off Kana, who notably does at least get one back. But then even here, Vladdy getting that ultimate away to try and buy space, but it was just all over the place.
How does he not? He had no bounty. What? He had no bounty because he got it all off turret gold. Even though he's 179 CS. Okay.
But I think that's the notable part, right? A 3,000 gold lead for Kana, but the rest of that is all going for MKOI, and that is huge, especially for people like Jojo Pyun, who's just finished off his second item. He's going to be a massive threat towards Vladdy in the side lane, who's even opted in towards the early Seekers just to try and help out a little bit. But KC, again, this kind of like impatience that we see is coming back to bite them.
And Koi were finally able to get a tower of their own, securing that bot tier 1 by Jojo. He's now level 15, and Dagda already talked about his itemization. I'd love to see Koi now again try and play through him. This mid tower is a very difficult one to siege with the composition that they have. It's very short range with Kai'Sa and Yone. So instead, try and overstack numbers. Instead, set your sights on that top tier 1. Of course, with the Dragon up, that's right now the primary objective that these teams are fighting for. And they don't want to allow KC to get onto Soul Point. Koi should feel strong enough to fight, but walking into darkness is a scary thing.
And KC having no flashes available at all can be a bit of an issue. But MKOI in a very similar boat. So if you get caught, you are caught. There is no second chance here.
Jojo was tagged out. He needs to hit some minions, recover that health. He's got lifeline, and thanks now to the second item picked up. A Mortal Shield bow in hand to see what he can do here. A big moment for him in the fight if it comes through, but both mid laners with big ultis to contribute. Can Koi find their way back in the series here? The big question answered as El Yoya zoned off. Alvaro culling down, half HP. That's their engage. A big tool to be down. He'll get one shot. He has to sacrifice his life to get off the pull.
Great patience from KC as they chip away the HP bars of Koi. The main face checker of Alvaro finds himself at less than 50%. So now how do you get in? Blue trinket used. KC still controlling the brush, yet to start. And now they'll finally start this one off. And there's very little that Koi can do. So they just sat as spectators with no easy way to force that fight. KC leveraged their range, chip away at the HP bars, and now they'll put themselves at Soul Point.
And that's the way the KC need to try and play these fights. You notice that once they're on the objective, it is relatively difficult to try and oust them from that, especially when Yike has that ultimate for Jojo trying to go in, El Yoya trying to go in. But if you are able to beat KC to the punch, MKOI then have a ton of different angles of attack, so the value from the Skarner starts to go down. KC very aware of it. They protect their mid turret, they protect the mid wave, and they get the Dragon.
Kalist's base was stopped here. It's not like he's sitting on a third completed item, I don't think, so it's not going to mean too much. But for now, especially when Baron's up, let's keep our thought on that purple worm in the top side of the map. Control right now quite neutral, but Koi are going to be in river first, and Vision around it, especially with Jojo holding. Trying to lure Vladdy in, but he shows. It's going to be, again, about the top side of the map.
The Steric's gauge completed for Kana, though, makes it very tough for Mira to try and go for the 2v2. Or, sorry, the 1v1 against them. And he's going to continue to push in, threaten that bot lane turret. And this is constantly putting a timer on towards MKOI. It's like, okay, this wave is coming in. We've got a little bit of time before it hits. What can we do on the map? And that needs to be a play towards Vladdy.
I love that you put it in the perspective of the Starix Gate, because I'm just like, Mewin's a broke boy. Like, there ain't nothing he cannot afford any cookies, boys. Like, there is nothing that he can do right now.
Look, if I can't say something nice, I was told not to say it.
He just finds himself in a very awkward spot, and like this Nico pick is not working out for Koi. Kana successfully shut him down in game 1. He's doing exactly the same thing in game 2. And I think right now, what's super impressive to me is that Koi is still as threatening as they are when they're basically in a 4 versus 5 scenario. And it's because of how strong Jojo is, level 16 on the Yone, but it's kind of a double-edged sword, ironically, because a bad engage from Jojo could result in his immediate demise.
You're right, and we found a good one before. That's the reason why Koi ended up winning the fight, but let's come back to the reason Koi are in this position. I think Yoya's ganks, Yoya's movement in the early part of this game is the reason that Koi have so much to play off with. Once again, the crew with a ship, or rather, Yoya is the ship with the crew on back. Koi thinking about how they can get more control over top. Jojo gets push. And again, pings going around Baron. That is a little bit dark apart from that control ward.
But this is what I was talking about, right? Well, Kana isn't on the map. Okay, let's try and make these plays towards Vladi, try and get some vision control down, and MKOI have done just that, but now that Kana's starting to put that pressure onto the bottom side, and Yike has literally sat in a bush to deny MKOI that opportunity to make a play. Now it's starting to open up for Kana to be a bit more of that pressure point.
Yeah, very exciting. It's a 40 CS lead through jungle. It's a 2k gold lead with Yoya and Yak now, by the way. So that's just kind of enveloping my vision right now. 1.8 between mid, 1.1 between 80 carries. Next Dragon 215 that KC will work towards a soul. And this series, they have been very good at Dragon control and those setups. Something they're excelling at, and especially now with the 3-item Lucian with Zhonya's that I'm sure is coming up next from Vladdy, or at least Seekers in hand. As you said before, it's very hard for Koi to walk into KC once they've got their setup, once they've got control.
Well, the thing, I personally think that Koi is just playing too scared.
Yeah.
I think that Jojo has been so much stronger on a side lane for so long, and they just haven't been playing through him. And even in these situations, like you were just talking about, Aldioya has a 2k gold lead over Yike. Like, I think this was the issue that I had with them in their series versus G2 as well. It was Jojo that was pretty much the only one, aside from Alvaro here and now and then, who's like trying to force things to happen.
Yeah,
and that's why KC's just kind of chilling. They're not over-forcing anything. They're just letting Kana do his thing in a side lane, and then just waiting for the next dragon. And I like, look at Jojo. He's completely alone here. And he's in a very dangerous spot. He has to back away. Yike can catch him out.
Jojo might have to ulti out of this, but if he ultis, like Baron could be free, and then he just walks out.
And now Yike is on his way up, but now it's a minute until Dragon, and now it's ultimately going to come down to a fight. And so far what we've seen is it's been very difficult for Koi to already gain position on the Dragon. And why is that? Because Kana's been left to free roam in the bot side of the map, has constant push, and now Koi are forcing the Baron.
It's a TP from Jojo. It starts off, zone control used onto Yike, spots him out at 10k though. KC now need to get in quick.
This is Yike though. Yike has been so good at stealing these. Still has the flash of the wall. There's wards in the pit. MKOI backing away, but that's a very low Baron.
He can go over. If you flip this, the King of Thieves will know. He'll take it from 3k to 2. KC looking to play the edge of the fight as Jojo jumps in. Kalist doesn't take a spread. KC knows that the Baron isn't recoiled. It's sitting at 3k. Impale miss, but Koya sent out. Vladdy sends him away. Thanks for the leash. Yike doesn't need to be a thief when he's the true inheritant. Alvaro's engage would be good, but with a bubble out, it's disengaged territory for KC. A double already picked up, but Kana makes Mirwin irrelevant, and he's not even here.
KC sneaked the Baron right underneath the noses of MKOI, but they still have to get away. MKOI are still playing the edge of this. The hook!
Trench line.
Barely wide.
You're right, it was barely, but KC hold on. 3 Barons in tow, Dragon up. That's the next thought.
I mean, KC are going to try and stall. Kana's at barely any HP. Of course, he does have the heal. Kalist and Targamas still alive with Elyoya sitting at 50% HP. He'd love to get that fruit, but he's going to start it off. The smite available for Koi.
Where's he engaged? Big Alvaro against the wall. It misses. Kalist repositions, but he's set up with Koi. This fight is there. This Dragon is theirs as well. Something for the retribution of that poor Baron.
KC were hoping for a 2-man miracle on the Dragon, but MKOI shut it down. And now you've only got... Okay, Kana. I was about to say Kana.
He's got AP now.
With the Baron buff. But you know what? he ends up doing a fair amount of damage there.
So let's talk about this Baron. Jojo goes incredibly deep to try and catch Kalist or Vladdy, and he doesn't get either, immediately forcing him out of the fight. So now it's a guaranteed numbers advantage with the TP in from Kana as well. Yike soaks up a lot of damage, but it's impossible for the Nefiri to get into the fight because of Vladdy's hard commitment with the ulti. And it's at this point KC need to disengage, but Alvaro does not allow it to happen. So KC lose 2 members, and now they need to go home. They need to base, but they stick around for too long to try and stop the dragon from falling, and they end up giving over another kill to Koi.
The supports have been so crucial in this series so far, and this time around it's Alvaro who's been finding some insanely strong hooks. But again, we're kind of seeing KC, Yike misses with that Impale.
Yep.
Vladdy tries to get the engage, but it's just not quite enough, and when these team fights come down to it, MKOI can outplay. And they're looking now with KC invading to do the same.
They are indeed, but at least the Baron is going to stall the game a little bit longer. No true gold lead, no Dragon Hero, 2 for 3 right now as we wait another 340 as with this Baron the siege begins on inner bot.
There's the hook onto Yike.
It's a dredge line that follows into an engage onto Gliss, but he's far away. Yike is going to block the damage, and Redemption's going to keep them staying. 4 members stay here while Kana added pressure, now moving bot to join.
And this is going to be the continuous problem we have for MKOI. All AD damage on MKOI. You're getting armor on towards Yike very quickly.
That turret's dead.
And there's a lot of healing. This will die, but will it be the bot tier 2 for it? Looks like it.
Remember, they have 3 grubs, and the great thing about Nico, even though this goes down, Nico pushes turrets incredibly quick. If we get a chance, we might watch it win.
But it's still a Baron.
You're right.
I don't know if this trade is worth it for Koi.
Okay, I take it back. I take it back. That turret goes quick. You're right, against Baron. I mean, Mirwan's still going to get inner, but now open inhibitor bot. That's going to be the trade-off.
Oh, Jojo thought he saw the angle there as Kalist went forward onto Targamas. Kalist went forward onto Elyoya, but only connects onto Targamas. So KC got to back away, but yeah, there's the armor stacking is coming through. Like, look at you got Zhonya's on the top lane, you got Zhonya's on the mid lane, you've got a ton of armor that's there for Yike. Your options for Jojo in a fight are starting to disappear, but Elyoya.
Right, checking, doesn't stop. So you're telling me right now it's going to come up to Super then? Because Super is this strong magic damage on the team. When I see Zonya's, when I see Nash's, Gwinsu's, the AP Kai'Sa build is going to have to carry.
Well, think about how these fights have been playing out for MKOI when they succeed, right? It's Alvaro getting a hook onto a key target, Jojo following up, or Elyoya following up, and you have a ton of damage and just eradicate them in a fight.
Yep.
But if you're hooking onto a target with Zonya's, very difficult to burst them out before KC can rally around that person. Especially then, you're kind of looking at, hey, can we get onto Kalist? But if he's got dashes, if he's got his flash, that becomes significantly more difficult as well. So for MKOI, it's going to be a case of, can we burn Kalist flash before this next dragon in a minute and a half, or do we have to try and find some smart maneuvering in a fight to get onto Kalist and burn him before he can flash out?
1 minute 40 till dragon, 1 minute 45. Baron timer is going to sync up, and to top that excitement, apparently is the first Nico versus Ned Lee top in a tier 1. Thank you, production. That's huge. That's absolutely massive.
If possible, prediction, I'd love to see the total damage dealt this game.
Yeah, because I don't think we'll see this matchup again.
Because my biggest concern is, again, it comes back to Mirren. Now he's level 16, 3 items finished, cool. But like, I mean, okay, to be fair, it may be because they've just been trading a lot in top lane, but I thought that his damage would be a lot lower, so I apologize, Mirren. I definitely expected less from
I mean, the trading pattern for Kana is go in, deal damage, heal with Grasp, heal with the Primal Surge, and then just walk out, right? So Mirren's probably been hitting him, it just doesn't matter.
Yeah, because he's a tank, he's a bruiser. Kana has over 4,000 HP, so it's like when you hit a Scion, it's like fake numbers because you've just been hitting a tank all game.
The thing for me as well is, like, Vladdy, we haven't really spoken his name all game, but we will in the next fight. Like, Azir, who's level 17 with a death cap completed, like, that's not a champion you can afford to underestimate, and his positioning is going to be really important to keep track of.
It's also Jojo Pyun, very close to that Guardian Angel completed. I wouldn't be surprised if MKOI are just trying to feed him. You can even see him mid, Super not hitting the waves. They're feeding that goal to Jojo. Really want that item completed. Jojo not able to steal away those Raptors though, so unfortunate for him.
Oh, Elyoya has an angle.
He does, an ulti angle at that, but Vladdy, he holds strong, he walks up, nothing happens. KC walking towards this dragon, 5 seconds. The spawn comes through. They cannot give away Mountain Soul to this Nidalee, surely.
There's a wave pushing in bot lane as well that MKOI never dealt with.
Jojo flash. He flashed for that. He wants to engage on Kalist, but he gets nothing! Impaled down onto Alvaro. A bubble in the air holds him still. Koi, the thought is that they've done damage to Yike with a teleport to try and end the game. Kana's here. It's going to be mid. It's going to be Bloody to make the move. The fight already goes bad for Yike, but in 5 versus 3, KC have themselves a defender. It's Jojo there to hold the wave. Bloody pulls back. In goes Kana, but 1 versus 4, not yet. Pop Blossom out. Kana's stunned up in the end. Meowin autos to his doom. Super gets auto now for free will. And Koi, the fight, outmaneuvered, outsmarted after a mechanical playthrough bot.
KC tried to get cheeky with it, but they're just not quite able to get the win that they need. Now Targamas cancels the reset. They still want to try and hold on to this, but again, MKOI outplaying in the team fights. KC just aren't getting the value that they need from these key ultimates.
The split decision, I say it was clearly a team decision to send Vladdy into the base of Koi to try and go for the end. Yike was left isolated, and Koi made a fantastic choice of locking him down, getting rid of the front line, and picking apart KC. Now they turn their attention to Baron.
KC trying to get it back in. Yike there has flash, but is it gone?
4,
it's way
3, 2, out. Yike, not there in time. The ulti down from Jojo, genius. Vladdy's ulti does nothing, while Yike again is free Scorpion. I've eaten that before. It tastes great. Super nose. He goes golden. Now in the burn. It's chicken for dinner as well. Elyoya to clean that up. And Koi have sparked into the series.
Out of nowhere, Koi have found the fights that they need, and now it's Kalist and Kana, but the ultimate is down. Kalist is running.
Who cares about a 4K gold lead when you have Super hot in the bot lane? Elyoya might be the leader, but Super is the boy who lived. Kana left by his lonesome under the turret. Fear not with a redemption. Fear again. Kana knocked up. 4K gold lead. Be damned. Koi's team fighting. Their aggression. Their stupendous momentum rises again.
An explosive ending to game 2. It felt like the game was slipping away. Koi couldn't find the fight, but they found the fight that mattered most. Impressive stuff as they equalized the series.
Alvaro was a beast on this Nautilus. I think KC delighted that this one's going to be gone thanks to Fearless, because he did not miss with the hooks, and he was crucial so often.
And I can tell you right now, that is the perfect game for Meowin to type top div. That is the game after he got bullied from start to finish. That Nidalee did not carry the game. It was MKOI that brings us to 1-1.
1-1, a series given, and thank God, because again, with the fans out here being so loud, it definitely had to go the distance, or at least try to traverse it. A difficult game, to say the least. But I'll tell you one thing, when Elyoya has a lead, when Super's able to team fight, it feels like MKOI, they just get to play their usual day of League of Legends, which is Bloodlust, which is Spanish League.
Yeah, and I really don't know where this leaves us now coming into game number 3.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Vladdy's is here, taken off the board, Kalist having a lot of comfort in that one as well. This kind of felt like their moment to find those fights, but it was just MKOI being able to play off of great engages.
And what's crazy is while Koi played off those great engages, I feel like for KC in the sideline, like that last play with Vladdy, when Kana's so far ahead, maybe it was Kana should have TP'd. There could be discussion about that. We're obviously waiting because Law's, standing by with a fan apparently. She's somewhere in the crowd. I don't know where she is, but man.
But I think that's the hype that MKOI were going to need. But I want to hear the hype that's coming from the fans, as we're going to toss it over to Laura to find out what they have to say.
Ooh.
I am not with just one fan. I'm with all the super fans and a specific fan here. Give it up, guys, for this guy, because he's been giving amazing signs. What is your name?
My name is Linus.
Linus, it's really nice having you here because you drew all this, right?
Mostly, yeah.
Mostly. They're amazing, honestly. My favorite one was the one with Silas and Jojo Pion. Where is it? Woo! Jojo's Bizarre Shopping Adventures. So, among all the other amazing ones he did, of course, so we wanted to give you a little thank you gift. A jersey. Hey. And it's not any jersey. It's a jersey signed by all the players. And as MKOI won one game, I want you to give advice to all the fans here so that you can keep on cheering for all of them so that they win the series and send the team to MSI.
Honestly, I think that the Kappas don't need to change anything with their cheering. They're doing always an amazing job when they come here from Madrid.
an amazing job, guys. Thank you so much for your passion, for the science, for everything. That's all for us here. We're going to take a short break, and hopefully, this series can keep on delivering. See you soon.
Damn it. Hey, Dragos, you ready for the... Oh, that doesn't look good. Wait, I have a solution, but you have a break. I will be right back. Just wait.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
See? I told you we'd figure it out.
I don't think this counts.
Come on, let's go.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey Kia, let's see if you're a real fan.
I'm ready.
How many lanes are there in League of Legends?
There are 3 lanes in League of Legends.
Are you seriously quizzing the car about League of Legends?
Look, I just want to know how much it knows.
The EV3 has an AI assistant. It's supposed to know everything.
Okay then, hey Kia, how do I get better at League of Legends?
That will be challenging.
That early lead on us was something to enable it, but here we go.
Oh, Dredgeline with Ignite. Khalid, second skin to a kill. Wants the range pop blossom, flash and matched. Dagobah surely to follow, Riders. Unleash, Kana has nowhere to go. Oh! 1 versus 2.
I can go, Javier. I'm ready. Nami is dead.
I will go then on the other, okay?
With you.
Azure can TP, okay, Sean? Azure me up. I will go in the flash,
I see it as well.
no flash corner, yeah, no flash corner, no flash corner.
I start pushing me for the other two.
Look super.
Skarner had no flash, and the rest is history. They won the game for Movistar Koi. Yeah, we didn't know what they were cooking, but it tasted good, man.
Tasted amazing. Let's go, MKOI!
Let's go,
We're back.
MKOI.
We have a series, and most importantly, the analyst named Jack Spectra has had a wrong prediction.
Yeah,
let's get the graphic up.
Let's get the graphic up.
'Cause we
Jack
have a graphic.
Spectra
that
I don't know where
shows-
he is. You know, I think he went off just crying
he's
somewhere
crying.
because,
Nope, he's out.
my God,
where is
3
it?
and
There,
0. Oh.
there,
Yeah.
there, look at it.
Spectra.
So, biggest
Jack
loser
Spectra.
for now, definitely Jack Spectra. Biggest winner of that game, Supa. I think we talked about it, Goldberg, before we got into the second game. What were we missing? Because that secret sauce, which was all over the first best of 5, was not there yet.
Yeah, I mean, I think agency is really what it comes down to. On the center, had a horrible laning from the get-go where he was just not in a position to actually get ahead again. In this game, so much facilitating him and a composition, a draft that allows you to dive into the back line with the rest of your members. You have the Fury backing you up, you have the Yone, and of course, Supa on the Kaiser. I mean, he almost won on the Kaiser last time they played against each other. They threw in the late game. This time around, that wasn't the case, and I think this was just the cherry on top. Ults over the wall, has the flash ready for the bubble. Instant Sonias from the Nami ultimate, and then able to clean up on Vladdy. Monster performance from Supa this game.
Visualized it.
We visualized it 1,000 times before we walked on the stage. Super Trooper, the assassin right behind us. He just completely popped off that game. But there's also another thing that really gives me joy, and it's the fact that the cringe Nidalee top lost. I mean, Mirwin had a great game. Let's be real. Mirwin is had a great game. Kana had a great game, and Kana is still showing why he almost got MVP, why he's such a threat to this
Do you think he was robbed?
That's not,
Never
that's
mind.
not the
That's not a
question.
conversation for today. We're not diving into that. What we will be diving into is that, yeah, Nidalee laning phase still continues to be great for Kana, but Nidalee is one of those champions where, for a player of Kana's caliber, he just doesn't offer enough. In the late game, when you have a champion like this, it doesn't really dictate team fights like the Ambassador did, like the Akali did.
But Mirren is scared as fuck, I think, now, because even that laning phase was a disaster.
Yeah, I mean, just let me. I've played top lane competitively for 8 years almost.
Yeah.
I have not a single time blind picked AD Nico top, and I love the cojones on this man. I love the aggressivity he brings to the game. Aggressivity.
Yes.
But I really enjoy the fact that he's
alive.
willing to bring out these champions. But I feel like, okay, let's not reinvent the wheel, Mirren, okay? You tried it. Yeah, okay, but?
Sorry, but it worked in a composition, right? Eventually, and they were able to do that little, oh no, the Nautilus is going bot anyway, we have hard lockdown. No?
I mean,
Not
anything would have worked in that
I think if Alvaro's not playing that Nautilus and finding those engages, Mirren's not finding them. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like, this AD Nico's not finding them, and it's not having the impact.
Alvaro's playing it like he was playing the Nico, actually. He was like, let me show you why I should have it. But we've got a game on our hands, but is that top lane gonna continue to be a problem, or because we were also in Fearless, does it change?
I mean, the thing I'm excited about is that Casey has chosen blue side. And that means finally, for the first time this series, Mirwin will actually get a counter pick. He won't have to pick his counter pick champions blindly anymore, and we can finally see him kind of get a little
You're
niche.
like, I believed in you. I predicted you. Please win a laning phase or go even. That's all I want.
Kana is just a monster today.
It's
Kana had an
crazy.
incredible game 1, a complete 1v9 performance, a really almost 1v9 performance game 2, and Kana is so in shape right now, and we need to see more from Mirwin if they are to win this series.
Yeah, but I think as well, like, just the time that MKOI had where they could actually figure out the issues that they had against Casey the first time around. It was these carries. It was Mirwin as well on tanks that kind of salvaged it. I don't think he was perfect. I thought they were going to bring the weak, making sure that they were perfect, seeing Mirwin on weak side. We haven't seen it yet. It wouldn't surprise me even on red side. Maybe he doesn't get counter pick. Maybe prioritize another lane, you know? We'll see what happens.
Crazy talk. That's crazy talk out of GV, perhaps.
We'll
I don't know. I'm not drafting for them. Regardless, though, I'm really happy because you could really easily, as Movistar Koi, kind of go down with the pressure in this game too. But they didn't. Supa stepped up, the team stepped up, and they made it work. And we talked so much about Mirwin. I'd love to hear from him. So let's do exactly that.
I'm here with Mirwin before he goes back to stage. Mirwin, thank you for joining me. Any comments on Nico?
I mean, we learned something today. The matchup is pretty unplayable, so that's something good, you know, for the future. But yeah, I think MKOI is pretty strong. Has 2 versions of pure AD, and you can do the helicopter Nico thingy. So yeah, it's pretty good.
Good thing you find that out with winning. I just want to ask you one last question. You just came back from the break. What have you guys discussed together so that you make sure that you win the next one cleanly?
I mean, about draft and everything, we just leave it to the coaches. We are confident in that they have really good ideas. So we just talk, we do a really great job at doing this connection for the next game and staying in the present. So I think that's the key.
Best of luck. I'll let you join your teammates. And casters, over to you for game 3.
Great A says it's unplayable, literally unplayable. At least the guy's honest, because, yeah, that matchup looked like hell. But hey, he got through it. And then eventually, I guess, became relevant, you'd say. And now here we are at a game 3 with 1 apiece here, Vetty.
Thanks.
Oh. No worries. Rob, this is for you.
Thanks.
You boys excited or what? It's like a candle.
It's
great. I'll hold on to that one and treasure
you
it
are
forever.
the master of making me confused.
Well, the problem was I didn't really have many props, so I had to undo a coat hanger. And I'm like, what do I do with these? Well, I get us prepared to go into a game 3. KC on blue, Koi on red. Let's see what we're left with, because game 2 draft was already wacky enough.
Okay, there it is. I was about to say, are they going to leave the Jace open? Because I think it's a no. So we've already seen a lot of top laners that I would say aren't even that high on the priority list get played so far. Rumble is still a thing, and Bess is still a thing. We haven't seen Kana's Na yet. Some of the things that he's super well known for, he's instead played Akali and Nidalee. So, yeah, I'm excited to see what Kana brings out in game 3. Ooh, the Galio ban suggests the KC considering a priority on the Rumble, knowing that Mirwin often uses it as a response.
Yeah, I think they will try and go for the Rumble on the first rotation, but it is interesting to get into a game 3 and still see things like Alistair, Leona, a lot of these still like high priority supports that are engaged tools still been available. MKOI ban. Is it the Rumble?
Yeah, I feel like it has to be for KC.
But it's Mirwin is the funny thing, and we know that he probably has a response into it. We've seen Varus top against Rumble before. That's how crazy it can get.
But it's also, do you have the tools to enable Rumble? Like, you probably need then to guarantee, well, actually, yeah, but Leona and Alistair, I think you're okay, but a lot of the jungle picks are starting to go away, right? Like, unless you want to take the Sejuani, he has that engage tool alongside it, but certainly we're starting to creep down, but there's the Varus. We'll see if it is going to be going towards the top side.
It's a flex, ladies and gentlemen. It is a flex. Mirwin pulled it out against Rumble.
He's smiling. He's smiling.
Oh, is it sus?
The other thing is Aurora is his other good pick into the Rumble, which he's very comfortable playing on the top side of the map. We'll see what direction they decide to go as Elyoya quickly locks in the Xin Zhao. And I was just talking about the Aurora. There's the hover coming through from KC. I think as a mid lane champion, I'm just not as sold on this champion, at least in the LEC. I feel like that the way teams utilize her is not as effective compared to other mid laners. If KC want to go for something safe, I'd love to see something like the Victor to come through, but we have been seeing a lot of Zoe rise up from Vladdy. 2 games of it so far in playoffs, 1 win, 1 loss.
I will also just say, you can still flex that Rumble to support. We've seen it in a couple of different games, so just to keep it in the back of your mind, because especially alongside something like a Jhin, which is quite a lot of damage in the early stages, this can turn into a very strong kill lane, and if Yike is able to make his way down there, that could be something. Ooh. But Nocturne selected. Curious if you get some Orianna bans coming through in the next couple of phases.
Or maybe you take Orianna yourself here for Jojo. I mean, how do they want to pair it up with Xin Zhao in the past? Has been quite popular.
I do not like Orient to Nocturne, bro.
I mean, that's also fair enough. I just thought I'd throw it. But you're right, maybe ban it away.
But I think that they could just lock their support here if they wanted to, and then they can actually pinch the pull on the bot side of the map. I don't think they need to necessarily be super worried about an Orianna Nocturne combo. Instead, they could look to remove something like the Leona. Maybe they even get rid of the Renata again. It depends how concerned they are about range support.
Also, Targamas has been playing the Gragas, which has been seen as a good answer into the Alistair in a lot of regions as well. So that could also be something that they just want to try and take away. So I think, as you say, you've got options here for Targamas, but I like that we're kind of keeping flexibility on both sides. Like MKOI not actually showing where this Varus is going yet. I imagine they will take their mid laner on this next rotation too, just to continue to hide that fact. And then for KC, you still imagine kind of get the Rumble, but there is still that flexibility there as well.
Do you know, I just found out this fun stat. As Ornn gets banned away, is that MKOI has played a unique champ every single game of playoffs so far. 10 unique champs. He has not repeated once so far in playoffs. It would be funny if we got the Varus top. That would make it number 11. I just thought I'd throw that in there. As we are starting to look at top lane bans, the Ori actually taken away, so I guess they do fear the combo that comes from Vladdy and Yike this game.
Because now the idea is Rumble Ultimate, Jhin Ultimate, those lock down a backline target, Nocturne is then there to follow up. So now what other mid laners could you potentially bring out? Do they think about the Zoe? I don't love the idea of a lot of poke in this composition. I think you want a little bit more either follow up on the engage, so maybe they go for something like the Victor. And I think the Xayah ban is makes a lot of sense, and it goes to show that they are predicting a possible Varus top lane.
Yeah, I think you end up here as Jojo, you can manage to take any mid lane you kind of want. Like Annie's still up and available, Silas still up and available if you want to try and go for it. Tristana take it means we're still hiding everything. I like this from MKOI. Again, this is one of the features that we saw used a lot from them last year, was just hiding what picks are going where because of how flexible the draft could be. And you're still not going to see a huge amount. I'm curious though.
My instinct is it's bot lane. I think the Tristana is bot and the Varus is top, and they're waiting to see what mid comes through before they actually decide what to put Jojo on.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm also like, does Soup end up playing something like a Ziggs could also be an option here if you really want to go for it. But there's the Victor that you were talking about, and we're going to find out where exactly this Rumble is going to go.
The thing about Victor is it's just very safe. Regardless of what gets picked into it, you should be able to farm relatively well. And there's that Gragas you were talking about, Dagda. It's good into the Alistar matchup. It provides a little bit more AP. Admittedly, there's already a lot of AP on the side of KC, but the disruption potential is massive.
Also, technically still a flex.
Yeah,
right? So you could actually stay the top side, you clear out with the barrels, and you don't have to worry too much about the range matchup. You just try and scale. Now, it's not as good as it used to be because they did nerf the healing on the Gragas, but I do think it is Rumble top Gragas support, but we'll have to see exactly what way it's all going to play.
Come on, show us the cards. What do we got? Kassadin!
Hey!
We've been seeing this come out in Asia, and granted, it hasn't been perfect.
What is this comp? Like,
but there's your AP for Koi. Now let's see.
Oh my goodness.
Where are KC going to put these final parts? It might just stay as is, and we get the Rumble top into the Varus, and we get a Kassadin! Scaling mids!
Yeah, so we did get some buffs to Kassadin on 25-11, so his E damage went up, and then kind of his damage on his Rift Walk went down for a little bit.
But that's next patch. We're still playing. We're still playing on 25-10, and so the thing about Kassadin is a hyper-scaling champ that does well into AP threats, specifically because of the magic shield you get on your Q. A really fantastic side laner later into the game, but early on, he just doesn't do anything. Like, I want to say it was Nemesis that I saw it on, but like there was this very memorable Kassadin game where the Kassadin looked good on paper, but in game, it just sat underneath its tower pretty much the whole early game. They conceded all of these objectives, and things just fell apart so quickly. Remember that Vladdy, he can also choose to run things like the first strike as well to really look to bully in this matchup. I'm excited to see how things play out, but historically, Kassadin does not do that well in pro play.
You're not wrong, Benny, but it's good to see it, and it's good to see both these teams, when their life is on the line, when there's a spot for MSI, we are cooking with the draft, and smell that, everyone. It smells good. Regardless of whether you like truffle, you like extra salt, you like olive oil, you like avocado, there's a flavor for you here in the LEC. You've just got to sit back and let us find it for you. Welcome to Game 3.
I mean, the different flavors are Varus top, Kassadin mid, and then Tristana Alistar.
It's like walking into a Gordon Ramsay restaurant and you sit back and go, serve me, Gordon.
Okay, well, Yike already setting off for some early vision, and he will get it. Now, the funny thing is, for viewers that often come for the LEC finals, don't watch a lot of regular season in the LEC, you might be wondering why aren't they talking much about the Varus top? That's because MKOI brings this out fairly regularly.
You just saw Nico AD top.
Yeah.
Are you really that surprised by Varus?
Yeah. Varus top was something that MKOI brought out. I don't even remember when he brought it out. It may have been last year, I think.
I mean, he started in winter.
It was this year.
And
because I remember casting it.
Popped off, yeah.
And then Nuko brought it out as well from memory, so he wasn't even the only one. It's just crazy. Again, this is what we expect of Mewin, one of the most versatile top laners. You never know what's going to be in the pool and what's going to be brought out, especially in an important matchup like this.
And the idea is that it's just a good matchup because you can outrange the Rumble, and the slow from the E also makes it hard for the Rumble to be able to chase you down and get you in range of the Flame Spitter. And also just Varus, I mean, he's just a very well-rounded, good champ. His base stats are good, just he has a lot of things going for him. He has a flexibility in his build. I imagine he's going to go for the on-hit, which is often what we see from Mewin in top lane.
Yeah, the only thing is, though, he kind of becomes the target for Yike as the game goes on, because Jojo has jump away, Supa the same, so he kind of becomes the tool. So I'll have to see exactly how he can manage that. And if I remember correctly, he did go kind of like a Terminus build and a little bit of a funky one to... oh, that's what it was. He went Hexplate. That was the first time he went last time. So
yes.
I'm wondering if that's a very similar plan that we'll get here.
You know, he's got 7 games on it, by the way, as well. He's 85% win rate.
Yeah, I mean, it's a Mewin special, to say the least. Now, while bot lane gets pushed in, can we turn our attention to mid? So this is my concern for Kassadin in mid lane. You don't really have any agency, and a lot of Kassadins that I'm used to run things like fleet footwork to help you get through what can be a very difficult laning phase. Jojo very much playing towards the later game with the Conqueror. It's quite easy to stack on the Kassadin, but this is the problem that you kind of run into early game, and it's so easy for many mages to trade into you early, especially champions like Victor, that you are at the risk of a dive. The good news is Nocturne not the best early game diver.
That's the one I was most surprised at. It was into Victor, because the reason we see Victor kind of pop up games 3, 4, and even game 2 a little bit is because a lot of the things that can match his range disappear. So he just becomes such a massive lane bully, and then to pick the Kassadin into it seems like, as you can see, he's going to take a little bit of hurt, but we'll have to see if he can just try and survive. I think the fact if he can get towards that Catalyst, it would help out a bit, just being able to trade some of that the mana for health. But it's still not going to be the easiest of time for Jojo in this early stage.
Now, we're all about in the early game, and while Koi get pushed in the bot lane, we do have to highlight last game. And while we looked at game 1 Alvaro, let's just quickly look at Yike running in the motion while I talk about Supa. Because Supa in game 2 was exceptional. Insane score on the Kai'Sa, which I've got to bring up that it was actually 4-1, now 5-1 in his record in LEC.
And I did like the tagline Finn game of Super Trooper, but his accuracy way better than the conventional Stormtroopers. I can tell you that right now.
Did you say he was a super duper trooper?
I definitely would.
Okay, big Stormtrooper. Jojo survives. Gravity kill down. Elyoya just spotting out mid. Flatty a bit low on mana, looking for the next push in, while Elyoya's going to help Jojo get the shove here, because walking up to the wave isn't the kill.
But it does end up, again, you're kind of sharing this XP with Jojo. This is kind of the struggle that you're going to have, and I think we'll continuously see this. And the problem that I have is that for Elyoya, you would like to be getting active in lanes to try and use the fact that Yike doesn't have that level 6 in the Nocturne, so try and use that early value that you have on the Xin Zhao. But if you've got to continuously move towards mid to help Jojo, you're not going to utilize the strengths of Elyoya as much as you could in a regular game, and this is going to give Yike that time to just power farm up to that level 6, and then he can be significantly more active, especially, you know, playing around that bottom side, even looking for plays towards Kana on that top half and trying to put Mirren in his place.
Oh, going for the tier Kassadin build. Okay, so very much on the scaling end.
Yeah.
The Seraph's obviously going to prove very valuable when he's diving headfirst into the fights later on. Right now, though, it's a quiet early game. I noticed that Yike is hovering around the top side of the map. Looks like no gank is going to happen. Our observer's highlighting for us what KC can see on the map right now. And as you rightly said, they will spot out Elyoya, as Mewin has to respect the possibility of a jungler on the top side.
Kind of just walks into Mewin, though, gets a good trade, but it's a problem of running back once you have Blight on you as well. What are you doing? Shock's found the person with the sign in the audience. Lovely. All right, well, this has been a big audience today. I don't know what's happening down there. Oh, we get a photo together. That's nice. That's really nice. Sorry, a bit distracted.
Yeah, it's a nice trade from Supa there on the bottom side. Targamas went in on towards Alvaro, so immediately Supa jumped forward, burnt the barrier early to get as much value out of it and just make sure he could trade on towards Kalisz. So again, just getting control on this bottom side, but keeping my eyes on Elyoya. Again, trying to hover towards this mid lane, make sure that Jojo's able to pick up the farm that needs. Now a level 6 hit, things become, as you can see, a little bit easier for him to try and trade back effectively against Flatty.
It's still a riff lip, though, as we remember once upon a time he used to be a lot stronger, a lot more consistent. We're going to have to wait till 16. We're going to get the clock up, gents, because I still remember that meme of getting to level 16 felt like it'd be all right for the Kassadin in the game.
Yes, the level 16 power spike for sure.
Yes.
We'll see what position he's in as we get closer to level 11. First Dragon still on the Rift, and KC have a tendency of securing the first Drake in this series, and it looks like Yike is looking to secure it, but he will be spotted out by some vision. The good news for him, though, is when you look mid lane, Jojo doesn't have any HP, so it becomes very difficult for him to really contest that. Instead, he's sending his... Are they really going to dive top?
I think they're just looking for the healing for
okay.
Jojo, but...
Or... Yeah.
No, he's back there.
Okay, he's going back, makes sense. So the tendency will continue, Dragon will start, and this time, a bit of a gap between Grubs. So KC can reset and look to see if they can test that top side objective.
Yeah, I think this is where it kind of gets a little tough, though, because I think for MKOI, you have ways to try and play towards it, right? And I like what they're doing, which is keep Super boss, and then you can move Alvaro up to contest the wave with Mirwin, who is level 7, so being able to use that advantage to keep your pressure there, and you can try and look for the Void Grubs off that. But it is also tough because Jojo doesn't have any pressure mid.
Yeah.
So this is where, again, it kind of is going to fall back to having Alvaro come mid to try and help him out. So it's going to be a little funky to see who actually gets control over this area. But I think with KC moving Targum spot side, they're just not going to try and invest time towards the Rift, the Void Grubs, and just be happy with getting the early Dragon.
Cleared out for now is the vision. Alvaro is just taking his time, making sure the pressure's applied. All it does is give Super a bit of time to breathe and wait for the next wave. Those Grubs 20 seconds away. And Yike has his ulti up and available. That's big. The Nocturne online and waiting for that first ult. Now, Equalizer was used in top wave to clear out minions, but Kana not having that for another 45, 50 seconds might be a window for KOI to exploit here if they can get a quick grub or two.
Now, with the Catalyst completed for Jojo, he can start to be a little bit more aggressive with the trades if he wants to. Of course, the shield on Vladdy is going to help him out in these short bursts, but if Jojo wants to be, he just has to be very cautious about jungle presence. And as I say that, look at Yike and Alyoya.
Limps in, Targmas in, and the response. First ulti, instant flash out, but Jojo's going to be feared. On top, Yike is ready, but saved by his teammate. Alyoya did a fantastic job as Targmas got involved. Alvaro flash! He does it again! His engage is out of this world!
Tries desperately to finish off Jojo, but it's too damn slippery. The Rift walk away, and MKOI turn around the play.
And to add insult to injury, Jojo goes straight to the all chat, saying, can't abuse a domination Kassadin in lane. My. Oh my goodness. A double kill for Jojo. And the Void Grub's going to be secured in the early game as well.
He added well played to that as well, as I can see. 3 Grubs again for KOI. 2k gold lead in early game. And gold on the Kassadin. You'd have to be smiling ear from ear if you're Jojo right now.
Yeah, but here, they thought with the Rift Walk, it's a relatively long timer in the early stages, so I think maybe we can just CC lock them, but with Targamas not able to get in to actually keep Jojo locked down, they're able to turn around, and then, as you say, Alvaro taxiing with Targamas into the flash pulverize, and just don't have the damage from Vladdy afterwards.
Look at live, look at the Forest top. Kana about to get solo killed as we watch back, and Alvaro's coming in. The dive's going to follow up. The kill over to Mirwin. Alvaro's everywhere.
KOI add another to the scoreboard at the top of your screen. Mirwin with great damage in the 1 versus 1 for the first time in this series. He has a gold lead. And things are going all up for KOI in this game 3 early game.
It's these surprise picks that they haven't been able to contain. Both Mirwin and Jojo in such a strong spot now, and Alvaro has been phenomenal. Again, the supports. Game 1 it was Targamas who was popping off, but Alvaro in the last game of the Hooks, now him roaming as well, has been so crucial to that success. With Super now set up in mid-wave, it unlocks Alvaro again to start linking up with Alyoya and playing towards Jojo Pyun, who's just been accelerated so quickly thanks to those 2 kills.
Whenever KOI can skirmish, whenever KOI can start a fight, I've noticed this trend. I noticed in the first best of 5. I've noticed throughout this year, and even last when they had Frescowi, KOI just thrive in the chaos and the individual mechanics that bring out in a 5v5, a 3v3, a 4v4, as early or late as it may be.
I think they're just exceptional at using lane pressure.
Yeah.
Like, the push from Super and Alvaro to then go mid sets up that play, right, to match the roam from Targamas, and it's every time Jojo has pressure, he starts to lean as well. It just makes it so difficult to play against MKOI because it's never a fair fight.
Freeland Cattle roams the Rift right now, hovering over Dragon Wall. Is it Bio, or does it just come from a MKOI? We don't know yet, as Jojo, he gets poked down in the bot lane while we're thinking that. Dragon's coming up in 25. That's why Alvaro was setting up vision and seeing what he could find, but in the end, backs off, resets, gets his ward replenished. And we're going to look for the second Dragon here to see if KC can keep that momentum down the bottom side of the map.
Jojo's just gone for the reset. Should be up there. It is. Finish off his Rod of Ages and TP back in immediately. Still, though, I think for MKOI, the fact you have Yuntal's completed is really going to be the focus here. Supa is incredibly strong alongside the Sundered Sky for Elyoya. And this is the combo to carry a fight here.
Vladdy also resetting. He's going to upgrade his tier.
Yep.
And I think that with the numbers difference, KC are just going to concede this first Dragon of the game, which means that all early game objectives going in favor of KOI. This will be KOI's second Dragon, well, their first Dragon of the game, the second overall. And nothing but impressive with how KOI been playing this early game. Elyoya and Alvaro definitely seem to be locked in how much impact they're having on the map.
But exactly, that's it. Alvaro immediately running topside to keep Mirwin safe as that top push goes in, because look at where the KC boys were. They were looking for a potential dive with the Ike Gold to try and turn around something there, but now Supa might be that target. Managed to dodge away from the deadly flourish.
Yeah, because if it's caught there, that'd be rough with Targamas now having ult up. But Jens, I wanted to pose to you this. In the second game, what we saw from KC was that Kana was able to maintain an individual lead through the laning phase. Yes, the rest of the map was going KOI's way ever so slightly, but at least there was Kana there for them to lean on. This game, they cannot lean on their top laner. He is the furthest down out of all of them. He is 30 CS in the hole right now against the Varus top, who's still getting towards his first item, but Mirwin is dominating him in lane and holding a level lead for now.
The chats that are watching the LEC right now, the Monka stairs are coming through as Jojo's about to tick over to level 10. KOI is setting their sights on the top lane. They're waiting for Alvaro to arrive, and here's the cow.
He can pop his ulti straight away. Flash immediately burn. Kana does the same. Equalize going to do absolutely nothing. TP in response. Alvaro about to die. Yes. Targamas has him in place. Deadly Flourish misses, and Vladdy wants the kill. Takes it. Vladdy with a 1-for-1 trade, but Kana is irrelevant again in this game as Curtain Call popped out. Supa waiting for a rocket jump. Yike in play. Ulti burn. He flashes. He's waiting for his ulti, but patience is key. Yike knows it. Away with the rocket jump though, and at the tip of the end, health bar flash shut down. Jojo can't help. You can see in the picture he wanted to, but it's a good kill for Yike.
Supa wanted the turret plates before they faded. Try and trade for that play in the top side, but ends up giving a kill over to match Kana going down. Still, Dragon the control over mid wave for KC.
I will say though, in that play, KOI got a lot of plates. They got plates top lane, they got plates mid lane, and they got plates bot lane as KC was just kind of being run around the map. Vladdy committed his TP to the top lane, and he ended up getting that kill onto Alvaro.
Who wins this? Chaos Storm's down. Gravity Field now down as well. Mirwin doesn't have his ulti. He flashes away, and that's why he definitely does not win it. So Vladdy gets a summoner.
I think there was a world where Mirwin could have turned it around if it was 1v1, but he saw on the minimap, or at least he had an instinct that Kalist was on the way. And with the arrival of that Jhin, there was definitely no way that he was going to get to safety.
Jojo.
Can he interrupt this?
He has actually cancelled Vladdy's back because there's a ward on the left side of your screen up there. Spotted Vladdy. Vladdy will return once again.
Notice Vladdy actually sits on a gold lead right now. He has a pretty significant CS advantage in terms of the 1v1 matchup. With the Rod of Ages stacking, Jojo's going to be able to close that level gap once it's at 10 stacks. But Kassadin, at some point, will reach out of control angles, and it's going to be very difficult for KC to deal with.
Yeah, no ultimate on towards Vladdy, though, means no Victor really going to be a factor over towards this next Riptile fight. Yike trying to see if he can get some poke into Elyoya, but Jojo even pushing the wave. Needs level 11 for the fight. Alvaro goes.
He turns it into an engage. His Unbreakable Will now up and available. Supa's firing away, and Targamas is caught out. Supa gets a reset from that as well. Ulti burned by Elyoya. Now with the Crescent Guards down, we look towards bottom. We see a 1v1 where Mirwin's getting revenge for the first 2 games. A hail of arrows, a hail of daggers, and a hail of top laners. Looking at Mirwin's return arc.
And hail MKOI in this one. Incredible stuff from it's actually Kliss wants to open up. They want to go.
Alvaro has no ulti. There's an ulti pop by Yike. He wants backline access, but he finds it anyway. With the lights turned on, Supa can't get out. Herald held down. Jojo with an ulti jumps in on top of Yike, gets a kill, but 1 versus 2. He lives, he flashes, he escapes. Herald resets. Bloody can't take this alone, and the kill on Yike might have actually saved the objective.
KC, they are not going down without a fight. They challenge the Rift Herald. They go for the brawl. Great damage comes through from Kalist, and Yike with the fear sets up for the pick onto Elyoya. Jojo, though, playing with nothing but confidence as he finds himself another kill. And while it is very much in favor of KOI, the gold, the kills, the objectives, KC are showing that they're still here to fight, and this game is far from over.
The issues are the solo laners of MKOI, though. 3 kills apiece, items starting to come through. Jojo is about to be bloody massive on this Kassadin. What we've seen as we start to go through is the trade against Kana here. The ult lands from the air, and immediately, yeah, you can't do anything here. It's shot down, then you get the hail of blades coming through, sets up perfectly, and this is the re-engage.
And you know they're confident because Mirwin, he's also typing in all chat. Nice proto belt, by the way. As Vladdy, he becomes the target because they realize it's a bit of an awkward engage. I think that Elyoya just wanted to sacrifice his life there, but then Super oversteps, and he ends up getting caught as well as Alvaro now goes in.
Alvaro with his ulti available, though. He has it, but he's so low on health. He ran in and KOI didn't want the engage. Explosive guard start for his body slam. Follow-up's great. Elyoya, crescent guard. He's in, but he's in 1 versus 5. Down into the ground, the captain of KOI singing no longer. KC have a Herald, and they're still in this game with a chance.
How often has hubris been KOI's greatest enemy? We see the confidence with their plays. We see the way that they're trying to make action happen. But KC now, for the last few minutes, are fighting back valiantly as they get themselves another 2 picks.
And it's Targamas who's swinging that sword. Really well played. Alvaro goes for the headbutt pulverize. He gets the body slam to interrupt the pulverize, and then the cask to send Elyoya back as well. This is why Targamas has been picking up the Gragas, and it's why it's so good against the Alistar.
Jojo stacking up the Rift Walk, but alas, Kana will not walk into the bait. He's level 11 now as well on this Kassadin, but you're right. This hubris, Vetty, to use your words, from KOI has cost them quite a bit in this game. Once a 3.5k gold lead, now measly 1,500 as Dragon number 3 sits and waits for its foe.
But it's not even uncommon. The last time these two teams met in game 2, KC had an early game lead, then they threw, KOI got an advantage, and then KOI ended up throwing back themselves. Even with a winning position, KOI have made mistakes before, and it's KC that's first on the Dragon.
Look at where Jojo is. He's in behind, though. I don't think KC realized that there's a flank going. Now they do. He got spotted on the ward.
The Dragon goes down to KC at the very least. Herald also breaks open mid. That's a massive play from KC. Not only are they not out of the game, they're starting to charge back in a big way.
Jojo's in top, though. The immediate TP, KC trying to collapse. I don't think Jojo can get this wave. You can see he's using that just to spot out what can happen. So a bit of a wasted TP, but it will get at least some gold into the Kassadin's favor.
The gold difference just continues to dwindle. It largely just sits with the advantage of Mirwin in the top lane. And it's going to become a question of, sure, this Rumble is behind, but do you want to know the biggest difference between a behind Rumble and a behind AD Nico top lane?
I can guess what you're going to say.
It's the ultimate. That's the difference. Kana, even though he's behind, as long as he's building AP, and that ultimate will always have value, whether as a zoning tool or a follow-up tool. And when the night goes dark, you don't know where that ultimate is going, and it becomes a lot harder to play around. It's important to recognize the composition of KC is long range, it's got a lot of disruption, and while the Nocturne doesn't have many easy targets, Kassadin, Tristana, Alistar, they're all very frustrating to ulti on top of. That just paints a even bigger target onto the Varus that has a 1.6k gold lead.
It's that zone control that I fear, and you're right to call it out for KC. This game has been rough from the start, but the fact that they're fighting back, you have to give them so much credit. Again, towards the end of the split, you could argue there's a bit of inconsistencies, but KC still finished first. They still finished with the top score for a very big reason. And after coming back from first stand, it was the ramp up, it was the power of KC that's already been shown through this year. And KOI have to match that here. In game 3, Atakan now spawns.
The thing I'm also keeping my eyes on is Jojo should just tick over to level 13 right before his Rod of Ages pops, which means he'll immediately get to level 14 as well. So kind of on a pretty nice timer, start hitting towards that level 15, level 16 nice and early. I think for KC, you can see they're trying to force these fights while you're still getting those items on towards Jojo. Or sorry, those levels onto Jojo.
Vladdy clears out the bot wave, has TP available, both mid laners level 13. Oh, nice poke damage on the Mirwin.
Really nice.
Keeping my eyes on Jojo in the river. Right now he's just hovering around the lane. But we find ourselves in a very tense moment. Elyoya covering on the top side of the map. I think Jojo's found an angle though. Look at the minimap. He's looking for a play onto the bot lane. Vladdy very deep in the lane.
Spotted by a ward though. Vladdy's going to TP, but remember Q will cancel castings. Doesn't find him, doesn't go in the bush. That TP, Alvaro's waiting. A flash instant, a bump in. Vladdy's made a mistake with the explosive cast. Buying time, Alvaro in the way. The deep dive from Yike. He's found Super. A kill for KC. Yike gets out. Elyoya jumps in. Vladdy running the storm down. A trade. That's what we get. Meerwin dodges deadly flourish under turret. Chains of corruption. Targum is slow. Hail of arrows. Kana gets out. If only slight. A 2-for-1 for KC playing on inches.
Vladdy survived for so long in that engagement. Everything was sent his direction to try and keep him alive, and it means you get the 2 kills, you get the top tower. Looks like it might be traded by Jojo in the mid lane. Actually a TP there to try and keep the mid lane tower alive, but it's Anakan for KC.
Now there are 4 members alive as Super makes his way back out onto the map. The Anakan has been started, and Jojo is stacking up his ultimate. He set his sights on the Anakan. This is a scary situation for KC.
Jojo stacked up Mega Blaster, and he runs into 3 people, though he's going to be feared with the Castellan. Does he care? He's scaling, he's deadly flourish. Killis gets an auto, but still fear in their eyes. Koi, they're running into the Anakan. It's still leash, still leash, still leash. 17-2, reset. It comes in.
Jojo jumped in as Killis had to reset. If there was a couple more autos in the tank, that could have been Jojo going down, but it means that MKOI get into a position where they can steal that Anakan away. This game is bonkers.
We look back at the previous exchange. No TP available onto Jojo means he can't join the fight. Vladdy just drops everything onto Super and says, you know what, I'm going to do what I can. The movement speed that he gets from Q, the support that he gets from Targamas as well. It's a single W at the very end that ends up getting the kill, but it's a 1-for-1 trade as they then convert it into a second after already securing it onto Super. KC get the top tower, and it's just really quick thinking from KC to turn Jojo in bot lane isolated into a winning team fight on the top side. But again, chat, the Monka S's 15 out of 16 on the Kassadin.
It's going to be a bit of a dangerous spot. Well, Dragon though, in just a couple of seconds already. MKOI push out mid, going to try and move into position. No real way for Jojo to try and get in behind. Will be spotted as they try to move through here.
Super's had a rough time against Killis this game, just purely the utility brought out, especially by both bot laners. Dragon, number 3 for KC. The stacking again in this series has been the story point. But for Koi, the underdogs, the 3rd seed, they now sit in front of it at 5k, being taken down. The curtain call opens up. Alvaro got his own control. There's the ulti. Yike turns the light off, but it is Super who takes the Dragon down. KC run out with eyes now open. Yike's ulti down.
Good take from MKOI. KC weren't really in a position to try and go for anything. You see Jojo just teetering off to the side, threatening if KC ever tried to step further into that river. And MKOI, again, just buying time, buying space. This composition is going to scale very well. And KC kind of feel like they're running out of time.
Often when I think of Jhin, I think he's a champion that can scale very well, but it's very dependent on who he's playing into. Because obviously, he only has 4 bullets, so into tanks, the reason why he struggles is not that his damage is necessarily weak, it's that he has to stop and reload. Well, against this composition, though, there's a lot of squishy targets, and you'll notice that Kassadin has to be super careful. Just, I realized that I said super, and I thought that Jake was...
I get blamed for it.
Just my brain, I was like, oh wait, I'll give him a second. But yeah, Calist, it's something that Jojo will have to be very cautious of as... Oh, Alvaro goes
Great
in.
engage, it's onto Targamas, maybe just dead. Super's in as well, Targamas caught out, trying to clear vision when Baron just spawned. That is an unfathomable mistake.
Akana's the bot side. No TP available for the next couple of seconds, so MKOI, I think they just get to rinse this. They have so much damage. Jojo, again, going to play Peacemaker with KC as he keeps him away.
He jumped onto Killis, he jumped into the brush. He can jump back out. He's taken half his HP. The deadly flourish misses, but that gives time for Baron. Yike is sent away. 1800 jumps in, but he jumps in late. Yike is left stranded as Super covers the escape route, takes a kill. Jojo jumps in himself, and the equalizer to slow them down won't do anything of the sort. And yes, they're hitting Jojo. Yes, they killed the mid lane Kassadin, who finally got to level 16. But Koi are winning this game through the longer these fights go on.
KOI hold strong. After securing that pick onto Targamas, they do a great job of deterring KC from the pit. Alvaro once again doing God's work as he does a fantastic job of initially finding this pick onto Targamas, who thinks that he's safe, ends up face checking into the engage, and then he does his absolute best to keep Yike from out of the pit, and he does it beautifully.
They just play this so incredibly well. Jojo ends up bringing Kalist off the side to keep him occupied. Yike tries to go in, but it's the lockup coming through from Miran onto Kalist, which means he's no real follow-up. Jojo jumping forward, and you said it in the fight hysterics, they turn and burn, but it's just Kana going down. Alvaro will fall. And the fact that you now have this Baron buff makes the side lane pressure so much more difficult to deal with as KC.
Malignant secured for Jojo is a really nice item to have. Even though he spent a lot of time in the side lane, it really has paid off now. This Kassadin is going to be extremely difficult to deal with. KC are going to have to find one miracle of a fight to turn this game around.
Now, it's only a 3k gold lead, but again, we've talked about the scaling. My analysts beside me have let you know why this is very doomful for KC. However, resilience cannot be understated when we talk about KC and Koi, and even their round one best of 5. Vladdy, though, getting dove on, will take away resilience and add in fear. Under turret, Jojo, some good damage returns for the Chaos Storm, thanks to Vladdy, but he has to back away. Kana getting a turret on the other side of the map is one good thing to take away.
Buying time is another good thing to take away. If MKOI can just run out this timer, they're going to be in a much better spot. Push coming down on the bottom side as well for Kana, because he's able to get some help, but is he? Oh, he was kind of moving towards that mid lane. Wasn't sure if they want to try and go for some sort of push, but MKOI still focused on the top 10.
Jojo spotted bot. This could be a window for KC to try and force an engage. They have Yike's ultimate ready. Kana quickly getting to level 16. A nice upgrade in the ultimate would be valuable for 3 members of KC, actually.
Mega Blast Cone waiting to be taken. Electro up, and he missed it! He was outside. He jumps. He's got an equalizer on top. He flushes the barriers. Curtain Cole looking for this little Yordle at 4. Just misses. Meanwhile, in the rest of the fight, Jojo's now returned. He teleported in to win the rest of it. Almost thrown away by a dangerous super. Brought back by the Canadian mid laner. It's 16. It's scaling time. It's Monka time. That's Koi run to match point.
There is no more time. It is over. MKOI find the fight in front of the base, and they can go for the end.
They were doubted in round 1. They were called the underdogs, but against KC once again, biting the bullet here as Jojo looked for his last kill of the game. Koi are no longer frowned upon. Instead, the Spanish fans see all the death screens of the blue side lit up. As those timers get less and less, they wait and they look for the final moments.
Koi will set their sights on the Nexus. They'll look for match point, and in a commanding Game 3 victory, Koi will take down KC.
Why is it we always get close to an international event, and Koi feel like they deserve to be there?
The Kassadin comes out. Mirwin gets a winning top lane matchup, and his scoreline at the end was 8-0-2, getting a solo kill onto Kana and getting some much needed revenge as well.
And what the hell do you do if you're KC? Nothing seems to be working. The power picks that you had in Vladdy's Victor, in Rumbled for Kana, are not cutting it anymore. MKOI looked like they figured out KC.
I mean, last game I was saying like, oh, you know, KC got those individual picks working for them, but we just get to these fights whether it's early or late. And as a unit, Koi just operate better in a lot of these situations.
I think that we did still see some mistakes from Koi.
Oh, yeah,
a little bit of bravado, one could say. But ultimately, they punished well. And so much credit needs to be given to Alvaro. We've talked a lot about the supports this series. And his scoreline, 0-3-15, when the team had 18 kills. On an Alistair as well, like the man is just making magic happen for the team. He did it on Nautilus as well. And he's just catching people out. He's peeling for his teammates. And he's having a fantastic series.
But even just the early roams from phenomenal. Like, that was the thing that got people ahead. It was the fact he could cover for Jojo in mid. It just made it so difficult for KC to play. And even the run with Super netted 2 early kills for Jojo, which just set him up.
I just noticed as well, he started covering Merlin. And on that Varus as well, there was never an opportunity for someone like Yike on the Nocturne to find any pocket plays.
I didn't even, like, the Nocturne for me, just, you kind of just are a person that turns off the lights. There's not really a way for you to really get value with the Orianna gone, and I think the fact that MKOI had quite a few, like, Jojo able to jump around, Tristan able to jump around, just meant that the value he got wasn't there, and now MKOI 1 game away from knocking KC out.
It must be the antioxidants, whatever's in that box. Maybe that's the trick. Law standing by, though, as Koi on match point to go to MSI and another finals.
Yeah, and I want to check in with our co-streamers, Mayado here, and Skane, of course. Guys in the audience, you can cheer for your co-streamers, of course. Guys, how do you feel right now? I saw the excitement on your faces. Your voice was like out of this roof. How do you feel?
I mean, it's one Nexus away, right? Yeah. From MSI, from a lot of things. We are so happy, actually. I think that we were not favorite, so it feels insane.
That's the thing, like 1 Nexus away. Are you stressed right now? Or given everything you saw from the team, are you confident that they can take it home?
I mean, we are really confident, I think. I think that this draft was really good. Like, the team is playing really good. We are feeling just, like, insane, you know? I don't know, we won with Kassadin. Like, it felt insane.
Amazing game for you guys. Thank you so much for the check-in. 1 Nexus away from MKOI and its direction MSI and Canada. We'll see if they can make it happen after the break.
He doesn't like that. Look at him, he's a good boy, but he don't like that.
Maybe we could play some A-rounds or something like that. I mean, this is map, right? New tower, new objective.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat. Red Bull gives you wings.
Approaching the final pick, and what a ride it's been. A moment of hesitation, but we're getting closer to the game changer, and what a legendary journey we've been on.
I mean, there's so many excellent options, but one of them has to be a perfect
They're
fit.
about to lock in.
Oh, what a pick!
What a way to close things out.
Join Marriott Bonvoy for a chance to claim a free Hextech chest and key. Marriott Bonvoy, a check-in at every checkpoint.
Look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Waltzing through the storm, feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze, we're laser focused. Dancing through the storm, we become the light. Against all don't we find our beat when the chances take full just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem. Find it all be. Eyes ablaze when laser focused.
How do you like them apples? It's MKOI who is at match point. Find themselves there again. I made this joke before.
You're
but
reusing jokes.
I'm using. Nobody would have known, Goldberg. But the reason I did it is because you reminded me of apples was Yappelsing.
He was Yapples for sure. He was talking a little bit of words.
He said he was going to make him cry.
Yeah, maybe they're going to cry tears of joy because the apple doesn't fall far from the tree, and there's been no Maokai nor an Ivan for Yak, which we know he loves, our little Swedish dendrophiliac. But I really think coming into this game 4, we need to see more draft adaptations from KC, because I feel like this game, they just got mega drafted.
I mean, I love this draft. Winning top lane for Miriam. He gets to play Varus into Rumble. He's done it before in regular season. You have Tristana into Jhin. What more can you ask for in that angle? And then a Kassadin on a last pick. I wasn't initially sold on it, but then that one skirmish happened, and they were just cruising after Jojo got those kills. He reached level 16. Unplayable for KC at that point.
Jack, I know sometimes you like to kind of emphasize your points, but I know that you hated this draft.
Yeah, I really didn't like this KC draft. I think you don't have the type of follow-up. Stand up?
I don't know.
I mean, the thing is, right, when you have Nocturne, you really want champions that will like follow the Nocturne really nicely, right?
Yeah.
But in this draft, you have the Jhin, which I like. You have the Rumble. Beautiful. Beautiful 3 picks. But then Victor and Gragas? What is the Gragas going to do? He's going to Bomba, split them apart? Nocturne doesn't want that.
Engage. Counter-engage the Alistar.
And Victor, it's like, I'd rather have something with some firepower, something that can make things happen in this draft. Because now you have a losing bot lane matchup, you have a losing top, as you said, and you also kind of get outscaled. Like, what's the win con here?
Yeah, I thought we were going to have some bells and whistles, maybe next time. I agree with you. And I also want to kind of highlight a couple of things. I think the Kassadin pick was inspired. It was like, they didn't see it coming, they absolutely didn't, and Jojo just continues on his arc of, for me, impressing me more and more every single game. But I think who we also really want to talk about is Alvaro, because we don't have enough time because we need to talk about the top lane and about Supa, blah, 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 but this guy is incredible.
Actually, I had him third in my MVP voting. I think Alvaro, this split, little flex there, you know, like that's my guy. Alvaro, I think every time I watch him play, I'm just more and more impressed. It's like he doesn't miss. I think his engages are just on another level. This Nautilus hook was just so beautiful.
Well, actually, I am second in my MVP voting, so and I think the fact that he's just been popping off has been incredible. I think he's finally on agency. I'm curious to see how he's going to adapt throughout the series, though, because there's only one engaged champion of the main ones left. It is the Leona. I'm seeing that become a contested pick as well between both Targamas and Alvaro, who's often thought about when you're thinking of these engaged champions.
It's true. We'll cover the draft right here on the desk in just a little bit, but I just want to take stock of kind of the camps, right? Because you have Movistar KOI, who, even though they won the first best of 5, they're still the underdogs because KC are the reigning champions, and you always feel like KC is just going to give them that run for their money. But I think they really feel invigorated by the point now that they did beat them in 5 games last time, right, Jack? Because he doesn't even have to visualize it. It already happened.
Yeah, I mean, I just think this series comes down so much to draft.
Yeah.
And you talked about how engaged supports are starting to run low for Alvaro, but I'm even more worried for Targamas.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
This Gragas didn't look good. And now you're running into a game 4 Fearless here with even more engaged champions out. I want to see them just early lock a Leona. Please, make it easy.
To me, it comes down to, are you fine taking the Leona early and running into a fat Braum or not?
Because that is kind
Leona
of
Ivern.
boom.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the Leona early pick because I think that is just such, like, both these teams rely on their support to engage so heavily. I don't think MKOI is comfortable with Alvaro on ranged, and I don't think Casey has shown they're that comfortable on Targamas on range. I really want them to really get this Leona early, but you will end up running into a Braum.
But I think it's even more important. I think the Braum will also become even more pivotal because one of the main AD carry champions that I see up right now that I know Kalist would love in situations like this would be the Misfortune. We often see him bring it out in the later games. You often want that. We're not the engaged champions, right? And even if Leona goes out and you ban Braum, I mean, maybe a Mumu. I'm not saying we're going to be picking it, but it's like, it's one of those where you just want the combo.
Look at Jojo, look at him. He's taking a deep breath. He's locked in. You know, he remembers everything that went down last time. The infinite praise. This is for a trip to his home, quite literally to Canada.
Finally,
he might want it, yeah, because we needed money for a ticket.
There's the Braum ban.
Yeah.
The only time near airport is a good thing.
Near airport is a great thing. It's actually not far from the studio.
Yeah, so actually we see the Braum ban coming up as we highlighted. This is, I think, angling for a Leona first pick. So I really wonder here as MKOI, do you actually ban it, or do you have another option into the Leona?
But Leona first pick is
crazy.
It's crazy, but I think it makes a lot of sense.
I mean, we all talked about the bot lane matchup, or the support matchup. Both Taka and Alvaro, it's their bread and butter. You still have to go for the Jace. The question is, are you then...
It's a Leona.
It's a Leona, it's coming.
They're doing 2 support bans to try to set up for this Leona.
But you have to.
Yeah.
You have to, no?
But I think here is ban it, no? As MKOI, because they already used 2 bans.
You get more Canada champions then. Like, the thing is, you still have the Nana, there's still the Jace, and there's Mbessa, right? What is your priorities here? What junglers? Yike still has Maokai, Ivern, right? There's still power picks available. So it is the Maokai. You have to pick.
I mean, I think you go Leona here, you look for Ivern 2-3, for KC, try to make it simple.
Oh, you guys are great.
We call it, and it just shows the beauty of Fearless, that some champions that normally would not be high prio just become so crucial to draft when a lot of other champions
But
are out.
what do you go here? Because as well, like, you know they want MF on Casey. Like, at least I feel like Kalist would love that, having the Leona already.
Combo.
Is that ever a takeaway pick? I'm really not sure if you're just immediately going for that.
I mean, for me, it's like MF Estral are the 2 ADCs that are up that I'm thinking are high value. But I'm trying to think about, like, what support? It's a rough situation. You usually don't run into a situation like this.
Me, I've seen Alvaro play Karma before. They have gone for like the Estral Karma, the Sivir Karma. I also would be down for like a Sivir Enchanter lane.
Sivir Lulu, yeah.
Sivir Lulu could do pretty good. Sure, it's short range. Sure, you don't really have that go button, but it's gonna be the Estral in the end.
Predictions here, maybe it is.
Yeah, I think Estral Karma here would make a lot of sense.
I feel like you have to. You don't have that many good options now with the Leona being banned with the Braum and Renata already.
And probably it'll be MF for KC. Just MF really good into Astral once she gets that Bloodthirster and lifesteal up all that poke.
Yeah, you can contest the mid waves as well there. I feel like as well
MF
that...
Lilia makes a lot of sense as well.
Yep.
I will highlight that.
Oh, it's Corki instead.
It's gonna be a Corki, which is a bit... We have seen it in LEC too. Not that good success. You saw it on the screen, 12 to 19 losses, or 21, I didn't really remember.
Yeah.
It is not really winning a lot here in Europe.
And the thing is, Offset win on it recently, but that was like the only game they won, and then lost
Feel free to explain to me, Jack, if I'm wrong, but to me, Corki is like an early game kind of lane AD carry that doesn't really scale that well into team fights, but has a lot of early pressure. Together with Leona, maybe you can do make magic happen.
It's pretty similar to Astral. I think in this case, though, they're probably just going to send it mid, because the idea is like Yone is out, which is the go-to standard blind pick mid. That's AD, so they just go Corki now to have that damage profile set, and then for bot lane, they'll just kind of pick whatever they get depending on MKOI's bans. But it looks like MKOI are actually targeting top lane instead here.
Yeah, I mean, banning Renekton and maybe even the Gnar, I think is a good call, considering you're against Kana. I think give him the respect he deserves and take out those champions that he has shown so much comfort on. Then if Renekton Gnar is out, you have like 2 different options you can kind of go. You can either go into a champion like Aatrox, that while it's okay into the Mbessa, doesn't really have a lot of agency due to all the dashes that Mbessa has, or you go for something more standard like a tank kind of champion.
Either way, like Jax, or do you not like that here because of the popping and the
Jax is
Ezreal?
okay, but in the end, you're kind of just scaling parallel to the Mbessa, which I think favors her.
That's the MF.
Instead of Gnar, I wonder if that's a mistake.
So the Gnar is up. I also see an angle for a potential Yorick. It's not really been popular in LEC, but in LPL, it has a very high presence, and it does good into the Mbessa.
Good shout.
I don't know what ADC Kalist wants to go for here. It needs to be something with a little bit of early game agency. Like also, ideally would have some sort of follow-up. Like you could go something like an Ashe. I think Like, you do have the Leona engage, but you still kind of are lacking...
The cleanse and Merc value if you go Ashe here. You're into Lilia as well, like that's... Oh.
You could go Zeri as well. Ooh!
Oh.
Yeah, I think Poppy going bot is a good shout into
about
like...
this Poppy, you know?
Yeah, it's a good flex into bot lane as well, into the Leona. You kind of just stop the engages every single time, and it allows you to trade space with the Ezreal, so I don't hate it at all.
But you don't love Ivern into AP junglers, because you get really far outpaced after the first clear. So usually you pick AP junglers into the Ivern, because you just eventually build up a big tempo lead, and you can just generate the big individual lead on the Ivern. But of course, the Ivern later on...
There's so many junglers out as well. I think Elioa is also just digging for comfort right now, and this is one of the comfort champions he's used in the past.
Yeah, it's like crucially, this is like a different kind of play style. The Ivern plays for the lanes, while the Lilia more the lanes play for the Lilia. It's just kind of a different dynamic there.
And if they get to a point where Ezreal can just free hit everyone and they have a Ivern in front of them and a Daisy.
Yeah, either the Lilia gets ahead enough and just takes over. As we see the Sivir lock in, it makes sense. There aren't that many champions left.
Do we have enough engage here? Yeah, that's the question. Do we have enough front line here for KC? And that's why they're looking for the sign.
Already, I'm happy.
Hear me out.
Okay.
Aurelion Sol here. Like, a lot of late game scaling, tank killing, going up against the Cold
not a dragon. The wrong dragon.
You know, I was wrong. It was big dragon to small dragon.
Yeah. Well,
Forgot about Smolder.
I really like both drafts, to be honest. I'm very happy with both teams, what they got cooking up here. I think you got good front line on both sides. You have really good scaling. I think this is going to be a slow game, going to 30, 40 minutes.
Who's going to win?
I hope Casey wins. And I think Casey will win.
I would also actually like to see Casey win just to get a 5-game series.
That's true.
I want to highlight, I really like how MKOI kind of forced Kana into a tank. I think that was beautifully drafted.
I don't want any of that. My prediction was 3-1. This one goes home now. I'm happy. So, yeah.
All right, let's see. I'm definitely in the 5-game camp, as I always am, but we've got a Smolder. I thought we got rid of that.
He got buffed.
The buff dragon.
Shocks, yeah, it's making its way back, like all scaling mids do.
Thank you.
Apparently, as we've already seen in this series. But a game 4 and a match point. Gents, it's a pleasure to have you by my side as we find out if KC have it in them to take us to another game 5 in this series, as we've had before. Our new rivalry. It's so good to have in the LEC that KOI and KC can deliver us that G2 Fnatic-esque that we've had in the past. That doesn't really exist anymore.
I mean, there was a period where it was Man versus Rogue. They were the top dogs in the league. And then it was the era where Mads just kept running into Rogue in the finals, and Man just seemed to have the upper hand. It was kind of the era of Elioa back in, I want to say 2020 and 2021. But of course, yeah, they kind of got pushed to the waysides, and it's really only been this year that we've seen the resurgence of these teams. Jojo coming in winter, so many question marks. It felt like after winter, he was kind of middle of the pack mid laners. People didn't really see the value. But my goodness, has this man leveled up in spring? A contentious All-Pro vote where he found himself in second after the regular season. And I feel like that he's continued to deliver here in this series and throughout playoffs. And for Vladdy, I will say he's had a bit of a quiet series. A player that many touted as the best performing mid laner throughout the regular season, throughout winter. We need to see more from him here in Game 4 to bring us to a Game 5.
But to be fair, this has been a bit of a one-sided rivalry for a fairly long time, right? In me and Masters, it was KC that ended up winning that finals in 2022, and Kalist beating Supa in a Game 5 to take his first title. Then they come into the LEC, MKOI strike first, but then KC kind of owns the matchup, even coming through. It was the lower bracket in winter, round 2, where KC knocked MKOI down into that lower bracket. You look at summer 2024 playoffs, KC knocked MKOI out of that, but it's now in 2025, this spring, that MKOI have just come alive, and they have looked like the better team today. They have been very coordinated on plays. They've been able to set themselves up well. They've been getting onto the map into the right places at the right time, and they've really caused issues for KC.
Well, let's see how things pan out in this early game. The analyst has talked about how they expected a slower early game, and I'm very much aligned on that way of thinking. But then, in the Kassadin game, we saw 3 kills go over in the first 10 minutes. So who knows what to expect from these teams.
I was going to say, it's rare I see a slow MKOI game, just in general.
That's true. That's right. They are a bloody team, and while Elioa looks for the invade, remember, still level 1 because no camp started just yet. A smite in
That's
tow.
a yoink.
It's a yoink with a smite, as I'm talking about it. So level 2 gained, red buff for the healing and in jungle. Elioa will just tra-la-la to the other side of the map, and take away the rest of his blue side.
Question mark pings onto the Raptors. I think Yike expects Elyoya to be back on the top side of the map, so he's just letting his team know. Priorities are, of course, very important in the early game, and for now, as Yike continues his full court, it's Jojo that gets the push in mid lane. On the top side of the map, Kana with the push for now. And on the bot side of the map, it actually looks pretty even between both the Sivir and the Ezreal.
Yike just spots it out now. And the fact that Bloody's low here, as you're saying, I mean, Jojo having a good time and just getting some good grass stacks as well. Gatling gun out of the way. Bloody, one of his biggest trading tools with the autos. And while we're having a look at Yike, I just want to kind of bring up a story that we haven't talked about yet, considering the fact that Yike hasn't been in. Ignore that. Super has flashed. He's disappeared, rather. That was actually Targamas looking for the engage, and Super just hangs it back.
Wait.
Mum, magic. Don't worry, I pressed it again, Dagda. Have a look. Oh, and I broke the screen.
Yeah, I do think, though, like, it has been interesting for Yike because he's only missed one final since he entered into the LEC. And then also the current record holder for longest streak in title wins in the LEC, sitting at 7. But it hasn't been the best of times in this series. It definitely feels like Elyoya has been able to keep him in check. And now you're going to make things a little bit sad if Yike isn't able to defend his time in, defend his title against the G2. But for MKOI, I think they're going to be more than happy to send him packing.
Disengage. Now I'm going to tell you manually because I wish I could talk a little bit more about Yike. I wish you could all see what I'm seeing. But again, it's these finishes in winter, in summer, in season finals. When he gets into those finals, he completes the road. He takes it all the way through. And Yike has been this prodigy that we've obviously talked about on G2. That KC from closer to now have just got the extra experience that comes with being in a top team. Yike has to carry them through. And on Lilia, one of his best champions, this is how you get them to game 5.
We'll see if he's capable of doing it. Both compositions, very front to back. I will say I think the engage is a little bit easier to pull off on the side of KC compared to Koi, who, well, largely I would say because of the Poppy, they have great disengage tools. Maybe that could be used in an engage in and of itself. But double AD carry comps, I mean, we talked about it. It's just a lot of scaling, a lot of farming, basically them waiting to get those crucial AD carry item breakpoints.
Yeah, and I 100% agree with you, Eddie. One of the things that you can see oftentimes with a Smolder is that if you're able to, get to your stacks, use the range of just being able to poke with the sneeze or the chew, whatever it's called, the W, and make sure that it's all fine.
The phlegm.
Yeah. But, oh, hang on.
Targamas flash. Oh! Sidestep unreal and slowed down by Alvaro. Jojo just styled on him.
Really well played by Jojo to try and step away from that and just nullify everything that KC wanted to do. It feels like the new plan here from KC is try to shut down Jojo so we can't get that scaling going, but they can't make the play happen.
Phosphorus Bomb kited back as well. That's 3 skill shots, make it 4 with the ulti from Bloody that's now dodge. Alvaro helps with the push, resets, and Jojo now level 6 as well.
Yeah, Yike trying to get in and see if he can go for an invade of some description, but the camp is already marked by Elyoya, and Yike doesn't feel comfortable enough to try and take it, so looks like KC going to back away. And this whole time, Super's just fine. He's been farming up relatively easy on that bottom side.
He's looking to pinch. Kalis will just cut it back as well. Targamas moves with him. It's because Dragon now sits there wondering, and Kalis also doing some fancy maneuvers as well.
Yeah, I just want to go back to the engage from KC is just super nice because it denies Jojo the opportunity to try and look for that poke or try and play at range when he gets to that super late portion of the game. Because it's not only the fact you've got Sion and Targamas engage, it's also just a speed up for Kalis to try and help close that gap. So I think you got a nice setup here as you continue on in this game to try to just close that gap onto MKOI.
I will say, seeing Kana on the tank, we'll see how well he can pilot the champion. Typically, when we think of KC, they have, of course, won on the Sion before, but usually we think of Kana as that carry player. We've seen how incredible he's been in this series, and in Game 3, Neowin finally got some revenge for himself, as the Varus top answer was good, but kind of back to Kana winning ways in a sense, as he finds himself with a small lead on the top side of the map.
But it is strange, isn't it? When you see Kana on a tank, you're like, he's so lane dominant, and we've seen this before. We saw this recently in the last series they faced off as well. As Jojo falls on that. Trigger Seed just out of range. Root call was what I'm talking about. That Trigger Seed now can be shielding to Jojo as he gets the push. But yeah, Kana on tank's not what I think.
Well, yeah, he actually did a little nice move there. So he hid in the river, waited for Mirwin to reset, and then stepped back out to clear that wave in topside. And basically, MKOI thought they were going for the Sion swap that we've seen a bunch of other teams do. So Mirwin reset, TP to bot wave, and actually meant the Super lost entire wave on that topside. So, already now as well, because Kalista and Target was just shoved in bot, they're actually going to match Super as he just goes to push in this wave. So already kind of a bit of mind games coming out from Kana, but yeah, I'm waiting to see how he wants to try and play these fights and how well he can orchestrate himself, because he will be obviously stepping in front of the front line. But Finn, I think, said it the other day, he was like, you got to learn to press S sometimes when you're on these tanks. Just hold the space, and that is something that we'll definitely be trying to see if he can do well for the squad.
Ro's definitely holding space now. It's because Grubs are spawned, and Poppy's zone control is unreal. Daisy also presents herself in the rift, and Grub started off, but El Yoya trying to play it really slow here, looking for a potential turn.
Use the first stack of his smites.
Jojo waiting around the corner, but Yike gets a two-man. That's drowsy into a sleep, lilting lullaby, and it's going to find Alvaro as he flashes away. Already damage has been done, and Vladdy with the follow-up of Cliss gets first blood. Jojo now has to flap away, but Vladdy will be unrelenting with his follow-up as well. Over the wall, he'll match it, but against Red Buff, he might have gone too far. Ivan helps make it a trade, but Yike is doing Grubs in the meantime, and even though kills are traded, those Grubs are gone mainly to Koi or KC.
It's KC that get the initial kills in this skirmish. The way they respond to the Grubs being started was very well done. They target out Alvaro, and you mentioned it in the play-by-play. Look at this two-person sleep coming out from Yike. Makes it really easy for Targamas to then set up the chain CC onto Alvaro. He flashes away, but then Kalista with the ultimate. I mean, he's the one in control of the bush this time round, and then the chase comes through from KC.
And it's that chase down that is just so good with the Sivir. Being able to get that move speed means you're able to carry forward. Bloody little too far, as Red Buff kind of helping out Jojo there a little bit, but still, this is kind of what you need to do as KC, is find those early engages, get the pick, and just run down MKOI when you get the chance, and they're already off to a decent start.
Good thing about having Sivir with an early lead is Kalista's now picked up 2 kills. This early Essence Reaver means early wave clear, means mid push is always there, right? When you saw Sivir in the old days, everyone talked about the 500, 600 CS win condition. Remember when it was Reckless, when it was on Fnatic?
When it was Jin Air.
When it was Jin Air. It was definitely, I think we're 900 CS by that point, but the Sivir win condition is still real. It's still about those 6 items, and it's still about how much pressure you can add in this Kalista. Already showing how quickly he clears the wave versus an Ezreal that has single target damage.
Well, it's important to remember a lot of Sivir's value comes from the bouncing blades, her W.
That's right.
And so if the enemy team isn't stacking up a lot, she obviously doesn't get as much value. And the trade-off of her being able to potentially hit the whole enemy team is that she does have quite short range herself, which is where the things like Ivern, I think, become monstrous in the late game. The protection that this champion provides for AD carries, with a Smolder as well, is one of the big late game avenues that Koi will always have as a potential win condition.
Yeah, I do like that Kalista has the spell shield for Mirwin though, because I feel like that's kind of one of the engage tools that MKOI will be trying to utilize. And if you ever end up with that public execution going towards Sivir, you can spell shield would be perfectly fine. So I think that's where you'd be looking more towards people like Vladdy to try and make sure that he's going to stay safe. But at least he has Valkyrie and Flash in a lot of these occasions, so could keep him safe too. But yeah, both teams scale so well.
Yeah.
It really does feel like it's just going to be a case of who gets control in the early stages and hits those 2.5 to 3 items fastest.
It really is just a race for the itemization, and that's why getting these early kills on the Sivir is so valuable. And they've naturally moved Kalista here just because her wave clear is so good, so Super's likely going to be forced to play defensively, as the same can be said for Kana. Now starting to lose out on these early trades, given that Mirwin has a few more points in those skills. Means that the cooldowns are a lot more manageable, and Mirwin is a lot scarier to skirmish against now.
Mirwin's, I mean, you could say warmed up in the series. Obviously, the matchup in Game 2 as Nico was a little bit rough. But even Game 1, it was all about Kana, and it's quietly shifting. And coming into today, like, you don't know behind the scenes of casters and analysts. We obviously talk about big storylines. There were so many to choose from in this series because of Kalista and Super. You know, Dagger, I know you talk a lot about EU Masters and the regional leagues and what it meant for Kalista and Super, as they were the primary carries in ERLs. They were the best carries in EMEA Masters as well. You look at Vladdy and Jojo's road to get here too. but I always looked at top and how important it was to see this matchup with Kana, who came from T1, who was a middling LCK top laner, who is now leading the league. Now, what can be done up here? Let's look at the play. Targmas has set this up, and Alvaro's caught out. Ulti gets only one, but not yet. He stands, he delivers, and he gets KC an early gold lead.
Nice pick from KC. This jungle support starting to work together to find these little moments to pick off Alvaro. This is exactly what KC need. We talk about the value in kills and gold. Well, that's a great start right there.
It might be a slow early game, but that doesn't mean that action doesn't happen. Players still have to respect the possibility of these picks coming through, and Targamas just roaming with Yike, allowing the Sivir to free farm in the mid lane is very easy when it comes to setting up these picks. He connected the Q, followed up with the ulti, and Alvaro, I mean, the chain CC, he had nowhere to go.
On this Poppy, it's not the same, right? I mean, Poppy, we talk about a lot of disengage, we talk about a lot of setup needed. Not the same as those engage tools we've seen. Alvaro in this series for KOI has been, I'm sure, a lot of people's MVP watching the Nautilus game, watching even the Rel and their loss. What's the other champion I'm missing, Dagda? What did we see before the Rakan? Alistar, excuse me. And it has been incredible to watch, but here in this Poppy, not having the same early game effect that he's had in previous games.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Again, it's kind of more that disengage tool, but KC just have so many ways to try and start off fights that don't even require a dash that it does get a little tough for you as Targamas now. Just starting to set up that vision, and it's going to make it a lot more difficult for Jojo Pyun to try and play up on this top wave. And that's all that this vision really needs to set up, is the ability for Vladdy to farm safely and try and deny Jojo access to that farm.
1.1k gold lead is the advantage KC has been able to build so far. 14 minutes in, the plates have fallen off. Next objective is spawning soon. Herald in about 50 seconds time. It's a tense affair. Both teams know what's on the line. KOI with their sights set on returning to a finals. KC do not want their spring to end just yet. The winner of this series will be Europe's representative at MSI alongside G2. So much here for both these teams.
Also just in their next series against G2, when you look towards KC, hey, look, they beat them in winter to actually take the title. But when you look across at MKOI, the organization has made it to 4 finals ever. Twice they won when it wasn't against G2. Twice they lost against G2. And now a potential to go forward and try and play against G2 once more. To have that revenge, what was for winter last year, will be absolutely incredible for so many of the players here. Because it was G2 that denied people like Alvaro, Supa, Mirwin, that golden road. The golden road. What's the word I'm looking for? Not golden road. It's
I like
the
gold,
Royal Roaders is the word I'm looking for winning your first split as you enter into a region.
Which is rarity, right? And again, both teams have been underestimated. In 2024, bad year for KC, let's be real. 2025 has been brilliant. In winter, as we said, they smashed G2 in the final and went to the first ever first stand. Obviously, KOI, as we're looking at Herald being done here and Yike actually pulling away because KOI are looking to contest. As a reset comes through for Yike, KOI is just that team that just never say die. They're always there. How do they keep making internationals? How do they keep making fights? As Herald round 2 resets again for Yike.
But Kana's just TP to bot lane. Mirwin looking for the reset and a potential TP in. So MKOI going to group shove mid, and I think they're going to TP in with Mirwin. Although Jojo also looking for the reset.
Okay, so this time as the TP is guaranteed, it will actually be taken. Scuttle on the way to Dragon, and stopping Dragon's not going to be good, but Kana's just right there. He ulties as Elyoya is sniffing flowers. Redemption heals him up, buying time with the trigger seed. It's great, but look, Mirwin's caught out, has to flash through mid, and Kana's a tank. He's bought so much time. KC, this fight looks unbelievably good. Mum called in, but she's in another room. They don't care. The brawl between kids keeps on happening as KC just regain control. Not only Herald, but Dragon. Double objective is big.
The helicopter and the parents doesn't show up in that one, and it means that KC are able to get in towards the Dragon. They get the Rift Herald, immediately goes down in mid, won't be able to finish off the tower, but will get a good chunk. And Kana, that was so much damage onto Elyoya.
Just a very nice sequence from KC overall. I really had raised eyebrows when I saw Kana engaging onto Elyoya alone. Because I was like, there is no support. Kana is engaging by himself against 3 members, but as you guys identified, he's a tanky man, and he knows what he's doing. He does great damage onto Elyoya, and he buys time for his team to not only secure the Herald, but rotate down as well. KC with a clean sequence will likely now set their sights on one of these outer towers. The mid lane suffering significant damage means the KC may set their sights on that one first.
I think it's just a good call from Kana. At this stage, it's all AD across the board, but
there's no
ulti try and play for
Kana. Oh, he's 5 seconds off. Look, count it down. 3, 2, 1. Ulti's in. And Mirwin, he's going to be put to sleep. Bedtime coming a little bit early here, and Mirwin already knows he's going to stand in place, and Decimating Smash makes it easy. Great timer from Yike, and this is why his Lilia is so feared.
Getting the kill is huge, but you look at that top side, still the counter punch from MKOI, trying to push in. I think they were just looking for Jojo to see if he could get the tower, but it's very low, but not quite low enough to finish that one off.
KC securing themselves another pick. No cross map available for MKOI, just as Dagdo is highlighting. And this mid tower, I don't think it's long for this world.
No. It's just constant clear.
Easy secure. And KC just taking firm grasp of this game. We're 18 minutes in. It's a nearly 3k gold lead. It's likely going to be that once Kana secures this objective, and they didn't have to do anything complicated. That last outer tower in the top lane will be the next point of focus for KC. And they are very much looking to bring us to game 5.
I feel like, again, it might not be punchy, it might not be as explosive, but KC, it is clinical. With a 3.5k gold lead, with a Sion who is in a great position. And once again, by the way, Kana, 1,300 gold lead individually versus this Ambessa. He's back in charge, and not only that, every lane right now is green. Super's early, or rather Kali's early kills, excuse me, is being met with constant pressure through mid, as we talked about. Mid turret open, second item or almost there. This is as clean as you want. If you're a KC fan, you're looking at this being like, this is them restocking and getting ready for a final game so that they can crush and return to an international back-to-back.
And a lot of it is coming off of, as you say, Yike moving around, but also Targamas working with them. There's so much vision control that KC have been able to settle in this top side. This is just them refreshing those wards, but this has been a constant movement from KC to allow Vladdy to play up and aggressive, to keep Jojo in check in the 1v1. And a lot of this is just coming off the fact Kalist so easily wave clears with those 2 early kills and the Essence Reaver to keep them topped up on the mana. So for KC now, push mid, rotate top, see if you can deny Jojo more farm, but maybe just the buffs instead.
I really like the way KC is playing this, just because of how they utilize their prio and mid to immediately convert it into topside pressure. And even if they don't immediately get that top tower, they're going to keep repeating this process, keep setting their sights on that top lane, and slowly chipping away at that objective. You can already see Vladdy going back up towards top lane. Kalist looks like reset time, sitting on a decent amount of gold with a 1.2k gold lead over Super.
And let me pose this to you. Elyoya's jungle is getting run rampant. 40 CS lead from Yike. And if Ivan doesn't get the farm, he might have a cheap build, but if he gets no gold, that Smolder pick from Jojo doesn't get the protection it needs. You can say the same about Super as well. Even Mirwin engaging in. And slower the better, and for Yike, he's just going to run rampant and one-shot if he gets access.
Yeah, but you can see there, right? Kalist just deletes the wave, so I don't know how you try and prevent this, because you're just not really strong enough. Like, if Yike and Targamas walk in, they just beat the tree and the Yordle. You just don't win, so...
It's a bad side of Lord of the Rings.
Well, it's not been a good time for MKOI in this game, but they need to find some way to try and break it, and that seems to be by bringing Mirwin here to try and deny them access. But with 45 seconds until Dragon, you've only kicked KC out of the top side for them now to reset and move into your bot side instead.
I will say we're again seeing this tendency of KOI to just kind of overgroup when you enter the mid game. Like, they've got both their AD carries just sitting in mid lane. Of course, Jojo with no TP, but now they've sent Mirwin top with the TP, and that bot wave, look, it's just being abandoned. There's no one catching that farm right now, and this is how KC is building ever so slightly with their advantages, the farm, the gold, and the experience. Arakan going to be started off by KOI, a dangerous objective. We'll see how KC responds.
Feels like a flash in the pan. They really want to throw something in.
They're trying desperately. KC moving forward. Kana going to be that front line.
But that dude is tanky as hell. He fears not walking in. Great poppy ult though. A disengage as the Arakan comes close, but 6k, it's not going down quick enough. And KC are moving into position. KOI are getting threatened out. Daisy playing zone control. That's nice for now, but at 3k, maybe a flip, maybe something for Elyoya. Patience wearing thin. 2.5. Solar flare engage. Kana sets that up. Elyoya puts him to sleep. Good night. Sleep tight. Game 5. It's all right.
The line has been tranquilized. kingdom that MKOI was building is crumbling around them. Incredible fight from KC.
I mean, yike. He gives them a sweet dream, but then KOI wake up to a horrible nightmare. The engage comes through from Targamas, the follow-up from Kana, the flash start, well, the flash sleep onto 3 was just what they needed to clean up the fight. Beautiful execution from KC as they get themselves 5-0.
And if one falls, they all fall. The chase down potential from KC is disgusting. The movement speed on so many different members. And now you've got 3 items completed onto Kalist. He is huge in these fights.
Vladdy even TPs to bot lane to get that tier 2 tower. That goal difference has ballooned into a 9k advantage. And can KC have stamped their authority here in Game 4? The slow, steady, controlled game. I mean, this is KC's game to lose.
And what, now MKOI have to fight for 3rd dragon? Like, you don't want to go near these guys right now, but it's not exactly like it gets better, right? We said whoever kind of gets off to this lead, whoever can lock the artillery in place faster is going to be in the best spot, and KC have done just that. 3 dragons now to their name, pressure on the map, and MKOI again kind of moving as this unit, trying to find some way to keep KC at the base.
It's incredible. We load into a new game. No idea what to expect. KC have refined themselves in this game. It was death's door. It's the Grim Reaper meme and KOI are knocking, but you open it, there's another Grim Reaper. I don't know how that works. Apparently, it just prolongs the death and we wait and see how it handles out. Kana's gonna ulti, try and send us to the final charade of our top 3 in the league to face off against G2. KC are done. They do not say goodnight this time. They do not give up. An ulti away, Mirwin is panicking because Yike has his number. The dust, it's so full. And everyone jumping in on the Jojo can't stop because Kana doesn't die. KC with more merits.
Mirwin ults to make himself unstoppable to stop the sleep. But that does not stop KC from being unstoppable as well. They will chase down Jojo under his own towers and continue to push forward.
KC just know how much stronger they are than their opposition, and they just don't waste any time. They look for an engage on mid lane. They call for Yike to come in from the flank. The Hex flash from over the wall. Alvaro thinks that he can find an angle, but there's very little that he can do. Instead, he just gets chipped away until he eventually loses his life.
Yeah, the redemption to try and help out, but here you can see it. Mirwin goes drowsy, uses the ultimate because it makes her unstoppable to prevent the sleep from going through, which means he does escape. But it means that Jojo's left underneath the tower on his lonesome. And KC with the flash forward from Kana will secure the kill. And now Baron is in their eyes.
10,000 gold. It's KC's Baron for the taking. Elyoy and Alvaro shouldn't even be close because the zone control will batter them dead. It's only a soul to go at 3 minutes 15 if we're still playing this game then. A turret trying to be taken by this Ambessa. I mean, Mirwin wants gold because KOI have none. Back to the drawing board it seems as Targamas might even be executed here with Baron to all 5.
Bot tower. A small moment of relief for KOI as they get a tiny gold injection. But those teal bars at the bottom of your screen will barely be dented. As I mean, Kalist, look at how wealthy this man is. 5-0-5 scoreline, 3 items completed. He's already got the BF sword working on his 4th. He has a 3.8k gold lead over his opposition.
At 3 levels as well.
Yep.
He is monstrous.
What more do you say than this game has been a monstrous effort from KC, from every lane, from Kana holding on, from Kana having an individual lead, from Yike running the jungle. There is a reason if KC make their way into the finals, I think G2 will be saying, we do not give Yike Lily, we do not give our ex-jungler such a powerful pick, but more than that, for KC to choke him out. KOI's thinking about that for the final game of Fearless, for the last game of the best of 5. 11,000 is the difference. KOI on their deathbed here, hoping to defend what seems to be an impossible task. Mirwin will jump in, but you see Vladdy as a Corki stands and cares not.
Cannon Minion doing a lot of the work, likely to finish off this tower. They'll get the extra wave, and there it will go. The first inhibitor has been exposed, but KC, they don't want to slow down. They move their way over towards mid lane, and they'll take another.
The MKOI waves just don't exist. The second they walk into range of Kalist, they disintegrate. And it's just allowing KC to walk wherever the hell they want. They will back off. 2 inhibitors taken.
Targa.
Up still goes.
Follow flare's great. It's an engage onto Jojo, but knocked back. The damage again. Yike hitting another sleep means Alvaro will be next to go. And with the Nexus in their eyes, with an ulti from Mirwin to escape, KC will just take the remnants of what's left on KOI's standings. This is it, yet again, another deja vu. KC always find a way. KOI are going to deliver one more game for us, but this will send us to MSI. This will be our final charade.
What a one-sided stomp from KC. 15 kills to 1. One tower was secured by KOI compared to the 10 of KC. I mean, just a masterclass performance from across the boards. And we wondered how Kana would do on the tanks. I mean, the man didn't skip a beat.
That was a statement from KC, and MKOI need to find an answer back, because that was absolutely insane. They look so calm and collected.
Yeah, not even close. And for KOI, it didn't look like any of the other games we've had. A lot of back and forth within the series, you have to say, like a lot of close team fights. We started from game 1. That was the most one-sided game we've had in this entire series.
But that it's also the game that we had Alvaro off of engages, right?
Yeah.
Rel, Leona, Alistair, Nautilus, Rakan, Nico, all gone. And so he kind of needed to bring out something. It was the Poppy, a good answer into the Leona, but wasn't anything he could do.
KC fans must be thrilled, so let's get an insight. Law standing by in our crowd before this game 5 again between KOI and KC.
Thank you guys. They are doing it again, taking us to game 5. But before we go to break, I want to celebrate fandom again, but this time around on KC's side, because check out what I found. Thank you guys. Check out what we found. So we had amazing fan sides on the KOI side. And can you tell me what this is and introduce yourself, please?
So my name is Sasha. I'm a huge fan of Kako. So this is the Kako. So that's my girlfriend who made it. And I'm really proud to bring it here to the LEC studio.
Shout out to your amazing girlfriend for doing this. And I would like to give her this as a gift. I'm sorry, but like, yeah, this is a jersey signed by the whole team. Shout out to you, to all of you guys. Cheer for the team, cheer for both teams ahead of game 5. We're gonna take a short break and we'll be right back right after this.
Mikael, guys. Big. It's for the win, guys.
We're pushing on this. Fight.
No, Mikael, by the way.
I see three.
We win. I can take a Kogo. Is this f***ing...
I kill him.
Nice.
One more game, okay?
I'm telling you, we win early game. They are so f***ing bad.
Welcome back, everybody. We are going to a Game 5 once again between Movistar KOI and KC. So we thought we'd move the analyst desk to the crowd. You might be wondering, where is the rest? Well, of course they're getting a snack. They'll be right back because it's Game 5, Finn. Let's go.
It is, and it's just such a privilege to be able to watch this game. It is such a banger between these two games, and back-to-back best-of-5 series that goes to 5 games. I'm just so excited.
I'm really happy. Also, Jack Spector's prediction was horribly wrong, dude.
Well, I mean, it will not... Hey. If KC wins, I'm still the most right out of all of you guys.
Okay, good point, but how...
GB was wrong.
Yeah, GB
Okay, I was wrong for now, but if MKOI wins, then I'm not going to say that I'm at the wrong side
anyway,
right now.
so Jack, I'll give you a chance to talk first then, right? According to the things that you thought that KC would get a 3-0 here today, what is it going to be in Game 5? Are we finally going to see it? What is it?
They just need an easy draft. You saw it in this Game 4. They had a nice draft.
Fearless Game 5?
Well, just get some sort of engage, some sort of fight-starting power, and they're going to smash them. It doesn't look hard.
Well, Jack, I have a question for you.
If it doesn't look hard... Wait. No.
When things get hard, I get harder.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant.
I'm going to ask you, Jack Spectra, what are they going to pick for support? Because all your engaged supports are out.
Blitzcrank, Pike.
Boom.
Boom.
Pike in 5 again. Let's see what happens.
That was into 3 tanks. This time there's no more tanks.
Counterpoint. What are they going to pick top, eh?
I mean, Mirren is going to get last pick, and all the Canada champions are already out, so Mirren is going to cook something good for us.
What about Nar? Nar is not out.
Oh, Kana Game 5 Nar?
Last time Kana played Nar against Mirren, he went 1-8.
That was because Nidalee's out.
Nidalee's out.
Hey, I love it.
Picks.
I love it. It's facts and feelings, actually. But I know you have some feelings connected to it as well because you truly believed in Movistar KOI and in Mirren. Has he recovered a little bit after the first 2 games? Can he be a win con for them?
I mean, my eyes are on Mirren for sure, because my eyes are always on Mirren. He's always an exciting player to watch, but my biggest eyes, I have multiple eyes, they are on Georgipian, because I think Georgipian has been having a spectacular series right now, and I think against Vlad he's shown really good performances. Even on the smolder this game, he was still doing really good in laning phase against the Corki with the smolder, so I really want to see him with agency in Game 5, something he can impact the game on.
Last counterpoint, I agree with the man. Jojo's going crazy.
His eyes might be on Jojo, but he's tweeting about Kana. He's talking about how good Kana looks, how he's perfect, he has no flaws.
True.
Brother, you know KC's taking a Game 5.
Okay, Kana has been playing really good, but I still think MKOI is the better team.
Thank you so much, everybody. Let's go. We're going into Game 5, and we also have an exclusive look in the KC booth for Lord standing with commitment.
How are you doing? How stressed are you right now?
I'm shaking right now. Yeah, I'm shaking. The Game 5 is so stressful. One spot for MSI, it's either us or KOI, and I think it will be us. I hope it will be us.
I mean, you've seen this before, you've seen this last week, Game 5 as well. How confident are you this time around? And is there anything you want to tell, not the players, but the fans cheering for your players as usual?
I mean, it's the last game. It's either vacation or MSI. MSI is our dream. So I will ask them to cheer us up a lot. And I don't know what to say anymore. It's on the hand of the players.
You said everything you had to say. I wish you the best and an amazing game, Kamel. Shots over to you once again.
I didn't know we were coming back to us, but we're still here. Don't worry. We definitely are. Don't stop chanting now. Come on, Karpas.
I mean, KC.
Do you have any KC fans?
Kamiko!
Come on, man! Come on!
Karpos!
It's El Reverse Sweep, eh? We called it last time and we have it again. I don't actually know. I think we ended on such a bang. I didn't know it was coming back to us. So I'm going to need at least one more point from each of you that can make us super excited about Game 5.
Game 5, last time these two teams met, KC choked it completely in the draft.
They did.
But this time they learned from it. They've learned from their mistakes. They are going to smash them with a beautiful draft, and they're going to make it look so damn easy and get their ticket to MSI.
That's what I'm talking about.
Finn?
MKOI has been here before, and they have shown that they are the better team in the clutch. In the Game 5, they succumbed. They made KC into their little... I'm not sure do it again.
All right, I heard we have 1 more minute, but I think that was a final note, and I'm sure the casters will be happy to hype up Game 5. We did all we could. Take it away, guys.
You did good, especially to save Finn from saying what he was going to say next. It's not bad to warm us in to what should be an exceptional final game of the series. That's Dagna's head, that's Vedius's head, that's my head. We are red and blue to show the different colors. You guys supporting KC. Vedius, I guess, is in the middle, and I'm supporting Spain, apparently. That's what we decided to do. I didn't know it was intentional or not.
I don't think it was even remotely intentional.
But we've got the colours of both countries.
I think we're lining ourselves up for another beautiful Game 5. The last time that these two teams faced off against each other, it was MKOI that got the better of them in that clutch Game 5. And what the analyst says are true. When you get to these sort of situations, sometimes it is the... what's the word? The things that you can't measure.
Intangibles.
The intangibles that often are the difference makers. Which player has that moment? Which player has the confidence? Is it too much confidence? Feeling the pressure and using it to really keep yourself centered, and when it comes to this final draft. All on the line, the winner of this game will represent the LEC at MSI.
And if this was at the very start of the split, I think I'd look towards KC for that patience.
Agreed.
But it's Movistar KOI that have really impressed me with their growth over the course of this split. But now they sit in a Game 5, 1 win away from Jojo going home to Canada to play against some of the best teams in the world.
In the good way.
In the good way.
In a different way. Not as a Canadian, but as a European. Representing a Spanish organization that has fought tooth and nail to get here. Now, KC, the same can be said as we go into draft.
And for Calist, it's a case of can he try and hold on to what has been a bit of a streak for him. Only missed a single final over the course of his whole career. Will this be the second notch in that? Or can he try and go forward and defend his title alongside his team?
Ike doesn't miss finals either, apparently, so we're going to remember it's so much.
The Maokai?
Oh, it's up. They've left Maokai up.
I mean, it's an install. There's no way it's not.
The thing is, though, you still have the Sejuani. So I think for Yike, he's happy to just go for the Sejuani trade. You could even, as we were saying right before, take something like the Renekton in the top side to pair alongside it. Vladdy then has access to the Sylas in the mid lane.
The blind
I think you've got so many options here.
I think the blind jacks is a great idea, especially when you're this deep into the draft. The number of good responses into it is very limited. Oh, instead, they're looking at AD carries. We know that Calist is very confident on the Misfortune, and that is going to be the lock-in. Do they need to grab the Sejuani right now? Maybe they want to keep their cards open.
Are you worried about setup for Misfortune? Rel's not available, things that are often pairings here.
That's a cheeky hover. So Yike has brought out Belveth. I want to say it was against T1, and it didn't go very well.
Well, let's not remember that then. Let's go to the Sedge instead, as you guys were alluding to.
Yeah, I think the MF is nice, and you still have the setup from the Sejuani, which I think works. Also, the fact that for Maokai, it's kind of he sends in the ultimate and you get everyone following in tandem alongside him, so you can still get value, but late game scaling gonna pay off for him.
Okay, Enchanter, no Blitzcrank against Misfortune. Very clever.
My goodness, KOI have come in prepared. Oh, and the insta-lock from Vladdy. KC want to respond with confidence of their own. I mean, this is a Zeka classic. Back at Worlds, the one where he won when Maokai was so popular, it was Zeka that was deliberately picking the Sylas into the Maokai with the intention of stealing it and using your ultimate against you. So keep your eyes on Vladdy. He's bringing it out in Game 5. The Sylas going to be an important pick.
He also has Blitzcrank ult for a silence. And with that gap close, it makes it so much more efficient. So already, you're looking at the barrel of ults can steal as Aurora's the first ban moving into the second phase. Maybe some top laners to give Kana a bit more pressure as he's got counter pick for red side here. And you all know Kana. Counter pick for this top laner is where they could seal the deal.
I'm just trying to run through in my head, what do you try and respond to the Sylas with? Because there's picks like the Annie that are still available in my head, but I don't think it's exactly the best because you can... although to be fair, actually, Sylas doesn't get the stun, and I think you can use Tibbers to block the Sylas engage as well, so maybe there's a couple things, but Mel by the way.
But what, is it the possibility of the Sylas top? Is that what they're considering?
Oh.
I mean, Mel support also. Maybe you think because you can reflect the Blitzcrank hook and then pull the Blitzcrank in, right?
Yeah.
Which is
set top. I'm trying to think of what's good into Set.
Set has been played support in the East very recently.
Right.
Yeah.
So it was actually played in the LPL today
But the
by
Blitz is
Weber.
already locked in, so my thought is they want to go for something like the Ornn for Khan in that top side. And they're just like, hey, boys, the Ornn being tossed back in thanks to the Set, not exactly the best of times. So I'll have to see if that is the idea, and then the Bard is going to be the final ban away.
I feel like they're just going to lock in their support here. Oh, this is Galio support, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not bad. So with whenever you get hooked by Blitzcrank, if you time the Justice Punch correctly, you will just scoot away and you don't get the pull through on the Blitzcrank hook. Plus, if you actually do get hooked in, you've still got the Shield of Durand and everything to get the taunt off and kind of work in your favor. But blind Cassante would open up for a Jax for Kana. This is a bit of a risky one from here.
Yeah, it really is, isn't it? Again, this flexibility in draft. You could say the same about KOI today, but KC are now doing it to them with all these potentials. Cassante locked in.
I do think, though, you don't really have tank-killing capabilities on KC right now, so I think you will have to go for the Jax for Kana, or at least some sort of DPS for Kana.
They've got Camille, Galio, Sejuani.
Yeah, actually, true. Not a bad shout.
Oh, actually.
They may even move Silas top or put something else mid, but I feel like Kana should have enough top lane options. Cassante top, I just don't think...
I think your Camille is
There's
really
no
good
way
call.
it's
Oh
Yasuo.
my god, how hard are we cooking? How hard are we cooking? Cassio.
Cassio.
So, again, something seen in the East. As we now finally get to find out where is what. You already kind of ensured that the Galio should be support, right?
I love Eddie's call of the Camille because I think it's just such a brilliant setup.
It is.
Locking down someone like a Jinx to guarantee the engage from the Galio.
Are you worried about the cast, though? I mean, you could say the same problem with Renekton
is the same thing, yeah, okay.
Okay, Renekton game 5 against Cassante, hoping to push the limits of the lane a bit. These drafts from game 1 and 2, they've been all over the place. I just love this is where we end.
So Cassio, I was trying to go back through JoJo's history, see if this was like a special pick for him, but from what I can gather, this is the first time in his pro career that he's actually brought this out. It is a good matchup into the Silas just because she punishes low-range champions so effectively, and her miasma is great into champions that have so many dashes. But a lot of scaling on the side of KOI and a very front-to-back team call.
Yeah, I was going to say, it's even the Cassio being a 4 melee champions means you're almost guaranteed to get some value off the Cassio uphill ultimate plus the miasma. So the only person I think is going to struggle with some value is potentially Alvaro here, because there is no one really that you want to hook into your team on the opposite side.
Actually, yeah.
But I think regardless, like, both sides good engage, both sides have good skirmishing. It is really a case of late game scaling for MKOI that they're going to be looking to rely on.
And they've had that before in this series. It was the JoJo Cassidy game where we saw they got off to a great start, and that scaling pushed them forward with momentum. That's what they need after that game 4 where they got blown out of the water. KOI need to reset, come in with a strict structure in this game 5 and scale their way to victory. For MSI, for Grand Finals, KOI versus KC, Spain versus France, a rivalry that gets better with age. The best vintage in the LEC is before your eyes. Feast, enjoy our final game of the night.
It's been a banger series between these two teams. The fans have been having a ton of fun with it. And you know, for so many of those watching, there's a lot on the line. Not only is it a spot in the LEC Spring Finals, but that coveted MSI spot to join G2 as LEC's representatives. The tension is high, a standard line of scrimmage. I expect early vision investment to come through from Alioya on the top side, see where Yike is starting.
And as we said, when there's a will, there's a way with KOI. Oh, you're not going to face check. Kana was waiting there. But KOI last year, it was winter playoffs. They got the finals. Now, of course, they didn't go to MSI, but they got enough points. They got to season finals. They got high up in that. And then they went to Worlds. And fans have this PTSD. They're like, oh my God, you know, Mad or KOI at Worlds. It's scary. But the fact that they always find a way to make it, the fact that 9 times out of 10 there's international representation, that's what makes you guess in this game 5.
But I think against KC it is well earned. MKOI have stepped up fantastically, and it has been the growth over the course of the split that has got them into this position. But now both teams just need to send it home. It's not going to be easy though for MKOI. KC definitely want to skirmish early. They want to try and use the fact you have 2 melee threats on the solo laners to look for those skirmishes to play through Sejuani. But it's going to be a case of can MKOI weather the storm and get to that late point where they pop off.
I mean, for KC, if you want to see them send it early, again, we're talking about drafts coming out of Pick Ban. But this comp, if I've ever seen a send it dive level 6, please everyone press button. I see it in KC's comp here. The fact that Kana chose Renekton, that's just the tip of the iceberg, isn't it? This guy wants to dominate lane. And Kana, 4 out of the 5 games, or sorry, 3 out of the 4 games that we've experienced so far, Kana's had an individual gold lead of at least 1,000 gold coming out of his laning phases.
And he's looking to try and build another one. You can see Mewin. K'Sante is not the same champion that he used to be. He was ever present in the LEC, well, in the world pro sphere, I should say. But after the repeated nerfs, his impact has definitely been significantly hurt. Hook connects from Alvaro.
Nice damage. Targamas turns it into an engaged tool, though. With the Winds of War, Alvaro gets chunked. Really nice double up from Kalist.
And this is the downside of pairing a Blitz prank with the Jinx. Blitz wants to be aggressive in the lane, but Jinx doesn't have the damage to follow up oftentimes on those hooks, especially against something like an MF with press the attack. So for KC, kind of happy to take those hooks at the moment. And it'll be MKOI to play a little bit more defensive, but Yike making his way down here. There's nothing defensive about where he wants to go.
No Warden River up. Big Assault gets in between vision. There's a scrying plan in case, but he's going to use this to find mid. The Cassio half mana. Wait for the miasma. Vedius has talked about it, now I'm breathing it in. Jojo walking up to the wave, Bloody trying to bait in as Elyoya is on the other side of the brushes. Nothing happens, we move back, it's gone to duck, maybe it pauses, Jike comes in anyway. Jojo tries to stand his ground, Bloody flashes away because Elyoya is here. Bramble smash defensive, Jojo flashes over the wall. Now Elyoya is isolated, running back, he's scared with the chain lash. He should be. No one dies, summoners are the cost.
Good flash from Jojo over the wall though, gets him to safety. And the immediate TP means that KC trying to follow. Both flashes burnt on the mid laners means that both junglers will be eyeing up that mid lane once more.
Very tense affair continues. Neither mid laner will fall, but Elyoya and Yike trying their best to make their presence known. It's so funny to me that Game 5 in Fearless, we expect these sort of crazy junglers to come through, and it's Sejuani versus Maokai.
That's what's left.
A classic jungle matchup. Of course, Maokai providing so much team fight value with Sejuani synergizing very well with these melee carries, both the Sylas and the Renekton. Targamas, he's hovering around mid lane, looking for a play, but he won't really find that much. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, Mewin really getting bullied. The good news for Kana is whenever jungle information is given, that gives him the authority to be as aggressive as he wants, and he's making full use of that. Meanwhile, Alvaro starting his roams around the map, and looking for what he can find in the mid lane.
Kana has half a bar of Fury, and he's going to use that to get the quick wave clear. Yike also coming up as well. Quick back. Can they stop it? Mewin, he stays. In the end, he's not level 6, so he needs the wave. He's got a couple of minions to go, but he's interrupted. Flash away, Super's coming under turret. You said it! 30! Chop, bloody chop! Super has already picked up the kill. Getting excited as well for Koi. They've also got Alvaro. Yike's caught out. What a play from the superstar 80 carry!
The timing of the swap was perfect for Koi. The fact that Super arrived just as the dive was happening means that he's able to get the kill onto Kana, and Alvaro helps him get another onto Yike.
That's going to be such a massive reset for the Jinx. 2 kills picked up early. This might have just set up MKOI to get to that late game early than they needed.
It's a huge influx of gold into Super, and they want to keep Super away from Kalist as much as they can. An immediate swap back onto the bot side. They want to put pressure into the Renekton, and they want to get Super and Alvaro out of this MF Galio lane.
A bit of deja vu again, because it's not Jojo this time, but it is Super on a scaling champion that gets early influx of gold. Ana does face check, but Alvaro, he's waiting for the hook. In comes Elyoya as well. In trouble. The Renekton that needs an early game. He might flash away, but slowed down. Super's going to walk it out. Kana survives, but his flash is down, and Kana almost caught for a second time.
Flash from Kana was crucial, but now he needs to follow up.
Elyoya just ran back up. That's dangerous. Alvaro gets the fist up. Kana cannot re-engage, and so nothing else from Elyoya is burned.
KC trying to get something back on that bottom side, but the flash from Kana crucial to get him out of hook range from Alvaro. KC They want to try and make something happen, but they're burning flashes right and left.
My goodness, the gold remains dead even. Neowin in a 1v1 against Kalist is kind of the best case scenario for KOI, and there's not much the Casey can do about it right now.
The score represents one thing, gentlemen, while we lull about. Wakana gets pushed back in his turret. 2-1 is what KOI have got for their Game 5 win rate in the past 2 years in this head-to-head. I believe it's in the head-to-head. KC on the other side. 1 and 2, Hook just misses. So the stats favor KOI in a Game 5 situation when all pressure's thrown in. KOI do thrive.
Yeah, it's not just in the KC versus MKOI. It's last 2 years, this is the Game 5 win rates for KC and MKOI. So MKOI sitting on a positive note, where for KC, they have to try and find that success. Dig deep to bring it back here against MKOI, because honestly this is a phenomenal start from MKOI, and they are dictating exactly how you want this game to be played. Even getting things like this early dragon just gives them more breathing room when it comes to those later game fights.
Ooh, this dragon is looking tense. Here comes Yike.
Alvaro looking for the hook. Yike sends the ulti. It lands perfectly, but it's not onto Super. Again, how strong are they? Vladdy gets stolen up, but Super looking for the reset. Out of mana though. Out of mana. The ignite down to Jojo as well. Vladdy looking for the abscond of Duckton. Miasma needs to come out with the bullet time. Casey needed to fight early, and they shot.
You needed to stay away as MKOI. You don't have the damage to try and match back against this. And when KC steal your engage tools, it's only disaster for MKOI.
Vladdy stealing away the Maokai ultimate, exactly what we said in draft. You can see that Aljoya barely gets to do anything. The ulti comes through from Jojo, but he gets rooted up alongside Alvaro, and then the chase comes through from KC. Jojo trying to get a bit of movement speed from the Q rather, but the flash in from Kalist with the bullet time does the work to get KC into the kill lead.
And that's the thing, you don't have any damage on your carries right now. You've got mana and health and a dream on Jojo, and legs that are moving a little bit faster for Supa. They don't hit hard, and KC very much aware of it and able to take down the fight as they need it now. Aljoya at least able to get the Void Grubs, but still, that gold swing back to KC.
Both Eddie carries the input now shown. The flash forward for the ulti for Kalist. Brilliant way to finish off as KOI still get 3 grubs. And mind you, again, we talked about the scaling, so 500, 600, 700 is not enough for KC to hold the reins of this game, but it is a start. A start when that said 80 carry is almost towards his Bloodthirster at 9, 10, 11 minutes of the game.
No immediate objectives, which means that these outer towers become the focus. Trying to secure these plates, or maybe even looking for a gank. Right now, it seems that there's a lot of camps for Aljoya to clear, so he's going to have to focus on getting through his jungle. Meanwhile, a reset comes out from Yike. His bot side is up. Could consider a play working with Vladdy. Both mid laners have their flashes available. But really, there's not a huge amount on the map to play for, which means that farming tends to be the name of the game.
I think this is where it's going to become a little bit difficult for MKOI, though.
Yeah.
So the issue is Supa can't clear, or at least approach the wave as effectively as Kalist, which then opens up Targamas with his ultimate to now use a bot lane. Point to case.
Oh, he missed, so Vladdy missed. The Petrifying Gaze connected. Jojo flashes away, kites back with the shield of Duran connects. Targamas has done his job while Alvaro sets up for the kill. One step, Super flashes in, getting excited. On the Targamas gets another! A double over to Super Hot. He'll die, but a Jinx has 4 kills. That spells fear.
Supa diving into the backline to finish off 2 members, desperately trying to get that gold on top of him. Even Mirren, honestly, in this top side, Kana having an ult to just keep himself safe.
Just want to get flipped back. Kana's going to clear the way, but now no dominance. Mirren's going to emote in his face, and even though the kill goes in response, Yike gets it.
I do love that we were talking about how there's not really a lot of options on the map, and Casey's just like, sure, let's force a fight instead. The engage comes through, but the response from KOI is fantastic. Super does so much damage, and he's like, you know what? If I'm going to go out, I'm going to take as much with me as possible. Great confidence from Super as he still gets himself a double kill, and that injection of gold into this Jinx is still going to be valuable.
And it's MKOI punishing KC for skipping steps. I was just about to say, KC, you have push in mid. You can see Supa can't connect onto the wave that Kalista is pushing. That opens up for Targamas to try and make the play bot. But they don't wait to push in the wave mid. They immediately try to make the play bot, and MKOI are in a position to try and contest. And it's these small mistakes that MKOI have been exploiting all series long to get them into these winning positions.
And I will say, Supa, even though he finds himself with a 300 goal lead with 4 kills, it's only a 300 goal lead. He's also a level down. Why? Well, because all of the action that Supa's been a part of, Kalista's basically been solo farming.
Yeah.
Non-stop roaming. Ooh, Targamas.
Yeah, he's caught out. Petrifying Gaze keeps him in Daniel rather than Miasma. The bullet time zones out to save the support, but with a zap, with a rocket, kill number 5, Super Trooper again. Guys, even though the CS lead, the XP is there, Supa keeps getting donations.
I mean, that's a bit of a mistake from Targamas. He thinks that he's safe because of the amount of vision control that they have in the bot side river. But KOI, they just walk in as 3 into that bot side river. Supa clears out the mid wave and is there to respond as well. This is exactly the kind of game 5 that we wanted. 5 to 5 in kills, but 5 of those kills are sitting on Supa. We heard that comment from Kalista saying that there isn't really a rivalry between these two AD carries. While Supa's making it a damn rivalry, you got to look at him here in game 5.
Even Mirwin with top, Kana lucky not to get flung back to the turret, trying to get that shot in. Kana not slowed down. Mirwin looks for the chase, and even though Casante's been nerfed multiple times, this 1v1 is still showing how he can withstand.
The Icon Award, though, Alvaro and Elyoy are here.
Sapling out, waiting for the hook. Yike will walk. No, he's back. Try brush. All it takes is a hook. A hook with Jojo nearby. Ward placed. Yike not going to be pulled in.
Targamas in position, though, and that ultimate was just about to come off cooldown. So I think MKOI a little scared that that might be available for the KC support. And this is what I mean, is like, when you're in a position like this is where you have to be very careful as MKOI, because Kalista pushes wave, Targamas disappears in the fog of war, and suddenly you can engage in a ton of different positions with Targamas very rapidly. But if you're not able to connect with that, as we saw on the bottom side of the map earlier, that can be where MKOI can turn that around.
Dragon number 2, Vedius, are you ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, tell me why.
Because it's my job.
Okay.
Tell me
Well,
why.
I just need to know more about you.
Ain't nothing but a heartbreak.
Okay, all right, so they're definitely ready. Dragon number 2 is coming, whether they like it or not. That's how MKOI want it. They want it that way. But they're going to start it off, at least try and bring equilibrium in as Yike is walking in.
But look at where Mirwin is, just kind of cutting off Renekton from getting in here.
Nature's Grasp going to do exactly that. It might turn into a play. It captures again the hook. Lands with the bullet time. Does even better. The setup is great as Elyoy gets straight to Petrifying Gaze, though. The Canadian turns and burns. Supa now with range. Casey playing scarce. Kalista may have pulled off the kill, but Dragon secured for a trade.
Exactly that. It's a still favorable trade for MKOI overall. The question is, can KC get something on this tower? Alvaro's fishing for a hook. He's not going to be able to find it. He tried to predict the sidestep coming through from Kalista. He doesn't quite get it. So, I mean, we'll look back at the fight, and it ends up being a nice hook onto Galio, but again, it's a hook onto Galio. And the problem is that this chain CC comes through onto Elyoy. The bullet time is huge. He flashes away to get to safety, but then Kalista, the auto Q, means that he can then do a ton of damage. Vladdy getting ulted on by the Cassio means that he can't really make any plays of his own, so they just choose to disengage.
Also, just Mirwin on this bottom side, keeping Kana out of the fight. This is the point where this matchup does start to flip around. The Iceborne Gauntlet plus that Bramble Vest makes it really difficult for Renekton to play off of the healing trade pattern that he really likes to go for. You just have so much armor that he just can't really get through him, and that's why, again, I think Kana kind of wanted to dominate in the early stages, but really hasn't had a chance to take over in this matchup, and now Mirwin has hit critical mass.
He's just teleported for that, by the way, and as you said, Mirwin's going to all out. Kana in trouble, Dominus in as well, but look at the damage, unbelievable. Kana started this series off. Mirwin will get his flash though. Matches almost both top laners went all out there.
I love to see both top laners performing at their best here in game 5. A dead even matchup with a small lead for Kana.
Arctic Salt baited in. Top laners disembarking. There's the ulti. Kana is going to get teleported on, but Kana doesn't have TP to match something in top side.
But now Mirwin He doesn't have it either. He's just used that to get to the bottom side of the map. Kind of has to disappear. It's a trade of Rift Herald for that bottom turret, it looks like, as MKOI don't feel confident enough to try and step up to KC when they've got the control.
That mid tower as well, it's completely exposed right now. Koi have the wave as well.
Almost.
Super doing decent damage to it. Elyoya has the ultimate. If they really want to get this tower, they can just throw that down, but no, they don't want to risk it.
Chomper's trying to cut that gap. A noxious blast as well from Jojo. He's now level 11 with his petrifying gaze. Alvaro wants a hook. There's a ward here, but it's not deep enough to see what else is going on. So Herald and out, that's just going to be the play, as you said, for a turret exposed.
I will say, I think Koi played a little too scared there. I think they had so much control over the mid wave, and it would have been super easy for Super to finish off that turret, get excited, and then run away to safety. Now, though, Kana's isolated in the bot lane.
He's slowed down. He has no way of getting out. His flash already burned. Mirwin tries to predict those. Slice and dice gets him through anyway. Nature's Grasp as well. Wait for the flip. Mirwin finds him, and this Dominus won't be giving him enough health. Even under turret, Elyoya cares not. Bramble smash. 1 versus 3. Kana's not enough. Jojo joined in while Herald is going to be used top in this counter play.
That's the thing, MKOI didn't end up pushing mid to get the mid tower. They didn't rotate bot to get the bot tower, which means KC get back onto the map and are able to now put pressure. Alvaro!
He got a hook, he got a hook, it's in his pocket, he got the hook! Kalist at half, zapped away, but Super's got a new target. His target will just run out. Alvaro's already used his hookers. Topside will not end up going down, but Koi can't get some kind of punish mid.
The answer is there, though, with the Rift Herald. Jojo going to continue pushing on this bottom side of the map, but that was very close to being a disaster for Kalist. Targamas being able to get that CC onto Super, crucial to keeping his AD carry alive.
This game, it feels like it's going to come down to a big team fight that'll determine the first major advantage. Super, very close to finally securing that tower, decides to play it safe, and wisely so.
We've already said it, he plays with a lot of cojones, because he always walks up to this 2v1. He's done it all series, did it in the Tristana game, and relies on mechanics of like dodging a deadly flourish, not getting flashed on by Targamas, who of course doesn't have it for the time being, but it's plays like that. And you can say the same of Kalist as well, who flashed forward in the last fight with bullet time. Both these AD carries, it started with the rivalry at the start of today. It started with the EMEA Masters, it started with the regional leagues. But here for a spot at MSI, it's finishing with an international. It's finishing with a chance to take down G2. KC, better track record if you want to look at Winter, but Koi, you can never underestimate. That's been the potency of this series. It's been the power of this best of 5. You can obviously tell I like this rivalry, and you can tell I'm going to France and Spain later in the year. It's just about which one first, isn't it? Who do we go first? Where do we go?
I think we go to Dragon first, because it's 15 seconds until that's up. MKOI have set themselves up on the mid wave, and that tower is very low. Mirwin doesn't quite have his teleport up and available, whereas Kana looking to trade on towards the bottom side. So at the moment, kind of KC trading relatively effectively, but I think actually MKOI, they're just going to abandon Dragon. They're just going to look for a setup in this top side.
Looks like it. They want to get a bit of deep vision control around that side of the map. Kana finally going to get this bot tower. KC should be able to secure this.
Oh, but it's an engage. It's an engage. You say that, but Kalist not caught out by the cats. Instead, they look for Alvaro. Chomper's out, bullet time. Onto 2. Re-engage from Targamas. Elyoya in trouble. Strain Latch out of range. And yikes, ulti misses. Just out of range as well. Super can't trade yet. He ain't a 3-item jinx.
Elyoya actually knocked Targamas out of the Chompers, which means that he then had a window to escape. He will sidestep the rocket. Strike going down quite slowly. This will give a lot of time for Koi to unlock this mid tower.
And that's really what they wanted. The fact that MKOI kind of hid in the bush, they didn't fully commit to that tier 2 and top, which I think is what KC were expecting. It means that they're able to get that mid lane tower, still establish that vision that they need to. Dragon will eventually go to KC, but this is so much trading back and forth. But again, as long as it stays even, it is MKOI who are winning. Their comp will get really powerful in that next item.
I was going to prompt you guys because, again, since it is even, I'm like, well, hang on a minute. You know, again, we talked about KC in this final game needing such a big gold lead. That's bounced back and forth, and the fact that Super got all the kills early is really mitigating any pressure.
The thing is, though, this is where KC are at their strongest, especially as you finish this next item for Kalist. You are just going to absolutely destroy people in team fights. So for MKOI, that's where they're trying to trade on the map. They understand this is the moment where KC can just blow open the game, blow open that gold lead, and as long as MKOI don't give them that chance to fight for it, they can look to take those fights later on in the game.
That makes a good point.
He does a lot.
But ultimately, one of the big things is how Vladdy uses his ult, because it's the factor that can really be a game changer. And, you know, we've been calling Vladdy the mini Zeka all split long.
Oh, yeah.
Let's see if he can make a Zeka play of his own.
Oh, no, the hook misses, though. Jack sends out the ulti. It's into Mirwin, so they don't care too much, but they need a good engage. Vladdy will find it first. There's a flip back, though. Vladdy's in trouble. Mirwin dodging the bullet time. It only gets Alvaro as well. The pushback while he deals with two is a Super Mega Death Rocket, and the flip again. Galio ulti in. A one-man, a flash. Casey, though, disengaging. A twisted advance. Set up beautifully. This Cassante team fighting will take it all out, and Yike will die. Mirwin slow. He's now got to go away. Nature's Grass as Vladdy wants to turn target, but MKOI trying to get into position as Mirwin runs for his dear life, dashes away, and the miasma stops Vladdy. The fact he got away with that is dumb.
I cannot believe MKOI managed to escape away from that. I saw the TP from Kana in behind and thought he was about to dive onto Supa, but El Yoya lagging a little bit behind everyone meant that he was in a position to keep Supa safe. Kana couldn't engage, and MKOI could play forward into the four-man unit of KC.
You're seeing how in the front to back, how difficult it can really be for KC. Kana, though, wants to contest this Arakan. Only 3 members. Here comes Jojo.
Kana doesn't have ulti. He needs to flash in, find a core target, but Super spacing well. 4 members there. Kana walked in, but to his detriment, he'll stand and die. The Alvaro, that's not worth because Super got more gold. They got the Arakan, and Koi are starting to believe, just like they did in the first round.
Koi are just getting advantage after advantage. The Arakan is a nice cherry on the cake. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes time, but as we look back at this fight, notice that while the hook doesn't quite connect onto Sejuani, it's Mirwin that's tanking up so much damage. Super is very safe on the backline, and then look at this miasma, really splitting apart the fight onto 2 fronts. Mirwin continues to tank up the front line, and then Renekton nowhere to be seen on the back.
That's the thing, because Yoya was coming down from the top side of the fight, they couldn't, or from the top side of the map, they couldn't do anything. So it's a 4 versus 5 this entire time, because KC think they have the support coming through, and Mirwin then dashing through everyone here, starts to run out.
Okay,
but
this game is free. If we legit don't lose our minds now.
Okay, he's not wrong. You guys have set us up to believe that.
What was interesting about that fight as well is Kalist, the terrain didn't allow him to do more damage. He got his ultimate off, and then he really couldn't contribute. It was so difficult for Casey to fight in that pocket of the jungle that just made it even easier for Koi, and you heard it from Jojo. He's feeling confident. The game is going their way. Casio continues to scale up, about to tick over to level 15.
The last finals for MKOI, Winter 2024. Now they have their chance to, if they can close this one out, to get revenge, but yeah.
Kalist just cancelled his ult. He just cancelled it.
He's struggling in a big moment. Cadril, he's struggling in a very big moment. And Super is not. 6-1 and 2.
And this is what the desk was talking about, right? But this is also very different from the first time we really saw Super and Kalist face off against each other. That EMEA Masters final, it was Kalist that was able to step up in that game 5 and take that away from Super. But now, sitting here, it is Super and MKOI that are in control of this game. It is Super that is looking to lead his team to the finals once more.
It's crazy to think how much the momentum swung in MKOI's favor just off the back of a single swap. That swap to the top side, those early kills picked up by Super, and then the swap back so Mirwin could keep playing into Kalist, and Kana has just been silenced in this game. A 1-3-1 Renekton scoreline. While he does have the goal lead, what is he really going to do against this 2.5 item, nearly 3 item Jinx?
I can't answer that for you, Betty, because I'm scared. Because with Super, I'm very scared. KC trying to wrap this game up in a different part of the map for now. That means the push to get somewhere, because Ocean Dragon number 2 is going to go down. But KC need more gold. They need it now. And Top is at least going to inhibit that a bit.
KC need to start looking at people for making these big plays. This is where you can make or break your entire playoffs. One massive ultimate steal from Vladdy could turn it. One massive ultimate from Targamas could be it. But it has to be into key members, and MKOI are not giving them that chance. They are constantly pushing, constantly prodding, constantly pushing KC to the edge.
I can pick Alvaro flashes. That's something. Koi not going to stagnate here. As Jojo said, they have to make sure they don't end, to paraphrase him. And the game is free. A mistake like that, Alvaro can catch him, but KC Dacta, they do want this series so bad, because again, it would start up your legacy when you had such a bad 2024. We've talked about it all day. We've rinsed you all with narrative at home. I'm like that little XGG alien, because into your head right now, you are getting manifested my ideas of how important this Game 5 is.
I think there's just so many cool storylines due to the implications. The fact that Super is getting revenge on Kalist after a long history of constantly falling short to the KC lineup. Super now stands at the precipice of really forcing Kalist to look at him and recognize him. Jojo, a North American representative, a player that was considered the best over in North America, but difficult to work with. An environment where he could not thrive. He gets brought over to Europe, and now he's one game away, potentially a team fight away, from making it to his first LEC finals. That's, of course, unless KC find an insane fight to turn this game around.
I mean, for Jojo, he won a title in his first year, 2022 spring, but has not made it back to a single final since then. For MKOI, losing to G2 last year, denying that opportunity for themselves. Now, both have a chance to make a name for themselves, taking down a long-standing rival.
The KOI fans are ecstatic, and while the gold is even, that is not representative of the game state. This Jinx is absolutely terrifying. But of course, in the game of League of Legends, the beauty of it is, while scaling, while on paper, there are so many things that are going in KOI's favor. At the end of the day, it all comes down to execution. A single misstep, a single poor flash, a single ultimate could change the outcome of this game.
MKOI are playing this well, though. Just have your members on the wave. Push in mid, establish vision around Baron. Deny any way for KC to surprise you in any place. Mirren on the wave in mid. He's the one contesting.
It's melting.
But Super's got 3 items. That's why Gents, Yike, the hero, the thief, needs a miracle. Yike on a vision, but Miasma not denied. It's taken by KOI. He can't get it done in the most crucial moment of his year so far. It's KOI who swims stronger.
Shot down where he stood. Yike could not do it. When the smite was needed most, it's Elyoya who stands tall. It's MKOI who are pushing towards the base, and it's KC who need to defend.
I'm going to need my asthma puffer because that miasma was perfect. I think Yike can breathe either. In a turret, mid going down with it as well. The straw that breaks the camel's back for Spain. It's that Baron. It's the onslaught yet to come.
KC turn their attention onto Mio, and that's 2 members in the mid lane. I don't know if they even have the damage to kill him.
It's gone to Duck. They've got a Maokai ult as well, but he's going to all out onto Kana. Elyoya is coming to the rescue. He's got an ulti as well. In fact, 20 seconds away. Flip back, bullet time, a shutdown. Mirwin's down. That's 1 Baron less to deal with. KOI looking for a hook, but Alvaro's on vision. Jojo hasn't swept that ward. Super's there as well.
KC are trying to barrel down the mid lane, draw MKOI out of here. Hook goes wide.
Vladim's gone away. When there's a will, there's a way.
The wave is still there. KC just want to run this the whole way down mid. As long as they can keep MKOI separated, they're okay. Targamas trying to play keep away.
Grasp in through mid. KC have been rooted in. Jojo stands. He delivers yet again onto Targamas. It's 3 kills onto this statue's Yike, running for his life. For the series to keep going. Petrifying gaze. Cleanse the wave. Great ulti from Targamas. Bloody jumps in as well. They were winning it until Super got his reset, got his kill, and the snake hissed through KC.
Super will not go down. 9, 1, and 3 on the Jinx. He is firing away, and KC are falling.
15 seconds until the Ocean Dragon. They will put themselves on Soul Point, and you can see how difficult it is for KC to fight back. They turn their attention onto Mirwin in the mid lane. He tanks up so much damage. He trades ultis with Kana. The Maokai ultimate comes through, and then with Kalist ulti, you think this is a great team fight for them, but Super trades it back.
And this is where KC basically say we need to run down here. We've got the wave. Try and draw MKOI out. But as they go towards Elyoya, he still has the ultimate up available. Vladdy doesn't have that option to steal any of these ults, so you've just got way more DPS on the MKOI side, and they know it as they go for the engage.
And Yike's ult is 15 seconds from here as well. He has nothing to use.
But here you can see Yike gets hooked, Targamas goes in, Kalist uses the cleanse on the ultimate from the Cassiopeia, but the damage just isn't there. Jojo is healing and has that shield from the Seraph Embrace so well, and the DPS from MKOI is absurd right now.
MKOI back out onto the map. Dragon secured with the Baron. The base is in their eyes. The finals is in their eyes. A spot at MSI in their eyes as Elyoya throws the ulti down.
As Yike throws it as well, but here's less more impactful. A turret dead, another one soon. An inhibitor with an excited super. And how excited would you be right now watching these underdogs clean out our first seed?
There is one last fight in KC. One more moment to bring it. But K, going to get it
again. They find it. Jojo once again gets a GA, but he stands, he delivers. I've said it so many times because the redemption of this mid laner is insane. A bullet time on a tank means not. Super flashes forward and Dagda. I think that's it.
Super with the triple kill and Koi looking for the end.
But can they? Triple kill already. Koi are running away. They're not confident enough. They get the wave.
They only need the wave. KC, they're staying.
How do they find a way? How do Koi always find a way? It's so funny with the cats as well. The hook in. Jojo's booking a ticket home. Not as a Canadian, but as one of the European elite. You call them mad, but they're movie stars now. Heroes of the screen. They always win in the end. Whether the audience likes it or not, they will show up. Fear them, G2. Underestimate them at your peril, but you will fear the return of the Spanish upstarts.
Not once, but twice, they will take down KC in the spring playoffs. They will go to MSI, and they will look for a rematch against G2 in the finals.
This is a different level of MKOI. It has been a hard-fought journey for them over the course of the last year and a half. It has been learning how to be patient. It has been learning how to work as a unit. And they'll have to see if they've learned how to take down G2.
How did Jojo go from what he was in winter to that? How did this team come together once again as you both be a key player of the series at LEC on X? That mid laner, I talked about that bot laner and that wicked support. Hot damn. That's one hell of a hero, or should I say underdog story in our LEC.
The rivalry just became so much better. KC are nothing but frustrated, and it's been a fantastic split from them.
It has.
But of course, they're gonna feel frustrated, the disappointment. After winning in winter, they wanted to keep their winning ways. But it was MKOI that stopped them. We'll see them again for summer, but we will not see them at MSI.
For MKOI, though, what a performance. Step-ups across the board. Jojo Kyung with a fantastic series, both here and against KC.
Yeah.
The first time they faced up against each other, and I feel like that has been the story of these two teams in playoffs. It has been MKOI. Everyone doubted them. When they faced off against KC, they said it was a flash in the pan, that it couldn't be done again. KC would come back better prepared, but MKOI surpassed them every step of the way here. Went to a game 5, but MKOI the better team on the day.
Guys, Jojo's going to be representing LEC at MSI.
That is crazy. Two Canadians going to represent Europe.
Breaking history. Dylan, your comrade. I mean...
Yeah, I mean, he will be the first ever North American player to represent LEC on the international stage, which is absolutely insane. Both Canadians are going to be going home. You highlighted Dylan, and they're going to be matching up again in the finals tomorrow. They've only got a day to turn things around.
That's a big turnover.
And the last time we saw them play, it was a 3-1 series in favor of G2.
Yep.
So we know that G2 is a bit of a cut above. But KOI, I mean, they've demonstrated that they have so many pocket picks. They're a team that is impossible to read.
True.
And, I mean, when things get crazy, they seem to be in their comfort zone.
Well, with the most improved mid, with the mid laner who will be returning home, but representing us this time, we got Allure and Jojo to highlight that 5-game series.
Thank you so much, guys. Jojo, congratulations!
Thank you.
Oh my God! 5-game series, just like last time. Please, well.
Thank you.
Gracias, Las Carpas. You played out of your mind today. You've been playing so well lately. Tell me about your improvements and also like being so locked in during this series.
I mean, to be honest, today I didn't think I played too well. I think definitely, I don't think I got carried, but I was kind of close to getting carried. I think some games, like the Casio game, to be honest, I first time this champion, so I wasn't sure how much damage I was going to do and everything, so I was just trying to make it to the late game with that pick. So I think my team really stepped it up today, and I was just there to get the win, you know?
Wait, so who do you get this from? Is it Mirvin giving you tips of like first timing champions on stage?
I mean, I asked Mirvin a lot for builds. You know, the Smolder game, I asked him what to build for Casio. I didn't play Casio for like 2 years, so I asked him what to build. So he just gave me advice, yeah.
What is the confidence level that you have, honestly, to pull something like this?
I mean, I think our confidence this whole week has been through the roof. I think our scrims have been very good. We've been playing very good league. I think today we didn't even show our full potential. I think, to be honest, us and KC didn't show our full potential today, as we do in scrims, but it was still a good game. It was a great series,
It's funny that you say this, because last week, scrims, we don't talk about them. Banger games on stage, you take the series, and this week the scrims have been going good, but you also play good. Like, how do you know when you're in good form or not, given that the results don't give you anything?
I mean, I think when I run it down in scrims, I play better on stage. And in scrims this week, I played pretty well, so I knew today I wouldn't play as good as I usually do. So that's where it comes from, yeah.
Keep running it on stage then. Jojo, I have something special for you, Tsunami, if you can come to the stage here.
I mean, I'm going back to Canada.
I know.
Not for vacation to play there, so it feels pretty amazing to
You're
me.
going back home. It's not for holidays, as you said, but tell me how it's going to be for you playing this first international experience at home.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. I haven't been to MSI in so long, and especially since it's in Canada. I mean, I would go back to Canada either way, but of course going to MSI is way better, right? I don't want to be home on vacation, so it's a pleasure.
Now about tomorrow, because the job is not done. You're going to play your very first LEC finals against G2, of course. What is your resolution for this series?
I think they played very well against us. We know we messed up in the series, and they abused our weak points, and we fixed it this week. So I think tomorrow will be much closer. We just have to play our game, and it's that simple.
What is your read on G2 right now, without giving too much, of course? Or on Caps, maybe.
I mean, I think their team is just mostly Caps, you know? It's just Caps 1v9, and if he doesn't, then I don't think they're as good. But of course, as 5, they're a good team, right? But when Caps steps us up, that's when G2 is really good, you know? So it's up to Caps.
Up to Caps. We'll see about this tomorrow. Do you have anything for the fans that you want to share to them, for them watching online, or the ones who've been cheering for you at the studio today? They were so loud.
Yeah, I mean, thank you so much for supporting us. It's been a long journey, of course. Winter Split hasn't been as good, of course, but we're ramping up, and I'm proud to say that we're a top team in the LEC.
Yeah, absolutely a top team in the LEC. We have Supa and Alvaro in PGL with Shocks. Anything you want to tell your bot lane? Nice or not nice, actually? But
I mean, bot lane, they played pretty well, so I got to give them the props, you know? They played pretty well.
all right, shout out to the bot lane and shout out to you again, Jojo. Congratulations on making it to MSI, making it to finals, and that's all for us here on this side of the stage. We're going to send it over to PGL with Supa, Alvaro, and Shocks. Take it away, my dear.
Thank you so much. GB's also here. But yeah, we're here with the bot lane, and I just want to kick it off immediately. Kia player of the series was Supa. Congratulations. I think that's a good introduction. Again, I think.
Yeah, but this one, I'm not that proud. I think it was a really tough series in general, so I just feel so relieved that we are going MSI. I don't think about my performance, about anything. I'm just so happy we are going to another international.
Yeah, it's going to be insane. And I think, Alvaro, you had a great series again. And I feel like often, because in your team there's a lot to talk about, and as is the case with support, sometimes you don't get mentioned.
Hey, it's fine.
I just want to vouch that on the desk, on the streams, was a lot of Alvaro hype again. So do you feel that you showed a good performance there, or are you also a little bit disappointed?
I think my last series was better in 2KC, but I think today I played really, I would say, stable. I think the Poppy game, it was a bit hard to play already from draft, but I also fucked up a lot. And in this sense, I'm happy about the performance. And yeah, I'm just looking forward for tomorrow, because I think it's the real test.
Yeah. I feel so much, well, not even nostalgia, but it just feels like I've lived through this. You know, you beat KC, you're in a 5-game series, you went to 5 games. Immediately the next day, you had to play G2. You got 3-0'd. Jojo was saying in an interview that having that experience of going up against KC in a 5-game best of 5, then going immediately into preparation against G2 is very difficult. How are you finding the approach different this time around? Because you obviously want to have things end differently.
I mean, I think we are really confident how we prepared this year, this split. So I think it's really good that we got the chance last week, because we could see what is G2 good into us, what we need to learn, what we need to do better into KC. And I think this is so important when I believe we are the best team learning week by week. So I think we got a big advantage and we need to prove it tomorrow.
Also, Alvaro, I mean, it's a different situation in that you're already going to MSI, right? You've got that one thing in your back pocket. So maybe it will allow you to play a little bit more freer and a bit more unburdened tomorrow?
I think still is going to be, like, both teams are not going to show without... I mean, I will say, I think still, even if we are MSI secure, everyone wants to get the title.
Yeah.
And, of course, like, for me, it's also a relief in this sense. So tomorrow, yeah, I think I will be able to even show up more, in a way, calm. And it's also something that we have been working on, being calm and patient. So I think tomorrow is going to be important who show up even more.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, MSI is important, but I know for you guys, being able to lift that trophy to say it was all worth it. And we heard a lot about work ethic, I think, from Elyoya as well, and kind of just the focus, how you are one, if not the most hardworking team. I think because of that burden I think you carry of there is so much expectation on your shoulders. Can you say anything towards that motivation, Supa?
I think this team, everyone is built around wanting to be the best players in the world. So we put a lot of efforts. We don't give up. We don't fight into each other because at the end we just want to win. We got a lot through bad moments. We lose a lot. We are 1 year and a half almost, and we really want the title. We love it. We want to kiss it already, no? So tomorrow we are going to prove that we are not throwing more opportunities. This is our time. We need to do it now, and we need to prove that we are here to win.
What else are you looking to prove against the G2 bot lane specifically? Because going up against KC, at least from Winter, it felt like both of you, you're almost living in the shadow of what that bot lane had accomplished. This time around, though, you beat them out. You're going into the finals. You're talking about proving yourself. What are you looking to prove against the G2 bot lane, both of you, really?
I mean, for me, of course, I think it's a really strong bot lane. I have a lot of respect to them because I think they have been on the top for many years already, Hansam and Lavrov. And I know how I want to play into them because I know their weaknesses, but I also know their strengths and I know what I need to do in order to not get that match beaten in a way. And yeah, I mean, just going tomorrow, we're going to prepare I will prepare it now at night, but I have been preparing already how to face into G2 these days, so it doesn't happen like the other time. But today we had the eyes on KC, we're still in the present, now it's G2, and the bot lane is different, enemy team is different, they play different as well. So I think whoever is able to adapt better is going to take the win.
Okay, when it comes to your play then, I feel like when we watch Movistar KOI, we see you guys are incredibly clutch. And to win a Game 5 versus a KC back-to-back, you have to be clutch. And I think the same thing will go versus G2, but you got to be in a position where you can even do that, right? And I think that's a bit tricky. How much work do you think you've done specifically in terms of not being overzealous in those key moments? Because Jojo had a clip in the last game where he said, if we don't jump in now, if we don't mess it up, we win. And I feel like that's something you struggled with in the past, Supa. So do you feel like more confident that, okay, once you have an advantage, we're not going to throw a Baron, we're not going to throw a Dragon, we're just going to finish the game?
I mean, this series was so important for me, so I go through a really bad moments mentally, but this is normal, this happened to everyone.
Yeah.
I just keep reminding to myself, don't worry, just look minimap, you know how to play, you don't need to even think about it. When the Drake will be there, you know where to be without even thinking, so just look the minimap, be chill, don't lose to yourself. And at the end, I knew it that if I don't lose to myself, they are not winning into us. So just don't lose.
Yeah, I think also we are the team that has practiced the most games, and also we prepared both physically and mentally, also like in the gym, how we want to deal with the tiredness.
Yeah.
Going to the Game 5. And I mean, it also gives me confidence when I hear enemy voice comms. They're saying that the Game 5 is a flip. That means that they're not confident in Game 5. And we know that we are the best team in Game 5, so why not take it?
Yeah, did you remember the quote? There we go, the Karpas from last week. You know, when Targamas was like, look at how happy they are, you know, they know they can't beat us. You remembered it in that moment?
Of course.
Yeah. We know that you're professionals on the Rift, of course, but we know how much goes into this, and we know, I'm sure you were looking at Twitter after the last one, and at the stream, and at the forums, like, how does it feel like to be, as GB already said, like, for a while you were kind of in the shadow there, you as the bot lane, but Supa, the fact that you've proven now, not once, but twice, that you are better than Kalist?
I mean, I think Alvaro and me doesn't look that strong from outside because we are not insane 2v2, but this doesn't matter. I think we have the level to be the best even in Europe. but we are the best team fighting, moving around the map, and carrying game as a bot lane. So this is the most important thing. And I think in this league, people in bot lane focus too much on 2v2.
Yeah, on the laning phase specifically? Do you think that goes in general a little bit for everything? Because
I mean, I think in Europe, we put too much attention to things that are not that important. And the most important thing is set up in well, play fights, play macro.
Yeah, you agree?
Yeah, I mean, I think, of course, as Supa said, I think people focus too much sometimes on stats and they don't see how the game is played. And there is sometimes that you are not able to see the consequence or how those stats or how can those stats impact.
Yeah.
Because there is some cases that you're going to have a bad matchup. And if you are not losing by a lot, like you're losing little, it makes a bigger difference on how good you are as a player than being behind on a strong matchup that you're supposed to win. So I think it's hard to measure.
It's true. I mean, we saw it in some of the Mirin kind of games, right? Like,
that was rough.
How was he doing in comms, Mirin? Because he always looks happy, but he wasn't having a good time in those lanes.
I wanted to play the Nico.
Yeah?
At the end, we said, okay, you go Nico, I take Nautilus. And I mean, in the end, I thought he was going to go AP. He started going AD because he
it's everything we said.
Yeah. And we were like going to change the jungler as well, and then we flex it and send it to top. So it was a bit of a messy, but at the end we take the W.
It looked genius, actually, in the back.
I mean, the matchup was hard on top into Nidalee, but later he was useful in the.
He was, yeah. You say that you can't say everything from stats, and I agree with you. I think one of the things you can't read from stats is X factor, and I feel like, because you mentioned the Nico, you can vouch for me, but whenever I see an MKOI draft and a Nico gets locked in, I'm like, ooh, yeah, Alvaro's going to go in. He's going to go in. And do you feel like you're comfortable in this draft, right? In draftless, what am I saying? Fearless. How comfortable do you feel in terms of, oh, yes, that type of a champion is something I really like, but I can also play the Ali? How comfortable do you feel in terms of being flexible and always being able to deliver what your team needs, even in a game 5, maybe against G2 tomorrow?
I mean, for me, I think because in ADC there is not that many champions played. In support, I'm the kind of person that likes to see what champions can be flexed, what champions I can add to my champion pool, and I think I have plenty of them. Today there was an angle that I could have picked something or flex another thing, but we didn't have to show it. So yeah, Melce told me, you are down to play this, and I'm down. Like I say, I don't care, just give me whatever, I will carry.
Yeah.
So I think it's important adding these picks, and I think the Nico, for example, in our team fits perfect. Because how I play it as well, I think the champion is really strong with the vision.
Yeah.
And then you can also always look the crazy engage. And also Midwin is an inventor of the Nico top lane, so.
Yeah, it's great. I like that. I think it's something going into tomorrow we'll be looking forward to, right? The flexes possibly, catching them off guard.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
I'm curious as well, Super. Last time against Casey, you said visualize the game 1 million times in your head. Right, going into tomorrow's matchup, how many times have you visualized this in your head?
I mean, today I visualized myself being chill, being calm. I already watched all the possible fights. I knew we were better, so it was visualizing that we are going to win the title.
Got it.
That's the most important. And be confident. It's not that hard.
Yeah. Awesome. Here we have the bracket. Tomorrow we have the very last match of our spring playoffs, and we'll see who wins our spring finals. And yeah, we'll see. Is there anything final you want to say to the Karpas who are watching here going into tomorrow, one of you both? They'll be here again.
Thank you so much for the support. We are waiting for you tomorrow as well. Let's see if we can lift the trophy all together. And for the people also at home, thank you so much for the support. It means a lot. Even when we go through bad moments, you are able to put a smile on my face. So thanks a lot, and tomorrow we will show up.
Awesome. Thank you both so much. Super excited. And by the way, we're also super excited to see Movistar KOI and MSI as our representatives. I'm really excited to see what they can pull off there. But first, they got a little pickle. It's the final tomorrow. So it's a huge match, and hopefully for Movistar KOI, they can bring it home. We'll start at 4:30 CET. Is it CEST already? I don't know. 4:30 in Europe for Ready Check. And then the final at 5 p.m. And LTA North will also be live at 10 p.m. with Cloud9 versus FlyQuest. So that's awesome. And we'll see you all tomorrow for the spring final.
Guys, we will lose game 1, but it's okay. It just draft gap. Happens.
You know it already?
Yeah. I've seen the future.
Yoik has no escape. And knows it. What a punish it, what a charm again. This is what you would give Jojo. This sexy little fox works. Kalist is down. He's caught out. This is giving me deja vu, but Tarkman recovers the fight, puts him up against the wall. And Carter slices right through.
Something to enable it, but here we go.
Oh, Dredgeline with Ignite. Kalist, second skin to a kill. So once the range pop blossom flash and matched. Dagobah surely to follow Riders. Unleash Carter has nowhere to go.
I see it as well.
No flash corner. No flash corner. No flash corner.
I started pushing me for the other two.
Look super.
By his teammate, Elyoya did a fantastic job as Tarkman's got involved. He does it again! He's engages out of this world!
Get his flash.
I kill.
I'm going.
I can flash as well. Oops. Can we try end? No.
I can flash, yes.
No
flash, guys. I one-shot him if someone
okay. I can do it, guys. I'm gonna ult. We can do it.
Yeah, guys. Big. It's for the win, guys.
We're pushing on this side.
Don't make it, by the way.
I see three. Please help.
I can tank a Coco. Is this f***ing
I aim as well. I kill him. Nice. One more game, okay?
I'm telling you, we win early game. They are so f***ing bad.
No se digo. Oh, min. Look at MF. No flash. MF flash. Okay, enter block. All the way.
Guys, we are going to f***ing MSI. We're going to my country. We're going to... Let's go! The perfect team fight! They take it all! In knockback, instant combo punch! What? It's big boss! My God! Clubs! Everybody! You know the story, you know the legend!